Time to start as any. Welcome, one and all, to the Opus Magnum Tournament 2024 stream. This is our first scoring week. This is usually the big one. This is Blue Vitriol. I have had this puzzle for like, I want to say 2 years. It was, I think, the least changed puzzle in the playtest. I had this thing ready to go. I knew it was good. The playtesters just had fun with it. Yeah, pretty much nothing was changed. The only thing that changed in playtesting was I added the glyph of disposal. I'm glad I did.
Oh yeah, I used it.
Oh, that's right. I didn't do the final refresh on the thing. That's okay. But yeah. So this was very much from the beginning designed to be the spiritual successor to Green Vitriol. It's the multi-input, multi-output thing. This one has a third input instead though. And it's rate instead of cycles for the fast metric, and the slow metric is cost instead of sum. I could have gone with a couple of other metrics because this is just I just had a lot of fun with this puzzle, but yeah, rate and cost I was happy with, and looking at the results, I don't regret picking either metric. So yeah, that about that about sums it up. Let me just do the final download of all the solutions and throw them in and get the official HK passing happening. So yeah, this week I'm pretty sure we've set a new benchmark for most submissions for a Opus Magnum competitive thing. We're sitting at 67 unique submitters. The website says 68, but one person submitted under 2 names, so it's actually 67, as far as I know. In fact, I'm pretty sure. Copying 440 items, Jesus Christ.
Alright, time to go speedy. Good thing we're starting with the speedy metric.
Yep. So we'll be starting
with... It's also the ones that's harder to analyze, but, you know.
I'm actually expecting rate to take longer than cost.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Is there more submitters for rate or cost?
More submitters for cost.
I see.
Cost was definitely the more
approachable, I guess.
Exactly what I was. Yeah, more approachable. Yeah, week one rate was an interesting metric.
That's what I have to say.
So I guess I can say this because it doesn't really say anything about the results. But I noticed when I booted up rate, there was this phenomenon where I think it happens to a lot of people when they boot up rate for this puzzle, where you boot it up thinking it's fine, and then you get about halfway through your rate solve before realizing, shit, geometry.
It's the halfway actually trying to purify, because fuck purifying.
It just like, yeah.
I think we'll see that as we get to the like min rate section.
Sign is all fine and dandy, and then oh no. Purification.
Well, and it's just like, okay, I understand how to make the main pipeline, and a lot of times with rate solves you can like make the main pipeline and then just sort of do whatever to get the other stuff happening. But for this one, it's like you make the main pipeline and you're like, oh wait,
oh my god, everything is crossing with each other.
Yeah,
it's very interesting. But I think we can say more about it once we're looking at the solves.
Yeah. All right. Without further ado, we're going to kick things off at 54th place.
54, let's go.
I think there's going to be slightly more for cost, but for the time being, 54th place. We'll be starting with Jazk, I think is how you say that.
You gotta see the other thing. Jazk, yeah, looks like Jazk. 60R.
Alright, so this is not optimized for rate, but it wasn't optimized for cost either. In fact, the solution notes read, imagine optimizing solutions, couldn't be me. So yeah, this was just made as to, you know, get a nice solve in, have fun with the puzzle. That's cool. Waste chains happening here, and the disposal glyph, because, yeah, routing all the excess is what's going to become the issue here.
And there's an interesting choice to use only the purification.
Yeah, only
not
purified.
Use any projection.
Alright.
I guess it's good to point out that there's two ways of getting metals to go up to the higher metals, purifying them and projecting them, and
yeah,
we'll see which people choose to use here. Hey, go for it.
Yeah, purification or projection is interesting for puzzles like this, where you're only promoting once, because you can kind of think about copper as being the result of either 2 iron and a quicksilver, or either 2 iron or 1 iron and a quicksilver.
Basically, iron has the same value as quicksilver because there's only one projection step.
So
this is why it partially reminded me of Arcorite promotion.
Yeah, there's a certain interchangeability. And yes, and you got that with Arcorite as well. So yeah. Alright. Actually, there's one solve I do want to show that I'm not sure if I'm just going to score it. I'm just going to use the cost solve, but it's... Where is it? I have to scroll up. It is Transcendental,
is this
guys.
the irrational one?
Yeah, this is...
Yeah,
Oh, Transcendental guy.
So, yeah. I don't know how I'm scoring this one. I think Panic worked out that it's somewhere between 39R and 40R. So actually, it is worth showing next. So...
I'm pretty sure it's 30 divided by...
arm?
Quantity 3 minus square root of 5.
Oh yeah, don't ignore the overlay.
It's probably dividing -1 by -1.
Oh, okay.
But it's sorted so that it's not first place because there's an error. Just auto hotkey things.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was wondering why it says 1, but it's on the very bottom. Because 1 is not... One is
it gets sorted based on whether there's an error. Yeah, this isn't actually 1R. But yeah, so this is based on the solve that Biggie has in her blog post, which is 26 over 3 minus square root of 5 rate, which is at period 13, and this one's period 15, so I believe it's 30 over quantity 3 minus square root of 5, which is about 39. And you can look at that blog post if you want to learn more.
It's like 39.27 something. But yeah, if you've never read the Biggie blog posts, fascinating kind of journey into Opus Magnum optimization.
Here it is.
Those are normal numbers for rate. Yeah, sorry everyone, the puzzle was actually possible in 1R this whole time. It just fails, yeah, exactly what Fifi said in chat. It just fails to calculate rate, so, because it just, like, tries, but then realizes that it, like, never actually settles on a steady rate, because that's how irrational rate solves work, so it's just like, alright, fine, 1R. Alright.
Well, yeah, it's like -1 outputs -1 cycles, so that divides to 1.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah,
it's just like a
metrics.
But, interesting oddity, because I think I can just, like, I'm going to have to, like, manually place that one in the rankings. Anyway, moving on, we'll drop down to 30R. This one submitted by 6. It's actually a TI solve. So yeah, this was not optimized for 8. This was optimized for TI. I believe this is not actually 6's best TI solve. But it's the best rate one. So let me just show it real quick. And we can talk about it more in cost, because I think in cost the best TI actually pops up. So
That's the one that's infinity,
yes.
right?
Cost.
They like get stuck or something.
That's right. Yeah, because the actual best TI solve doesn't have a rate. This one had a rate. All right. We'll move on, and we can talk about the actual one that Prop 6 probably wants us to show. All right, so we're gonna skip to 50 first, actually, because I was having a bit of a problem with one of my playtesters, specifically 5381. My solution parser doesn't recognize him as a host, even though I listed him as a host. So he's 56.
Did you put it in quotation marks?
Yeah, I did.
Or did you just type 5381?
No, I put it in quotes.
Yeah, it's probably because it's a number and somehow that.
Yeah, it's because it's a number.
Jank as fuck.
Yeah, but it's a cost solve anyway, so I'm not going to show it. In 51st place at 22R is Riversol. I'm going to zoom right in for this one. I wasn't actually sure how to classify this as cost or rate, so I'm just going to show it here now. Kind of area-ish.
Usually when you can't tell, you just show it with whatever metric is first.
Pretty much, yeah.
But this one has a very clean formula where it's using the projection glyph.
Yeah.
Twice.
Projection only and only 2 inputs. It's the cost algorithm.
We'll be seeing this pop up later.
This is a cost solve then.
Foreshadowing.
Alright. Moving on to 50th. Alright, so those previous, like, 53rd, 54th, 55th, you can actually subtract 1 from that ranking. But our top 50, I'm pretty sure, is accurate. At 50th place, congrats on top 50, is 7P Storm.
Let's go. Top 50.
Top 50.
Yeah, I think for this, which top whatever, people will probably have to recalibrate a little bit. Like, top 10 is kind of going to be an incredible achievement, and, like, top 20 is going to be, like, really good.
Top 10 on a week 1 is like a top 3 in week 6. Almost. It's going to be that tight.
It'd be bricky.
So
yeah, this has some interesting stuff for sure.
The solution notes read, test conclusion rate 16. Can this be done better? Well, I think you'll be seeing it being done a little quicker.
Rate?
So this one is pulling from all 3 inputs, but not as fast as it can. So as long as you're not, like... As long as there's stuff in the inputs that you can use, and you're not pulling them as fast as they can be pulled, which is 1 every 2 cycles, then your rate can be improved in almost every circumstance. There's like a couple weird cases where that's not true.
I'm thinking how this would look if it's just straight up sped up, though.
Now, I wonder what,
With, like, extra arms.
Like, which arm is slowing everything down?
Or basically
8?
just inputs.
Where's
If
arm
there were
8?
more arms to handle
It's
inputs.
It says arm 8 slows it down. Yeah, I think it's just a period thing. Yeah. It's a test solve, so
Like,
that's okay. But
but like with this method of pipelining and like, but with faster inputs, I wonder how it would do.
it probably would. I reckon it had potential to go a fair amount quicker. Were 7T Storm so inclined. Moving on though.
This pipeline is limited to 6R.
Oh, okay. All right, moving on.
Oh yeah, there's no purification. Yeah.
To 49th place, we drop down to 14R with Nightshine. I can zoom in again, which is nice. Alright, reading the solution notes real quick. It's not much, but it's a living. More points on rate than my first solve, a gold solve that was far better in rate than my real gold solve. If you're reading this message, I didn't come back to it. So there you go. I'm pretty sure Nightshine here was basically just dipping their toes into Rate and then never came back to it really, which is valid.
Yeah.
But yeah, projection only again. Getting good use out
and
of.
As Biggie pointed out in the chat, you need 3 of the Quicksilver input for this, so it's gonna be at least 6R.
Yeah, that actually checks.
Yeah, at least 6R.
Funny how even that math works out nicely. There are so many different points where the math works out nicely for this puzzle, which is just, yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
It's funny. It's really nice. Dropping down 48th place at 12R is Punished Gamer.
New player.
New player. Welcome to the tournament.
Punished Gamer with the solution title, Punished Gamer. 12R projection only.
12R projection only with a bit of disposal.
What's it disposing? Oh yeah, because you don't need all the... One of the extra Quicksilver inputs is just for Quicksilver.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It also throws out an extra iron to compensate for the water being thrown out, to rebalance it back to that 6R algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Jamie says, this was my starting solve until my math hit. Yeah, won't talk about the math just yet, but we'll get to the math. Trust me, we will get to the math. Alright.
Probably when the first min rate solve comes up.
Oh, actually before then, because there's a funny reason. In 47th place, at 8R, is Heave. Welcome to the tournament. I know Heave was kind of busting ass to get this done in time, so you did actually beat a good few people as well, so well done.
Nice.
Alright, so this one does use both purification and projection, but it's throwing out the equivalent of one of the reactive waters. I say the equivalent because it comes from different places, like it comes from here, from one of the rusts, and then it just throws out a Quicksilver to compensate. So yeah, it is still a wasteful algorithm, but it comes at 8R.
How much time did Heave spend on this?
Sorry?
How much time did Heave spend on this solve?
Oh, only a... Yeah, the solution notes read, it's horrible because I did this 2 hours before the submission deadline, so it was...
Yeah, 2 hours is impressive.
That is pretty impressive, honestly. Fire bait. There are some good baits. It's a bit shame, because I don't think Min Rate has a good bait.
Yeah.
But while we're here in the nice round hole numbers, we got good beats. Alright. Dropping down, not on primary, but on secondary. We're going to stay at 8R for a bit. And 46th place is Redstone Paradox. Who writes in the solution title, more like some, I suppose. Whoops. Why'd I pause it?
Interesting. So this is Quicksilver limited, but you'll notice it when it pulls one of them, like the third one, I guess, it goes downwards, so it blocks the go for a cycle, which slows down how quickly it can pull.
So you can see here, wait, this one, it like blocks so you can't grab. So yeah. So it's all...
Oh yeah, also when it's going up, that's right, as Hello Jasper points out in chat. So that's what makes it 8R. It could be 6R if it weren't blocking it for 2 cycles like that.
Because yeah, projection only. But yeah, right, it's in the solution notes. Something about this solve feels very summy. It's kind of got that pace. It's like a fast sum solve.
Yeah, but it's got pistons.
But with... Yeah, that's a good point, Best. But I did briefly wonder about some for this puzzle. I think it's a question for the leaderboards, but yeah, there's a number of metrics I think that this puzzle's interesting for. TI, I think, is also interesting, although 6 has a TI solve that we'll see later. Yeah. OMG, it's a piston. Alright. Moving on to 45th place. We will drop down to 6R with Amuset.
Projection minimum.
So it's either projection minimum or there is going to be... Yeah, okay, this one in particular is projection minimum.
Oh boy.
So at
going on.
Yeah, at projection minimum, you are limited by Quicksilver. So you can see the Quicksilver being pulled as often as possible here. One of the hallmarks of min rate is to pull all your inputs as often as possible. Alright, Amuset writes in the solution notes, I knew there was a way to saturate the Quicksilver output for rate, and chirality kept me from seeing it all week, but I'm sure others have done it cheaper. I'd go even further, others have done it quicker.
Because as the Quicksilver input is being pulled as fast as you can, the 2 inputs that have iron in them aren't. And it's possible to make more outputs using those inputs and purifying. So.
Yeah, except it's just not as clean as, 6.
Well, yeah.
6 is a pretty nice spot to optimize, because this solve doesn't have period 6 arms, but you do get at least period 6 arms at 6R. Unless you do a Steven and just wants to solve at 4R, at period 4 anyway. But if you're not doing that, then like you get good multi-use out of your arms. You can do a couple things before it resets with every arm, no matter what. Multi-arms, you can do 3 or 4 things potentially. Yeah. 6R's a nice comfy spot.
A lot of multi-arms.
So it's a nice comfy spot to optimize, which brings us to the next solve. That's 6R at 420G is Guilty Bystander.
That has to be on purpose, right?
420G.
We'll see if there's any unnecessary pistons.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
See, 3 pistons.
I mean, they could be necessary. We don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, see, that one's pistoning.
You're right, Panic. I'm sure there was no other way for ARM 10 to output and give it straight to ARM 12. I think ARM 11 was very necessary.
This passes the no unnecessary pistons restriction.
I totally couldn't, for example, put a track right here and just get ARM 10 to move along the track and then do that. Nah, not saying it.
It has to be trackless. It's trackless rate, right?
Otherwise it's not trackless rate. I have no idea what you're talking about.
This is a very cool motif in the bottom right where it basically makes an entire product just using one hexagon.
Yeah, but that's slow.
Yeah, you can't do that in a real max rate solve because it goes on top of the iron one.
Did you just say max rate? Ooh.
Ooh, max rate.
Never heard of it.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. That term. We have to find a better term.
Max throughput min rate.
I just think
like min interval or something.
Min cadence was your idea.
Yeah,
used.
I don't know about cadence.
C is already used.
Yeah.
Anyway, still at 6R, we will drop down to 360G. This solved by Luna.
Luna, let's go.
This one is using a purifier.
Where's the... Oh yeah, the inefficiency is on 4.
So
like what's... Wait.
Yeah, so, yeah, I was getting DM'd by Luna, and Luna, like, I'm pretty sure Luna knows it goes quicker, but was just more comfy at 6R, because at 6R, like, you can make something a lot tidier and neater, and...
Yeah.
It's probably not going to stay this tidy as, you know, we go down the rate, because it just gets a bit uncomfortably quick, and you need more mechanisms and machinery. So, yeah. You can see a couple of good multi-uses here. You can see Arm 4 doing a few cool rotates at the top corner. Arm 9, big multi-arm, always nice. Accomplishes like 4 different things, so that's a good arm.
And this is showing like the flexibility you get at 6R with the recipe you can use, where you don't have to use 3 Quicksilvers. You can just use 2.
Arm 9 is perfect, yeah. Does it work on the reset?
Arm 9...
Oh.
Right, yeah, it goes, but it does a pickup drop on the same, like it doesn't do any instructions between dropping and picking up. It like does everything.
Oh.
Yeah, because it accomplishes 4 different things. It bonds this... It bonds the copper, and then it bonds both the copper and the water, and then it calcifies, and then it outputs. So it's a great arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that you're always trying to look for, especially when you're doing the cost secondary for rate. Alright, moving on to 42nd place, we will drop down to 5R.
Okay.
Submitted by who?
How is that spelled? Just who?
It's just who. And I will have to zoom out a bit for this, because 5R...
11, 15G.
Week 1 he submits as who, week 2 he submits as whom, week 3 submits as whomst, and he just keeps that going. Alright, so 5R is a funky rate to settle on.
This is very cool. I'm happy that this is solved. Just look at that.
It's a conveyor belt. Let's go.
It's a conveyor belt.
Why is it 5R though? Oh, it's not pulling everything as fast as possible.
Well, it is, but it's wasting some of it.
Oh.
It's wasting quite a bit of it.
Actually, yes. Yeah, so it's pulling as fast as...
going off to the side.
It's pulling as fast as possible, but instead of... Yeah, right. Instead of outputting it all, it just throws away some of it.
Except that, you know, takes the effort to calcify it.
Okay, so let me read the solution notes. It reads, I ran out of time, but I think you can see the intent in the lower right of how the last few products were going to be reconstructed. The water chain is supposed to go down right.
Yeah, this feels like it could be max rate if all of that waste got made into products.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already started being made into products as well.
But yeah, I guess at least one of the ideas was to have this water come down this way and have these two meet and then have these output back in here. But the problem is the outputs are a bit surrounded. And also who ran out of time, so that's a pretty sizable problem. But yeah. Interesting conundrum to have. And you can see some of the geometry problems start to really creep up at this point, because you do have to worry about, like, where you're putting the outputs and, wait, am I going to get all my pipelines to the outputs properly? Because problem builds slowly. It really I liked how the difficulty of rate really crept up on you. You can open the puzzle and get started, and it's only after you get started you realize, wait, there's pipelining issues. And it's really difficult, if not impossible, to see that before opening and playing the puzzle. So you're kind of invested by the time you run into the hard part.
Yeah, when you open the puzzle, you're like, what? Before you open the puzzle, you calculate, yeah, that sounds pretty clean. Sounds pretty good. Open the puzzle. I don't want to do pipelines today.
All right. Moving on. This is the only 5R solve, so we will jump down to 4R, and we have a few 4R solves. So starting at 1,370G at 4R, Jason. It's good to have you back, Jason.
Pronouns Jason.
I've noticed people have been started to fuck with the pronouns a bit more, and just go for it. You can
as they do. What makes this 4R though? Outputting?
It's throwing away. Yeah, it's throwing away some. So it's pulling as fast as possible, but it's just throwing away water here. It's throwing away a bit of copper here, and you can easily see how that becomes an output eventually. You can. Yeah, because that water chain is building way quicker than the copper chains.
Yeah, and one output is outputting faster than the other. It's limited by the left output.
Yeah,
the
interesting.
Right output is outputting every other cycle.
I think are they outputting at different rates? I think they're outputting at the same rate. I think it's just different cadence. See, that's how you use cadence.
Used to be like every other cycle.
The right one's every 4, because it's just an arm that's going back and forth. The other one is kind of weird, but it must be going at 4 too.
I think it's I think it's still 4R.
Yeah. So it's just the waste.
Yeah, it's just the waste, really. And you have to turn those into both outputs, because it needs to be both outputs that go at min rate for it to be at min rate.
Right. And you also, those outputs have to include Quicksilver, which is a little bit mysterious, right? Because there's no Quicksilver being thrown away here.
Yeah.
So in order to recover that Quicksilver, you actually have to change the ratio that you're purifying versus projecting at. You have to project less often and purify more often to recover more Quicksilver.
I think chat's claiming the left output's outputting 4 every 16, which was my suspicion. So, yeah. They're both 4R.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that's why it is. I guess the long tape is because of the track loop, though.
Yeah, it's probably LCM issues. Alright. Moving on. We will take a sizable drop in costs down to 705 with Fuyu. This one, way more compact. Looks kind of pretty, actually.
This almost looks more like a cycle solve.
Oh, that is a pretty clean looking 4R. Lots of track, but hey, it's pretty clean.
29 cycles. Yeah, this feels more like a cycle solve.
So there's only one purification glyph, only one projection glyph.
It's not pulling the inputs at full rate. The top 2 are both only 1 per 4. I think. Or no,
it's only it's the top at 4R. You have to pull, I think, 2 of. I think at 4R you have to pull 2 of the 3 inputs at min rate, and then one of them at half rate, unless you're throwing shit out.
Right. So yeah, it seems that the top one is being pulled at half rate. Which
even 4R is a comparatively clean algorithm. To min rate.
We're really hyping up this min rate thing, aren't we?
Because I think
that's where we're going. We'll be there soon.
Because I think with 4R, unless I'm mistaken, you can basically dedicate one of the rusts to one output, one of the rusts to the other output, and then just kind of split the quint input in half. This doesn't quite do it like that. I think this one dedicates extra quints to this half so that it's easier to make, so that you don't have to debond that part, and then just like compensates by putting extra rust into this clean vitriol output.
Ah yes, quint.
Quint! I said quint.
But yeah, you could imagine how the top one, if it were pulled every 2, both of them could go to the left, and it could be the only thing that goes to the left instead of the bottom one going alternating sides. But yeah, it is a little bit. I can see how it would be misleading, because it's like, well, it's not going to be useful for me to pull more of that top input, because I would need to make an output with Quicksilver in it, and that input doesn't have Quicksilver in it. So how does that work? But yeah, it's just the ratio of pure ejection that allows you to create that Quicksilver using an iron input.
All right. Moving on, still at 4R. Oh wow, cool. We actually have a tie for 38th place.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, wow.
4R.
I did not know about this tie. Cool.
A tie at 4R. Okay.
At 4R, at exactly 500G, and at 112 instructions, we have both Egg Sucker 888 and Rat Massive. So this is Egg Suckers. They can't be the same solve. Hold on. Let me just skip ahead. No, they're not the same solve. They're completely different solves, but they tie.
Wow, okay.
That is
I guess 112 just...
Are they the same period at least?
Alright, so eggs.
How many arms are they each?
Yeah, it might be like same period, same arms, full instructions.
So period 8, 14 arms, and the other one is period 8, 14 arms. And there's probably like yeah. And all the glyph usage and track usage and multi-arms, they just balance out perfectly. That is a pretty cool tie.
And area doesn't matter, so...
So this one uses a lot more multi-arms. I think the other one used a lot more track.
Oh, extra drop instructions as knobs actually matter, Biggie points out in the chat.
What's this?
I guess the other solve must have drops that are used to pad out the instruction tape.
Oh, no way. Oh. Well, it didn't cost... It didn't cost a place. It just meant Egg Sucker gets to move up from 39th to 38th. Yeah. So look at that.
Yeah.
Look at all these useless drop instructions in the tape.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. That's funny.
Interesting.
Blank no
it is an instruction tertiary.
I can't believe that mattered. Oh man, that's pretty cool. This one does not use waste instructions. Every instruction's needed here. This is a really cool looking solve. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tri-arms. Alright, so this is a 4R that disposes, because it's pulling everything as fast as possible, but it does in fact dispose. So...
It's disposing the equivalent of one of the Rust inputs.
Also, if you will all excuse me, I'm going to turn the volume down a bit, because they're going to start getting pretty loud.
Oh yeah.
They're not getting quieter, I can tell you that much. Alright, so it's funny, there seems to be a few different ways to do 4R, because this one... Alright, so this bottom rust goes entirely to clean vitriol. This top rust goes half and half. It's half clean vitriol, half dirty vitriol. The quicksilver is entirely dirty vitriol, and then just kind of throws out the equivalent of one rust every 4 cycles, so that you can think about this rust as being just thrown away, not being grabbed every 2 cycles, but it is being grabbed. It's just being thrown out, and that waste is going to it's being handled partly by the quicksilver instead, which makes the quicksilver pipeline here really straightforward. So yeah,
it's as if that rust input were only being pulled at half rate, and then the water were being like passed over, except it's like teleporting. I maybe you understand what I'm saying. Like when it goes in the disposal, it's as if it's like teleporting over here, if you like work out the math of it.
Oh, I see in chat everyone saw my lustrous tech puzzle.
Yeah.
Wonder why I would need that for cost.
Oh boy, is lustrous used again?
I'm not going to explain it further, but I don't mind that you all saw that. I'm just going to let you all stew in that for a bit. Can I zoom in further? I can zoom in further. Nice. Alright, this is the other 38th place. Alright, this one has notes, so... Boiled my first solution down, removed a bunch of track area, and a very shameful arm. I think anything with a better rate would probably necessitate alternating between projecting and purifying the copper, and then splitting those amongst the two outputs, which is way above my pay grade. Looking forward to the show. I think Rat Massive is right. I think you do have to do something like that.
And it's probably wise to avoid that.
If you know that's a problem and that you don't want to solve it, this is a good place to stop. Alright, so you see this one, slightly different. No disposal. Instead, it's pulling this rust once every 4. And instead, it's splitting both the Quicksilver and one of the rusts between the two outputs and just dedicating this one to clean Vitriol. Interesting how it balances out perfectly. So, as I said before, a lot less multi-arms, more track. And there's a multi-bonder here in the middle too. But, yeah. You could have claimed 38s for yourself, but with the extra drop instructions, you're going to have to share it with Eggsucker 888. Alright. That was, in fact, those two combined were the cheapest 4Rs. So, we move on.
Oh, are we on min right now?
No, we're not. There is one solve between 4R and min rate, and I'm so sorry, but it's Jamu.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry, but you miscalculated min rate.
How? Oh, that's zooming in. All the yarns. Oh, is there disposal? Is disposal gonna be used?
Yes, it does occasionally get used.
Oh, yeah.
It does occasionally get used. And it throws out, I believe, 1 Quicksilver and 1 Salt per tape loop. Which...
So, since everything is basically equivalent in this puzzle, you have 5 pieces of metal and 5 pieces of water per output set.
Yeah, because you have to remember a cost can be either 2 iron or 1 iron, 1 Quicksilver.
Yeah.
So that Quicksilver can be one of the coppers, and then you have water to go with it.
So there's effectively 5 metals per output set and 5 salts per output set.
Yeah. And I guess the way to think, and because there are 3 metals per input set and 3 salts per input set, so the way you do it and figure out min is by flipping those numbers, so that, because you have 3 per input set and 5 per output set, so you need 5 of the input to make 3 of the outputs, and that's how you get min rate.
So it's very clean, n over 3.
You sound so enthused. This solve, I don't even know what the fraction is. It's like 3.
I think it's 32 over 9.
32 over 9. That is a lot more cursed than the actual ratio.
32 itself is clean though. 10 is not.
Alright, we'll read the solution notes. Jamu writes, "Wow, epic. This was a 4R solve until I realized the waste could be made into another pair of products. I understand how the water Quicksilver pair is not grabbed at max rate." Oh, is the water Quicksilver not grabbed every 2? Oh yeah, it's not grabbed every 2.
Oh yeah, and it disposes too.
Let me zoom in a bit so we can actually, like, attempt... Jeez, it's just like it's gonna be like this for a bit. There's gonna be like a giant sea of arms, and the giant sea just gradually gets smaller and smaller. I'm I understand. Yeah, I understand how the water quicksilver pair is not grabbed at min rate, but I wouldn't think an extra 2 water and 2 quicksilver would be beneficial, since if I use the said 2 quicksilver for metal promotion, I wouldn't be able to make the product with the quicksilver in it. And if I only use 1, then I wouldn't be able to create 2 copper atoms, rendering the extra quicksilver water useless, which makes me believe that this is min rate :D. If there is a way to go below this, how?
There are 10 irons per 5 sets of inputs. 8 of those go into purification, 2 of those go into projection. So that would leave you with 3 quicksilvers and 6 copper.
I'm so sorry, Jamu. You're gonna have to bounce back next week, or in cost.
Or in cost, yeah.
Or in cost.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. That is the only 32/9 solve. So, in case people were wondering, we had 36 scoring contestants at min rate. 36.
Let's go.
With the first one in particular that I'm showing here clocks in at 6,360 cost. Oh.
Somebody took just add more arms very seriously.
Now alright, I'm turning collision off since area actually doesn't matter.
Yeah, good idea.
Was it the collision patch? Yeah. I'm gonna be turning that one on since area does not yet matter. And when it does matter, it's gonna be on cost, so that's fine. Oh, it's still lagging a bit.
Yeah, the lag is because of instructions.
Oh, it's not even. Oh, I think I installed that patch as well. So this one's just that. This one's just that big.
Yeah, okay, then we can't really do anything about it.
By the way, that's as far out as I can zoom. I'm not even.
What is it doing to have to do this?
There's the map. Wait.
Oh, there we go.
There's the complete map of the solve.
Oh, it just goes all the way around.
All right. So whoops. So let me. Oh, what's the? Yeah. All right. So there is a way to pass this, and it's not by using this solve, because. Oh my god. Even zooming in's a problem. Alright, so I do have a solve here that's going to help us analyze this that is like half the cost. So where is Mr. Heals? It's like... Yeah, it's this one.
I assume it's minimum, but I assume it's just not min rate.
So what he did, yeah, it's not at min rate. So what he did was he made this, and this is like half throughput. And yeah, this is already pretty big.
Oh, a mess.
Right, this is the small version. But it doesn't lag my computer, so we can actually look at it for a bit. And you can notice that it's like, it's only grabbing, I think it's only grabbing once every 4. Yeah, it's only grabbing once every 4.
It doubles it.
So it basically like uses this machinery and then like doubles it. And then it has to do some other, like, routing to get stuff to the outputs. So it has to, like, double it and then loop back in on itself. So it ends up being more than double the cost of this. But this is... Yeah, this is half throughput.
This is when bricking would be a very useful idea.
Yeah, there are a lot of arms here that are sort of moving things around.
So, yeah, so I believe this outputs 6 of each output every 40 cycles.
Hmm.
Because, yeah, it's 3 every 10... That's the input to output ratio. So it's actually, you're outputting 3 of each every 20 cycles?
Yeah, so this is 3 every 20, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot of the arms are doing the same thing, though. I wonder why it's duplicated out so much.
Yeah, thank God I had that
It's
minimap.
2 purification stations, which would be necessary. Wait, no, not at half rate.
It's 2
They
purifications.
probably don't want to deal
There's
with
one
fast enough glyph usage.
There's there's 2 projectors and 2 purification glyphs.
Every 4 cycles for 1 glyph usage isn't too much, though. God damn, this is complicated.
Yeah, sometimes the like first solve that you see is very clear as to what's going on. This one, not as much.
This might
It
be
is
the
appreciated that there's a half one though, so at least it's possible to look at it without everything lagging.
The full version might just be the worst possible starting point to try and explain how to get min rate. Look at this shit.
It'll get easier from here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
It gets easier from here, but let's just marvel at this real quick. We're going back up to the full version. I believe it's mirrored. In fact, yeah, it's mirrored. So mirror tool probably came in clutch here. I would not like to... There were probably a lot of tools being used here. I imagine OM clone was used at some point, or OM sim, or which one ever feigned it.
I don't feel like those would be all that useful. Because those are usually for like more efficient instruction placements on single arms.
Just real quick, how
This
many...
is not a This is a bit more than a single arm.
I wanna know what the final arm count is.
Oh boy.
Holy shit. What, triple digits. Not done yet. Past 200. 216 arms.
Wow.
Wow.
This is very impressive.
This is an absolute masterpiece of... Post this one on the Reddit. You want karma. Absolutely stellar work, Mr. Hills. We'll have to move on though. Alright. So the first min rate solve that's not that one, it comes from Cosmic Horror, clocking in at 1,775 G.
There we go. That's a more reasonable number.
There we go. Took a couple of attempts, but I could press F10 and we're out of the lag. Okay. So this one's...
Wow, that's a lot of arms.
Alright, this one's pretty interesting though, because it's a 4R solve that was repurposed. A lot like what Jamie was trying to do, but this one didn't throw anything out. So this one's actually kind of easier to pass. What I can do is see if I can find the 4R solve that it compares against. Oh, I can't. Never mind. It was deleted from the submission list. That's okay. But it was basically this same machine, but without the top bit, without this bottom bit, and without the bit on the far right. Because you can see the far right are handling the +1 pipelines. So we can talk about what the actual math of min rate and what the pipelines need to look like. So this one, I would say, has 4 pipelines, right? And it's pretty clear. There's this one like main pipeline that goes from rust to output, and there's another one here, rust to output. And it outputs twice every 10 cycles. But that's not 3 times every 10 cycles. You got one you need to worry about. And that's where this other pipeline comes in. Pulls an extra rust. The rust goes on a bit of a fucking journey. And the spare quicksilver comes in handy. Because one of the spare quicksilver inputs goes to the top. One goes to the bottom, I believe. Did I get that right? Yeah, I got that right. But it does it in a weird way where it splits each in half. But then beyond that, you can see it's cutting, and it also, yeah, so this, the problem is, you need this quicksilver input. Parts of it goes to all 4 pipelines. And it's kind of nicely spaced out here. They don't need to travel too much, but that's because this is an expensive solve. So the cheaper you get, the more that becomes a problem. Because, yeah, you don't want to have to deal with that problem, but you kind of just have to deal with that problem. Of course, there are other routes, there are other ways to do, like, because this is a 4 pipeline method, it does not necessarily have to be 4 pipelines. And we'll see how exactly you go about doing that later. I'm not sure how much later, because I did not analyze all the solves. There are 37 min rate solves. In fact, there are a couple more. But yeah. Moving on to 34th place. Now you all have to start worrying about the secondaries.
Oh, what's the secondaries?
Oh, it's not that much of a drop. It's 1,690G, submitted by Fifi in Art.
Still a drop.
Still a drop.
Arms.
Huh. This is cool. It puts both of the rust inputs next to each other. So it can just, like, make that diamond shape.
So, yeah, wherever the rust inputs go, it has a buddy to come with it along pretty much the entire journey.
And it makes it quite easy to throw them both into the purifier.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason for it.
So, interesting note, there's a disposal glyph, and that's used here for an initialization bet. So, you might ask, Zorflax, how is the disposal glyph useful if min rate requires you to not throw anything out? Well, that's true for the steady state, for when this thing starts looping. But this is for before it starts looping, because you just kind of need to get the machine started, because like this Quicksilver's got a water attached and the water is needed elsewhere earlier or something like that. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. And so there's a bit of Quicksilver ready, but just before you actually need it. So what you can do, you can kind of handle it conditionally so that these arms just don't activate yet. And so when they activate, they'll grab all the Quicksilver. But before they activate, it just throws it out. But you see, now it starts grabbing the Quicksilver. So none of it gets thrown out for the rest of time.
Mm-hmm.
Also, see the pipelines get a bit confusing to look at, but I'm pretty sure this also does this. It's a 4 pipeline method. So you can see this top one is, this top left is going to be the main 2 every 10 pipeline. And then this middle bit here kind of interestingly handles the leftovers. The bottom pipeline is your main 2 every 10, and then the far right is your leftovers. This is a vague map.
Purification glyphs, huh?
Sorry?
Oh, Kelly Reese has mentioned this as 3 purification glyphs. The minimum is 2.
Yes, so interesting note. As Callie Reese, I think was the first one that pointed out to me during the week, was that you need at least 2 purification glyphs. Because you need to do at least 3, I think you need to do at least 3 purifications every 10 cycles. 4, sorry, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you need to do at least 4 purifications on every 10 cycle loop, and the purification glyph just does not work that fast. So you need at least 2 of them. This one has 3
purification works every 3 cycles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's like slightly over the limit. That's one thing about the 5/10 period, is that a lot of things are just like slightly over the limit. You can see hex arms are used in some places here where it does the like spin drop, or like grab, spin drop, grab, spin drop, like right after each other. Because
4 is such a clean number in Opus Magnum, and this is just under that.
Right. 3.33 is just under 4. So like, there's a lot of things that it's like, it's almost possible, but it just doesn't quite work.
Yeah, and that's another one of the things that like you see. Oh, I need 5 of every input to make 3 of every output. So that's 3 every 10, right? And you don't kind of realize how annoying that number 10 is to work with until you really have to try and output 3 times every 10.
Mm-hmm.
And as Miss is saying, it's just Opus Magnum does not like that number.
Opus Magnum is not a base 10 game.
No, it is not a base 10 game. Fifi and Art writes in the solution notes, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I never want to see this solve again.
Fair.
And I think that's a good note to leave that solve on. At 33rd place, we have Madder Monkey at 1,590 G.
Dropping 100 per solve.
We just dropped 100 G. Outside of top 30.
Let's hope that slows down. Track loops. Holy track loops.
Holy track loops.
Yeah, this has the vaunted Byron track loop going on the left there.
The Biarm track loop is really cool. It is expensive though. It does not come cheap. I think I added up earlier. It costs 240 Gilda to make a track loop that exquisite.
No cost too great though.
Actually, Madder Monkey writes in the solution notes, I will not let worldly concerns such as finances, the budget, and please you'll bankrupt us prevent me from achieving minimum rate. I like that.
All in the name of speed.
This handles the output with a Quicksilver in it very cleanly. You can like barely even tell there's anything. Like it sort of inserts the copper from that stuff that's going on the top in a way that's like very slick.
It like conjoins the pipelines before actually outputting, which I think is cool.
So there's like a single mechanism that's doing the output, but it's just sneaking in that copper and water.
So yeah, this is
one of the outputs for every third output.
Yeah, you can think of this as having like four pipelines conjoined into three, because the other one handles it kind of in a more traditionally 2+1 kind of way. But yeah. The other
Hello Jasper mentions the cradling of the Quicksilver. I think that motif of bonding the Quicksilver and then unbonding it right before where you want to project with it is very strong, and that'll show up in a lot of solutions. So it's just so natural to bond, and then because you have to unbond it anyway, so you might as well wait until it's where you need it to unbond it.
It's just really cool because the reason it saves costs, and I'll go back to Cosmic Horror Solve to illustrate this, is because it means you don't have to do this shit at the top, right? Because that's like 100 G right there. That's another 100 G right there. That is expensive. That adds up. And what you can do instead is to like try and integrate the movement of that particular Quicksilver atom or whatever you're trying to move. Just bond it onto shit that needs to be moved anyway. And yeah, and suddenly you just, instead of needing a bunch of arms to like send it on a journey manually, it kind of goes on the journey automatically with just a bonder and a debonder.
And you needed the debonder anyway to get it off there, so.
Right.
Yeah, so it's bricking.
So, yeah. Thus, the benefits of bricking. I think I'm...
if you can get it to work.
yeah, then that is an if. It's like pretty... I'd say it's some pretty advanced cost-saving tech. I'd call that. At least in the context of, like, this puzzle's RG.
And meanwhile, all the other things just need to be debonded immediately because purification.
Because purification.
We hate purification.
Although there is something you can do, I don't know if this solve does it, where you can like bond two of the rusts together. And
you can bond the water first, right?
Right, and then use that, move that around, and then unbond both of the irons right by the purification. So.
All right. Moving on. In 32nd place at 1,565 G, we have random name.
Let the pile-ups pile up.
In fact, I'll have to zoom out a bit more for this one.
Speaking of bricking.
Bricking! Alright, so more than just a bonder and a debonder, but you still get the basic idea. It is bricking to transport all this shit.
And as a way of sort of splitting it up into the right ratio, I guess, for the two halves. Very interesting.
Alright, so
setup disposal again.
Alright, so the claim here by random name is that this probably costs twice what it needs to. So half of this, rounding down, would give you 730 G.
Wow.
Wait, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. I lie. It gives you 780 G.
782.5.
Yeah, just round it down a bit. So, we'll see. We'll see how that 780G. We'll see if that number pops up.
So this one also does something where it injects a copper and a water into the Quicksilver pipeline, but it uses this thing which I think is really cool you can do in this period 10, which is you have a hex arm that does just grab, swing, drop, grab, swing, drop, grab, swing, drop in 9 instructions. And it fits very well because you're trying to output 3 things.
Right, and once again, it's like the pipelines are conjoined a bit. So, yeah. You have this essentially operating, like, it's like almost once every 3. It's not quite once every 3. There's like 1 spare instruction, but that's okay. That's not much waste.
But it's very effective use of a hex arm if you can pull it off.
Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, and of course hex arms are also useful multi-directional, so you can try and work around that hex arm and try and get it to accomplish more than what, like, a single arm could ever hope to achieve. Even on track.
The hex arms can grab, drop, or grab, rotate, drop 3 times every 10 cycles. I use that a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out, is that that's a 10 cycle thing. It's possible. It's cool to see it.
The thing is, you can't grab from that hex arm, though.
Right.
Because it's grab, drop, rotate, grab, rotating, dropping too fast.
So you either have to pull it off by bonding something to it that you're grabbing and then swinging it off on the cycle that it drops, or just have it drop on something that's like an output.
Yeah,
which is what
wanding or outputting, or disposing.
So Random Name mentions in the notes that he saved 400G from the original design, which is actually what inspired this name. Because I think when you made it, it was more like 2000G or something, so... There you go. Nevertheless, we'll see if the prediction is accurate. Alright.
Right to me.
Coming in at 31st place at 1,530G. No longer breathed in.
Keep them piling.
Alright. This one, I'm going to analyze this one in halves because the zoom isn't zooming quite far enough. But there's a nice halfway point here. It's kind of cut with the rust inputs and the arms. So you have this like top section where most of the stuff initially starts. This is also where the reactive water lives. And then it'll take some of this excess, mostly the reactive water, but there's also like, you know, there's like this water atom that has to go on a journey. And kind of help out here with this bottom pipeline with the clean vitriol, actually. So this, I would also say, has like a 4 pipeline method, really, because this, let's see, bottom right is the +1, bottom left is the main. And here, I believe it's top left is the main, and then top right handles the +1.
And this one has 2 projections, interestingly, sitting right next to each other at the bottom half.
Yeah, right. Probably, yeah. It might have just been like, oh, I don't have enough time to try and use one. It doesn't look convenient trying to save that X second projection glyph, because you need to use extra track, and maybe your timing just doesn't work out, so, yeah. Also, apparently the previous solution title was a Beatles reference. Should have kept it. I actually don't know what Suez Sinai references.
No Longer Breathe mentions it. 1956, the Suicide Crisis.
Oh, it actually does Oh, that's what I thought it was. I was just like, do you mean Suez Canal? But it actually is referencing that.
Yeah, because it's 1956 and this is 56 cycles.
Oh, and the other one was 64 cycles, which is why it got the Beatles reference. Oh, Sgt. Pepper Side B Track 2 is called When I'm 64. Aha!
The lore.
Those are some. I appreciate references like that. There's like modern history references. That's my jam a bit. I like that. All right. Moving on. We dip below 1500 for the first time with 1490 G. Not great. Congrats on top 30.
Yo.
Yeah, top 30.
Top 30 is an achievement now.
Yeah.
We are now about 1/4 way through the stream.
Oh no. We gotta speed things up.
How long have we been going for? Oh
An
shit.
hour and 16.
75 minutes. That's Alright, we're on pace for it. I think I'm going to be able to speed it up a lot more when we do cost. So I'm hoping cost comes
cost
in.
is gonna...
We're going to... It's
Cost
hopefully...
has a lot more
Cost will come in clutch, I think, to save this stream from being a monstrosity. But... not great writes in the solution notes. I had such plans, and yet I made this monstrosity. Definitely not in the top 50%, though there are some neat near misses in several places. Let me, I'm zooming in a bit so I can slow it down. Actually, I think I should just keep it slowed down a bit from now on when we're analyzing these, because...
Yeah.
Or at least, maybe just to analyze the near misses. 49 here is like right in the middle of some serious heat. Gets grazed here by a cut from two completely opposite directions. That's pretty neat. Neat near misses around here in this pipeline. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, this is another 4 pipeline solve. It's kind of, I think 4 pipeline is kind of the most, I'd call that the orthodox way of treating the pipelines.
4 pipeline sounds clean.
Hmm.
It also sounds expensive though.
It does. There is actually a piston in this solve as well, right in the middle. It's mostly covered, but it needs to be a piston because there's an arm right behind it that probably needs to be exactly that. Yeah. All right. We got another exorbitant track loop here. Not quite as exorbitant as the other double arm track loop, but that's a luxurious track loop.
Yeah, that's like some instruction saving type thing.
Alright. Coming in at 29th place, we do start to take a bit of a drop. At 1,000...
Oh, no, not the drops.
We do start the drops. All the way... Yeah, we start the drops at 30th. Be scared. At 1,370 G is 42 Genius 42. Heath Robinson, Rate Monster. Another modern history reference. No, actually, not that modern, but kind of modern.
Surgery.
Alright, I'll read the notes here because it gets pretty in-depth here. Heath Robinson, born 1872, died 1944, was an English illustrator of overly complex, elaborate machines to achieve simpler aims. Wallace and Gromit are a homage to Heath Robinson. And he's being referenced here to describe this particular rate machine. This machine can probably be massively simplified on cost, but took me ages to get this, so that's not going to happen. 45 arms, at least 3 too many, winky face, and loads of track. At least area isn't an issue for this metric. Also, there are, if you count them, 42 track X's. So, bit of a redemption for 42 Genius 42.
42, let's go.
This nightmare machine throws out all 3 inputs every 2 cycles and eventually outputs the products created with no waste, so I assume I have min rate. You would be correct in that. Yes, that is how you can just do min rate without calculating it, unless there's projection math that you have to do. But yeah, you're pulling out every input as often as possible. You're not wasting any of it. You're outputting it as often as possible. You have min rate. You can just, as a logical deduction, you do not need math for, unless unless pure projection math.
I mean, there's slight math in 3 times 5 divided by 3.
I think there is a bit of math here anyway, but even if there wasn't, because you have the salt likes that come out at the same rate anyway, so actually does not matter. As I suspect many machines will, this outputs in 5/4 time, i.e. to the Mission Impossible theme music. Or for those who know the main Final Fantasy VIII battle theme music. There you go. I'm not enough of a music nerd that I can name 5/4 time tracks, but it is cool. Okay, so analyzing the solve itself though, the Rust inputs are put together again, and they're all, most of them are translated. I don't think they're all translated. Yeah, so 4 of every 5 are translated, and then there's that extra one that you kind of have to yoink out of this pipeline because you don't want to purify it. You need them projected, I think. So yeah, they both end up getting projected. They enter this bottom kind of chain thing, which I think is handled really cool. I like this chain. In fact, this is some pretty slick debonding. If you have a look at this top corner here. Debonds, that's one clean vitriol. Bonds and debonds at the same time, and you've got another vitriol here once you pivot back. And then you can bond the third one. And there's your 3 vitriols, and there's all 3 that you output, and you just need to get them
and
in.
Now next 3 cycles, bam, bam, bam.
Yep.
And then the cycle after that, the next one swings over.
Bang,
it's very satisfying.
Bang, bang. And it's just in time. It's actually, this is a really cool, this is really cool rapid fire surgery. It looks like it was a pain in the ass to figure out. God.
Brick first, then figure it out.
And it just barely worked out from the looks of it, so very nicely done.
Oh wow, so many people have like long track loops. Mine also operates on a 10.
That's the part of the solutions we're in.
I didn't find track loops worth it.
Interestingly, this one only has this. So I wouldn't call this 4 pipelines at all. I would only call this 3 pipelines, because this left side here is just that is one pipeline that's handling all 3 at a cadence of period 3. Not quite, but so you can see that purification handles 3 projections, and all 3 become the copper that in the dirty vitriol. This reactive water all becomes dirty vitriol, and then yeah, one of the waters from that becomes the thing that's bonded to with this multi. So this is a clean kind of, this is your pipe, how do we call this? The pipeline that outputs all 3. It's like a super pipeline or something.
Meta pipeline.
A meta pipeline, yeah. Something like that. Anyway, so there's some actually real cool tech in this solve. And we're oh no, we got a drop. At 1,175
oh, big
G.
drop. Big drop.
We have Matrix V. Welcome to the tournament.
Polyps, please. Polyps, please.
Nice.
Oh,
wow, this is like
compact.
area.
Yeah, wow. If area was the secondary, damn. You could probably jig this up into a really good rate solve. RA solve.
Change them into pistons, there's probably an RA.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so it looks like this is attempting to do a 2 pipeline method, because that thing you do with the super pipeline, you can do it to the other vitriol if you want, and only have 2 pipelines. But the problem is both of your pipelines are at period 3, and with all the shit that needs to fly around, period 3 pipelines yeah, you got 2 of them, so a lot of machinery. But this is this is extremely compact. There's actually not that much like swinging and movement that needs to happen because there are only 2 pipelines. Yeah, if RA was the metric, I think this was the play. I think 2 pipelines definitely would have been, no question, the best way to go about it. But RG, it's very open-ended. RG, maybe it's 4 pipelines, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 2. I think it's a lot more unclear with RG.
Mm-hmm.
Panic was actually,
really...
you can thank Panic for the secondary. I was thinking RI, and Panic talked me into doing cost secondary.
Yeah, it didn't seem like an RI puzzle to me. I don't know. Maybe it would have worked out, but
it looks like an RG puzzle, or RA even, but RI.
I think it's cool how the bottom or like the middle rust it's moving in 3 different directions that are all one away to like do its things. Like the atoms from it, the iron atoms don't move very far away. They
Not at all.
Like, little tiny region around it.
In fact, that bottom rust, that never gets swung. That's all goes to projection, purification.
And here we see the 2 purification glyphs, the minimum you can have.
Yeah, 2 purification glyphs, 1 projection glyph.
Oh, yeah. Minimum glyphs. Minimum metal glyphs.
Yeah, RA was the metric. I reckon this is top 10. No question.
Mm-hmm. Certainly this approach is very good.
This is a pretty sick solve, nevertheless. Oh wait, there were no solution notes. I will move on. In 27th place, we go down to 1,130G with Zanuck. Welcome to the tournament, Zanuck. Zoom back out for this one. We're back into RG territory.
Why can't RA do the cheese? Because it's RA at infinity.
Oh yeah, area is calculated at infinity. Panic knows all about area at infinity.
Yeah, it basically waits until it gets into a repeating steady state, and then if the area isn't increasing, then you have an area at infinity. Otherwise, you don't. Or, well, you don't yet. Soon.
Alright, so the solution notes read, an abomination built on the somewhat decent rate 4 machine, but a working abomination nevertheless. Now with more tracks and fewer arms. Low-key proud of getting those 2 arms on 1 track. Oh, he's referring to this middle bit here. Yeah, it's pretty cool actually. That's nice.
It's like, yeah, track river tech.
Yeah.
Zanuck said they gained 1 place with the 210G. 1 place is still something.
I'm so sorry. You came right after the big drop. So, yeah, actually, it worked out to be really unfortunate for you.
No.
This one's interesting because the copper connected to the Quicksilver output is never actually projected. It's always purified.
So, actually, funny story about... so last year, I believe it was Panic's week 4 area puzzle. Was it week 4?
I think
week
so.
4, yeah. Biosteel filament.
Biosteel filament. Yeah. I spent about an hour finding a 76 area. I spent another 20 finding a 75. That 75 got me 1 placement. 76 would have gotten me 8th or something anyway, or 7th. And yeah, I ended up finishing 6th after like busting my balls and sacrificing some 4.
Yeah.
So it happens.
That's like sacrificing the sub-metric?
Yeah, I know. I did it with a heavy heart because I was so invested in area.
Area was fun on that puzzle. Yeah, it was a fun area puzzle.
It was.
Sparse infinites go burn. It was a good sparse infinite puzzle too.
Good job, Panic.
Yeah, as Halojaster says, no stories, go faster.
Alright.
Go.
All right. In 26th place, at 1,115 G, Existenzium.
Okay, I've heard that name.
No,
Have you been to the tournament or just the weeklies?
It could be Existenzium's first tournament, maybe. First or second.
Yeah, I think he's new. I don't know.
I think his name popped up in the weeklies. I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that name.
Yeah. You're in the tournament now, the big one. And it's a pretty good placement too.
We are now in the top half. We are past the 50th percentile.
Ooh.
Alright, so this is, this looks like a 3 pipeline. Yeah. So the left pipeline is handling all 3 of the dirty vitriol. Well, top left, I should say. The bottom pipeline handles 2 of the 3 clean vitriol, and top right handles the final clean vitriol. So, I guess at this point, like, how do you get better than this? How do you get under this? Because this is starting to, like, the routing and pipelining looks pretty clean. Like, the atoms here are very... Everything... He knows exactly where he's putting what. It's very well organized. And, yeah, I think as Biss quietly mentioned, it was track. Yeah, all comes down to... Because track adds up when you're building at this scale. Track really adds up.
Well, and the arms on the track, too.
Oh, and the number of... Yeah.
Make them loop around, so you end up with 3 arms where maybe 1 hex arm could do the same job.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think track does let you... It gives you more flexibility in how you can move atoms around. When you start trying to remove track, you run into geometrical constraints about, well, I want this atom to be here, but that's not a movement that an arm can do.
It's
so now, like, yeah, how do I change the rest of my solution so it's possible? Is there a way I can, like, do it in 2 movements? Like, yeah. Becomes more of a fine art.
Alright. Coming in at 25th place at 1,000 G. Now,
1,000 exactly now.
Our final 4-digit cost number. Newchar.
Oh no, Newchar.
Newchar.
Whoa.
The hex arms. That is a forest of hex arms. The collective term for hex arms is forest.
Got some interesting triangle shape being made on the left there. And then moving around and being debonded.
That's like keep right shit right there. Yeah, the shape of the molecule at least. Okay, so this one's a bit funky because of all the hex arms, but alright, top pipeline here looks like it's handling 2 of every 3, but also like hands off the rust so that it can be projected for the final odd one out pipeline. And there's another 2+1 happening, so this is a 4 pipeline solution.
These hex arms are wild.
These are pretty interesting hex arms, eh?
Purification enjoys hex arms.
Yeah.
This is true.
Oh yeah, and there's a link 3 arm nestled amongst the hexes.
Oh yeah. This arm right here. I can just it goes hard, doesn't it?
There's arm 5.
Pretty clutch swing too. It goes through an input. Whoosh.
I can see where it turned into a mess, or this turned into a mess came from, because I think the part with all the hex arms was probably the first part.
Yeah.
And it was very cool, and then it was like, wait a minute, there's all this other stuff that has to happen too.
So oh wait, I need 4 pipelines with 3 inputs and 2 outputs. How the hell?
Yeah, I feel like this zone here that we're starting to get into is I started out with something really cool and then had to fix it up to actually work.
So this is the phenomenon that I was talking about earlier, where you get about halfway in and you're like, wait, shit, it's not quite going to work out. And that just seems to happen a lot with rate on this puzzle. You get to a point where it's halfway, 3/4, a quarter in, and you're like, ah, shit, pipelining. Alright, moving on. At 24th place, at 985 G, is Faindeer.
Kind of a pilot. We're starting to hear the big names now.
Look at that. This similar hex arm tech.
Quite similar hex arm tech. Alright, so this is another 4-pipeline method solution. So the odd one out here on the, it kind of handles this on the far bottom left here. It kind of handles it very slowly and gradually. It just, like, it just plucks one of every... Yeah, it tries... this arm 18 just very, very slowly brings copper around down here so that arm 22 and arm 25 can just kind of sneak it past the input so that it can meet up with its fellow quicksilver water atoms and become the odd one out on the dirty pipeline. And then this big hex arm 14 in the middle. It will handle the main pipeline, and the other arms kind of work around arm 14. And it works out pretty nicely because that's the projection one.
And this one also, the thing on the right-hand side is basically operating at like period 4, sort of.
Yeah.
Because it's very consistently producing that bonded pair of a copper and a water on one side, and then the salt that's coming off on the other side. And that's why, so this one is period 20, because this period 4 part has to interface with the rest of it, which is like, has a every 10, or like, yeah, 5 or 10 cadence.
And that's...
So...
Yeah, sorry.
And yeah, people in chat were talking about, I thought 20 was natural, and I think this is what I was thinking about, the reason why, because if you have a mechanism like this that is sort of pseudo-period 4, the LCM there is going to be 20.
Yeah, and like 10 is not a nice number in Opus Magnum. 20's actually not so bad.
20's more reasonable.
20's more reasonable. So what you can do, you can just kind of double the length of your tape loop, and instead of outputting 3 every 10, you output 6 every 20, and that's still min rate. And doing that allows you to do pseudo-period 4 shit like this.
It also gives you a little bit more leeway to do the odd ones out, although you have to do more odd ones out within that period. So. And
you can see, and the reason why this bottom left odd one out pipeline looks so casual, because it's just arm 25, arm 23 and 24, just like, yeah, I'll just like rotate once every while. And it's because it's operating at period 20, because it doesn't need to worry about doing it every period 10. But then begs the question, does that leave more room for cost saving or not? Faindy writes in the solution notes, out of time, so this had to do.
I see.
Alright, next up is actually a playtest solve by Panic. This one clocks in at, This one clocks in at 895G.
Yeah, that's a big drop.
Oh no.
Another drop.
Oh no.
Sorry, another drop.
I'm coming up soon. Now it's a period 10.
Yeah, it's not doing anything particularly fancy. This was just my first solve. I wanted to do a redesign. I was trying to make a period 20 redesign, but I didn't finish it, so...
that's alright.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird geometrical things that were annoying, like this hex arm in the middle almost grabs this thing on the bottom, and I don't know, a lot of things I would like to fix about this solve, but yeah, it's just a playtest.
I noticed, yeah, actually, I won't say that, but yeah, geometry hard. So I had a spoiler thought that I'm bottling myself on, so.
Yeah, merge solution because it was made for a different. The puzzle was named something different during playtesting. So.
Oh, it was because I didn't add the. I think this was back before I added the disposal glyph, so you had to merge it with the version that had disposal. I think. All right. Next up at 890G is Pray for Mercy.
Oh, okay, I'm not next.
No, you're not next. Oh, sorry. 890G, 705 instructions.
Instructions are mentioned.
Instructions mentioned. This one's period 40, if I had to guess. What is it?
Looks like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, it's period 30. My bad.
Yeah, 30.
So it's outputting 9 products every 30.
Yeah, it's got these track loops for the on both of the Rust inputs.
Maybe it could just be LCM issues. Yeah, it is just LCM issues. The loop loading purification. Ah, yeah, I can. It's I believe you're referring to the bottom one. Oh, actually, yes, both. Both purifications work the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, both purifications work the same way.
This pipeline makes a lot of
My
sense.
Fujitsu's is up to date. I can press. No, my Fujitsu's not up to date. Sorry. I should update it. I see. Oh, it's. I think this is technically a 4-pipeline solve. It looks kind of close because this right one, the 2 pipelines kind of practically conjoin.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure this is accurately described as a 4-pipeline solve. But
the pipelines are pretty minimalistic.
The pipelines they get intermingled, which is kind of. It's interesting. I was asked this question in my DMs, and it's a question I had this question back in Arkwright, and I think it pops up again here. What is a pipeline exactly? What is it? Like, when is a pipeline 2 pipelines, or when is it just 1? It's an interesting question. Actually, it was Rolamni who asked me that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, it's something. I don't know. I don't know if we have time to get into it right now, but
yeah,
I think if we had some way of mapping out, like, I think Fifi and Art, or I think in chat was mentioning it would be cool to have a way to like automatically generate the way that things are flowing through the solution. And I think if you looked at that, you would see where the pipelines are, kind of, by just where things flow.
The pipelines cross as well, like in the middle. The salt goes up, the quicksilver goes down.
Alright, moving on. Oh, no, wait. Before I do that, there are actually... Sorry, my bad. The solution notes read... Started at 1,315G. That's a hell of a save. Down to 890.
Talk about shavings.
Wow. Removing an arm where the EQ is finally got it under 900. Stuff feels too far apart to get cheaper, but putting things closer is a nightmare. I think it's a pretty good shout if you ask me.
You can put things farther with hex arms.
Plays in 2018. Wow, I got a cycles record. Plays in 2024. Wow, Zorflax didn't update his Fujitsu. God fucking damn it. Alright. If I oh dude, when I had posted week 2 and I made this slight faux pas on the way I described Tarkles, you guys were up my ass about that shit. Good lord.
We like our formulas. Text is hard to read.
Fucking math
TLDR.
nerds. You guys are fucking
TLDR.
You guys are fucking math nerds. God damn it. I was thinking about the Redditors who, like, aren't math nerds and probably, like, the math equation, they're like, what the hell does AR mean? And need the explanation. I thought it was fine. I still do, but I added it.
I don't know, tracks plus arms times cycles sounds pretty easy to me. It's like elementary school math.
Yeah, you take the number of track hexes, you specify that, plus the number of arms, plus the number of arms,
is better
and you add those together, and then you multiply with the number of cycles.
It's like I'm doing a word problem in math. I hate those.
Alright, anyway, moving on. Still at 890G, but at 381 instructions is Tweedledee.
I have hopes for top 20.
We're getting close. We're almost at top 20. Slow startup on this one, actually.
This is 20 though?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 20.
So, pseudo period 4, you can see the instructions. A lot of them just like period 4 shit happening in the instruction tape.
Yeah, the thing at the top is making these like 3 atom, basically almost complete products.
I'm not implying Redditors are stupid. I'm implying they're more like me. Because I like word problems. I like it when things are spelled out like that. That's just... Alright.
You obviously don't know Reddit well enough.
Alright, so this is a 4-pipeline method. Lots of hex arms, not a lot of tracks here. Things are even more spaced out. It's actually kind of interesting to see how big or small these are, because, like, area's not a metric, so people could just play with that. But at some point, you do want, as Pray for Mercy mentioned in the solution notes, at some point, you do kind of need shit to be closer together.
Yeah.
To just reduce the arm count and glyph count and all that. Because, yeah, more movement probably means more mechanism.
But yeah, the cool thing with the top pipeline is you only need 1 extra output every 20 with this pseudo period 4 thing, and it's like totally self-contained.
I actually quite like how top corner here. I actually quite like how purification is swung. That's a pretty sick swing.
Yeah. There's a lot of arms there, though. I feel like you could accomplish this in fewer arms, like the exact same thing. Not sure how, but yeah, I just have a feeling.
Have a feeling? I have a feeling too, Panic.
You two know this.
No, I did.
The solutions.
No, I did. Hey, Panic, isn't the winning RG solve like 100G or something? Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me.
Alright, moving on. In 21st place. Sorry, Best, it is you. Just missed top 20.
Oh, damn it, not top 20.
Sorry, Best.
I'm expecting it.
Some nice bricks for sure.
Just one brick.
Oh. OMG, it's a brick. It's interesting how every other one is like half the size. I guess that reflects the fact that it's making 3.
Yeah.
So, this is a 2-pipeline.
It's possible to make it, like, go faster. But it's possible to have it only 1 per, but I just can't, like, retrieve anything from it.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, you'd have to wand it.
It can, yeah.
So
which, I mean, in theory you could, but yeah, getting it to work in practice.
So this is a 2-pipeline solve, which we haven't seen many of up to this point. There was only that one other, that RA solve. that was really cool by I think Matrix V. Yeah. So yeah, this is the second 2 pipeline solve we've seen. You can see both outputs are handled by hex arms going grab, rotate, drop, grab, rotate, drop, grab, rotate, drop, and just like one spare instruction at some point. A bit of bricking happening here though with the hex arms though. And pure, I will say, yeah,
the hex arms can carry more stuff.
I like, because, yeah, 2 pipelines means not that many pipelines, even though there are a couple of difficulties, like you need sometimes the water atom here.
I need to hand stuff over, yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of handing over to make sure the pipeline's still pipelines. Pretty intense purification, though. We'll say that. That one debonder in the middle here is getting a lot of work put in.
Yeah. If it were possible to bond first and then debond, you could save an arm, but it's probably... there's no clear way to do that with this layout, at least.
Yeah. Both inputs are kind of put together here, and it's... There's one copper atom, I think it's this one. Arm 19 grabs it and needs to swing it over and just squeeze it in. So Arm 20 can grab it, and that's pretty cool that none of that collides. And it comes in as the extra copper water. And that extra copper water is plucked from the reactive water input. And yeah, because 3 reactive waters go straight to dirty vitriol. One of them goes into the other water atom of dirty vitriol, and then the other one becomes the handover atom. Did I get that? Oh, no, I got that wrong. Oh, well. Pipeline's hard. The solution notes read simply, 10/3 is so awkward.
Oh, we're back. I'm back.
Oh, you
My internet died.
Sorry, oh, God, you died and I didn't. Oh, it's usually the other way around.
Yeah, because I'm on Wi-Fi right now.
Oof. So yeah, before we move on from the solve, any additional comments?
Yeah, just my notes. I don't know if you read it or not.
10/3 is in fact very awkward.
Yeah.
Surprisingly so. Alright. We move on to our top 20. We're finally here. Top 20. In 20th place.
And just missed it.
At 835G. Nova.
Never mind. Quite a bit of a difference.
It was like a solid couple of arms between you and top 20.
I figured.
This one...
It's a long loop.
I'll just zoom in anyway.
Yeah,
we can analyze it in
because of the
parts.
track loop, yeah.
The notes read some very janky bits in this thing, but it kinda sorta works, I guess. I built the top and left parts first, and then had a lot of trouble tying everything together, which is why the right part is so whack. I would expect the cost to get like 200 lower than this by actually planning proper pipelines. There you go.
Yeah, the bottom left is that same pseudo-period 4 thing that builds the units of 3 that are almost finished salt outputs.
24, 28. So this is so it's period 40 in total. So let's see, that looks like a 2+1 pipeline at the bottom here. And see the +1 on the bottom right is kind of where things get jank.
Mm-hmm.
And then the top one is kind of interesting because it like, where does that copper atom even come from? Alright, so it comes from purification and then just kind of goes, and it's not kind of oriented properly, so it needs to go on a bit of an extra journey to get the geometry right. But yeah, heavy use of big hex arms in order to transport stuff, which is why this solution feels pretty pretty spaced out compared to some of the other ones that we've seen.
Yeah, and that track loop does not seem to actually be a track loop, and the three arms are doing different things. Or like, I guess it is a track loop because they're going all the way around, but it doesn't pad out the LCM at all.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell.
All right. Coming in at 825G is Cuckoo 52. Oh, this one I can zoom in a bit. Fits perfectly on my screen. Look at that. Nice. Actually,
Perfect. Optimized for screen
nice.
usage.
We like that.
Another pseudo period 4 thingy on the right.
This looks like it's period 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, it's period 60.
Hmm.
So that sounds like that sounds like LCM issues with the possibly with the
track loop in the middle.
Yeah, track loop in the middle. Yeah.
And so this is interesting. Yeah, it's got these tri-arms that are pulling from both of the Rust inputs at once.
Yeah, that
doing
looks
the exact same motion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So though it may look expensive, it's handling all the purification on both inputs. So pretty clutch.
And then we've got a track river on the bottom left.
Bist's also had a pretty good track river.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it didn't have to be a track river. I guess this doesn't have to be either. Arm 22 doesn't actually go up.
Nah, yeah, I guess not, but...
We have track rivers now.
Other than the track river and the track loop, no other track at all. And yeah, that track river, I'm pretty sure handles plus... It handles plus one pipelines for both inputs, I think. For both outputs. Because then this one ends up being the +1 for clean vitriol, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then this +1 ends up being the dirty vitriol +1. So yeah, 4 pipelines. A lot of machinery on the top because those are the main pipelines, and then much less machinery on the bottom because you don't have to worry about them nearly as much.
Right, but it does add to the cost because, like, and I think that's kind of the thing with this kind of approach, which I guess I would call the natural period 20 approach, where you have these two main pipelines that are pretty clean, but then there's this like weird odd one out stuff that has to happen with stuff from both sides.
Yeah.
And it's like it gets awkward. Like, it seems clean when you first start to design it, and you're like, oh, I'll just worry about that. It doesn't seem that hard. It's like pretty low period. I have 20 cycles to do it, but then when you actually do it, it's like adds to the cost quite a bit.
All right. Coming in 18th place at 790G is Hallow Jasper.
We're in the 700s.
We are in the 700s. This one's pretty compact.
Certainly dense.
Check out
So this one's not pseudo period 4.
No, this one's just 3 every 10. So
Yeah.
No idea what it's doing.
4 pipelines again. Is this trackless? Yeah, it is trackless. Cool.
Neat.
Hallow Jasper writes in the solution notes, I actually tried to cost optimize rate for once. At least it's not a long assembly chain like what I normally make for rate anymore. The metal input stations are identical to reduce effort. Effort optimized. Nice. Actually, it's an interesting point, because, yeah, both metal purification stations are identical. And from there, it's just work the quicksilver into each pipeline to get.
Right, and since you're projecting twice, it's sort of natural to do it that way. You just pull 1 every 5 from each station and then project that one.
Yeah. Actually, pretty cool. Because one of these quicksilvers, one of these reactive waters ends up being bonded to the +1 water from the rust pipeline, which becomes the odd one out. It has to go all the way, so it goes all the way from near the top to all the way to the bottom to get calcified before getting outputted.
Mm-hmm.
So, bit of an elemental journey there.
Yeah.
It's not an Earth atom, so I can't say Earthy Anna Jones, but same spirit.
Water Anna Jones?
Water Anna Jones.
Yeah, but you'll notice both of the outputs are pretty close to the outside of the machinery, which is very convenient to throw in this odd one out.
Hmm. Alright. Moving on. At 785G is Biggie.
Oh.
Amalgamated copper thing.
Nice.
Hex arms.
Heck, a lot of hex arms.
And setup.
See, so this one's using a disposal conditional to do the setup instead of a really
for with
arm, like
arms.
some of the ones
Yeah.
we've seen before, yeah.
So no, even Biggie doesn't really use much any bricking. There's no bricking here.
What
Well,
happened
those
to
three
Biggie-
atoms are kind of a
Biggie
brick.
bricking?
Yeah, okay, yeah, the 3 water atoms on the bottom is the...
Yeah.
That is kind of a brick, because they do end up getting debonded.
It is a break because they get debonded again.
Alright, that's a minor brick. That's not... no major Biggie bricking. Okay, so I count 1 pipeline, 2, 3 pipelines is my... So that top one, that clean vitriol is all being handled, which is why there are so many hex arms at the top, by the way, because that all has to work at period 3.
Mm-hmm.
In conjunction with the track loops. There are 2 different track loops that it works with. So this entire top half is just period 3, or pseudo period 3-ish.
It's making all 3 outputs in one period with hex arms that are going grabs and drop, grabs and drop.
Oh yeah, we reached the 782.5.
We did. We're at
Almost.
half of random names guess. What was Nova's guess? Nova's guess was her score minus 200. So Nova's guess was 635. See if we can hit that benchmark.
Biggie mentions that she has solution notes.
Oh.
She always does.
Oh yeah, they're pretty in depth. Let me get started. With the ratio, while the ratio of 5 input sets to 3 output sets is clean, the distribution is not. Of the 3x5 water, so 15 water, 9 go to one output and 6 go to the other. Of the 2 times 5, 10 iron, 8 of them purify to copper in 2 different places by necessity, while the other 2 project using 2 of the 5 quicksilver. Splitting everything efficiently is key. Then there's the matter of what the machines that handle the assembly look like. 3 per 10 is notably faster than 1 per 4, or rate 4. I was torn between having hex arms and track loops that act every 3rd cycle, with 1 cycle downtime after 3 repetitions, or extra pipelines for everything so that I could use period 4 mechanisms. In the end, each choice was appropriate for a different section of the solution. The purification only output, with the 3 cycle purification glyph, wanted the tri-arms, track loops used sparingly. The projection side wanted separate and slower constructions. I am most proud of the single input and assembled trio of water that passes between the 2 stations. These help balance everything and were where I saved the most cost when trimming from the starting point of 825G. So here you go, yeah. That's what we were saying. The right side here, a lot more leisurely. That arm 1 just kind of... It looks very pretty. It's so that you can kind of bring this output cliff down here because the +1 pipeline wants to be down here towards the bottom. So yeah, kind of nice geometry fixing here, and the projection is very leisurely. It's just the one projection glyph, and it's just, yeah, how you going? I imagine having to put down that, yeah, because doing it like this, where you combine both pipelines and having this be, yeah, purification only, and just, yeah, having this clean purification only kind of pipeline kind of makes it neater. So yeah, nicely done, Biggie. I won't sass you for not doing top 10 or something, because it's week 1, right? It's week 1. Kind of, as I was saying, you cannot expect to do well on a week 1. Because week 1's just, it's
Who's
so
still
hot.
yet to come?
There's so many people yet to come that, like, busted ass to get their cost.
16 to be exact.
Yeah.
Maybe more than 16.
Actually, 17 to be exact. Because, we still have a playtest cell coming up. It is Haxton.
Probably Haxton.
It is Haxton.
Yeah, Haxton. Yeah.
In 16th place at 775G. Goodbye Galaxy.
Oh, I was thinking Goodbye Galaxy because he's good at some.
Yeah.
And this is just bigger sum, right?
As long as you're not me, some mains do well in rate. I don't know why. I don't know why I can't do rate. I don't know what it is. Because I think rate's a good metric to plan ahead for, right? I think it's the main difference between rate and some. Is that some you don't have to plan ahead so much, you can just kind of experiment a bit more, which brings me into the game. But with rate, it's a lot better to have everything neatly planned out, especially a puzzle like this. You want to plan your pipelines out as best you can.
This one you even have to plan more than usual, I feel like, because the details matter in a way that sometimes they don't.
Exactly, yeah.
For other rate puzzles.
So Goodbye Galaxy writes in the notes, left side makes 5 of product 1, right side makes 4 of product 2. So it's a 4 pipeline, but not in the traditional way. And the jumbled mess in the middle makes 1 1 and 2 2s. Outputting the middle products was the biggest annoyance, as the geometry and timing are both very inflexible. I think this is the most difficult rate puzzle I've ever done, although maybe I played in hard mode by not doing a conveyor belt biggie brick type solution, which we haven't really seen any of.
And we probably won't. Because those usually are more expensive.
Because they're just expensive, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think making this hexarm style output, where the output is sort of in the middle of a bunch of glyphs, is like super hard mode for the odd one out, because it's like you have to sneak it in where the hexarm isn't going to grab it, where something else is going to swing over it.
Yeah, as we've been seeing, most of the odd one outs have been like, that's the outside part, and the inside part's where you do the main pipeline, but this is the other way around, so yeah.
Makes it very annoying. I do really like this thing that's happening on the bottom right, where the Quicksilver is being bonded and then used as a wand and debonded all in one motion, and then the hexon moves it to the place where it needs to be. Very slick. That's
pretty sick.
And there's also some other sort of mild bricking going on there, where it's carrying the iron around to the other place too. Very cool. Oh yeah, I feel like a lot of these solves, it's like you have these really cool mechanisms you lock in early. Goodbye Galaxy says that was one of the first mechanisms I locked in. Yeah. Where you like come up with some cool stuff that works early on, and then it's just like you have to deal with the details you didn't think of in the first.
And everything around it just sucks.
Yeah, and as Zanuck points out, this thing that in the bottom corner that's really cool, where it just kind of pivots, gets a bond that somehow
pivot, rotate.
Somehow doesn't collide, by the way. That pivot that the Arm 4 does, how that doesn't collide, that is a pretty cool non-collision. And you don't have to debond anything. You can just project straight onto a bonded molecule. So, yeah, it just kind of gets sent off and becomes this pipeline, the main pipeline.
Pivot of the week, somebody is asking.
You know what? Strong, early strong front runner.
Strong candidate.
Strong candidate. Pivot of the week. That makes the short list. Pivot of the week. Alright. Moving on. 15th place. At 770 G, we have Kazian.
Kazian, let's go.
I'd describe Kazian as a sum main that is discovering Raid. Because as I said, every sum main that's not me is good at Raid. And I think Kazian's discovered that recently. Alright. This is Kazian, so you better believe the notes are good. Maximus Critelli was a genius from the beginning. To this day, even his dirty blue vitriol, indigo vitriol, by some books, finds use as a fire purification agent. This machine attempts to disambiguate purification and projection stations. 5 dirty vitriol is made with purification. 4 clean vitriol is made with projection. So what Goodbye Galaxy did, except it's been a little bit more cleanly split between the glyphs. And an expensive extras arrangement makes 1 more dirty sulfate and 2 more clean sulfate with purification only. That is a pretty clean split. Wasteless stoichiometry seemed straightforward to me once I determined that copper could be created via either via 1+1 of either iron or quicksilver. I misread that. And thus, every copper allowed for 1 quote-unquote wild card in the calculation where all reagents are equivalent, which is a very good point. Dirty vitriol requires 3 generic metal, and clean vitriol requires 2 generic metal. It may have been more convenient if there was a true backwards equivalence between iron and quicksilver, i.e. some way to recover liquid metal from copper, but this is a matter for another alchemist. Machinery that can more natively select between purification and projection is likely to be superior than this design, regardless. But with 4 pipelines, I'm curious what spell the top alchemists wove. Alchemist Kazian. Move on. Oh man. Alright. In 14th place, at 760 G, is Kevalan. Alright.
Very hexarm-pilled solve here.
Hexarm-pilled.
What's the newest lib verifying, huh?
Oh, it's probably not. I haven't compiled a DLL for that in a long time, so probably what you had.
I probably still have the newest one.
Alright. Welcome back, everyone, who's probably refreshed their internet, and I'm finally back. Back and stream-pilled. Alright, sick. Alright. Kevalan's notes here read, 3 inputs and intermingling pipelines made it hard to get the periods of each pipeline in sync so that the machine wouldn't crash. 2 things that might be interesting about this solve. 1, disposal. Exactly 1 quicksilver atom is disposed. This allows the first reactive water to be delivered earlier to the multibonder. Before adding the disposal, I needed an arm plus track to pull 1 partially built product out of the stream due to timing constraints. Disposal is free, and I happened to already have a perfect spot for it. Two, the biome in the middle that delivers reactive water to the multibonder. My original build order required performing this 2 cycles apart, which would have required much more than a biome. It was a lot of work, but I was able to make it so that arms 14 and 15 are offset time-wise from each other, so that the pulls were 6 cycles apart instead. You'll notice over the course of the loop that the delivery of iron and quicksilver to projection varies in timing. I think I've dropped out again, so...
Have you?
Have I?
Right to me.
Oh, I haven't dropped out. Oh, you guys are just quiet. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh
waiting
yeah,
for the
because
other-
I'm setting things up. Also, I probably need the AHK's artifacts.
If I have to throw in the towel, I'll give you the AHK. Otherwise, I'm gonna try and.
Because I'm just doing it like customly with like what I know right now. All I need is probably the host list.
Oh man! All right.
Yeah, sorry, I was waiting for the notes to be finished before saying anything.
Ugh. See, the annoying part of a dropout is that like I have to get back into commentary mode a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, as Kevin mentioned in the notes, this is a 4-pipeline. Is it 4-pipeline? Because this odd one out kind of handles both. So it's like 3 pipelines, but in a weird way, which I think is quite fascinating.
Yeah, that same one is built in 2 different ways. It's like either built with one of the inputs from the right, or sort of 2 waters. So like one of them goes to the there's like 3 outputs being made there, 2 of the ones with Quicksilver and 1 of the ones with Salt. But it's sort of the same mechanisms being used for both. So it's very unique. I don't know if any other salts have done that I've noticed. And yeah, this one also has the period 4 thing going on the left, with pretty efficient mechanisms. It's got like 2 arms, a hex arm, and then 2 other arms to make these 3 atoms of a product that just needs the 1 more water from the bottom to be completed. Which is also being delivered by a hex arm.
Alright.
And then there's that
sorry.
1 iron that's coming through every 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, every 10 cycles, I guess. Or no, that would be every 20 cycles, right? Every 20 cycles. So yeah, this is like the natural period 20. Pretty cleanly done, I would say.
Yeah. Alright. Moving on. We drop down to 750G with Spiritual Shampoo. I'm a little surprised at how few secondary ties are at this, cause I think we're officially in a bit of a logjam with the, with the cost count a bit. But yeah, 750G, we have Spiritual Shampoo.
Yeah. I think getting under 800G for this puzzle is very good.
I think anything under 800 was good.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like very good. Like, yeah.
Bit of an accomplishment, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, I should have everything set up in case we go out again.
Sick.
Cool.
Apart from the team list and the... Well, team list as in Jamu and the host list.
I'll just, like, give you the AHK full, and you can just use that if you want.
Yeah, but, like, I need to change the pads anyways, because my computer's not your computer.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I should have everything set up.
Alright. So, Corporeal Conditioner here is using, I believe, that looks like 2 pipelines. In fact, this solve kind of has similar bones to Bisk's solve from earlier. If I had to point out a spot where this does it cheaper, I'd probably point towards the purification, because he's done what Cuckoo 52
it's also
did.
Better pipelining.
And probably also, yeah, his hex arms here are very good. Arm 15 is useful in 5 different directions, in case you were counting. Also, just like this extra transition stuff that happens here, like this is really clean how it just gets this 1 extra reactive water across, and this one gets purified. So this one gets projected, and this one gets bonded on. That's pretty clean. How that, how he's made that work out. Also, a bit of disposal glyph action from earlier. I don't know if it was ever used, but
it doesn't look like it would be.
Oh, yeah, it does get used at the beginning. I have to check this. I have to check the Spiritual Shampoo, because I could see him just placing it there as a shitpost.
It does seem to be dropped. There's like a ghost atom that's getting ghost water atom that gets dropped there. You can see right there, yeah.
Outputs touch. Ooh. Divine dandruff. Yeah. So I believe Spiritual Shampoo was the one who placed top 10 in every metric last year. I can confirm that won't be happening this year. So yes, the streak is finally broken.
Everyone's a lot more competitive.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. In 12th place, at 745G, we have Ebenov. More proud than confident.
We are now in the land of 5G shaves.
We are. Alright. Ebenov writes in the solution notes, proud for getting to a solid rate solve without access to a Steam machine. Shout out to Faded and OM Clone for making this possible. My planing capacity still only fits one hex arm. There's one hex arm in the entire solve. It does create a clean 1 rust reagent to 5/6 of water salt copper, which isolates that rust nicely and provides a free wanding motion for half of some other region. Intuitively, that other reagent to be debonded by this wand ought to be the other rust, since 6 out of 10 rusts needs to be debonded and only 4 out of 10 reactive water needs to be. And thus debonding half of reactive water does unnecessary debonding work. However, it does seem that wanding the other rust causes a lot of crossing traffic. In the end, dealing with that one crossing Quicksilver atom is enough of a head scratcher. So we've seen quite a few solves now. There's like, most of a solve works nicely, but there's just like a little bit of extras that you need to like transport from one end of the machine to the other to balance everything out so that you're actually, you know, outputting at min rate.
And in this case, that extra Quicksilver is like 1 every 20 cycles, so it's like just sad. And you need like this whole apparatus with like bonders and track and an arm.
Yeah, I guess
kind of how this puzzle works out.
Yeah, the other nice thing about period 20 and having this pseudo period 4 is that I think this is the main reason we've been seeing it pop up increasingly in the last few solves, is to have one output 5 every 6 and then have this other one handle the one every, you know, the 1 in 5 out of 6.
Right.
And that works nicely with a period 20, period 20 idea, where it's pseudo period 4, and you have all this shit working at period 4, and then there's just this one leisurely pipeline coming in. So that does cut on, yeah, I can see why like you'd pick that over like the traditional 2+1 approach.
Yeah, when I was like imagining my redesign for my playtest puzzle, I was thinking of this kind of period 20 thing. But I got stuck on the things that were supposed to be not very hard, because it's like, oh, it only happens 1 every 20 cycles. But yeah, it's just requires a lot of, it's weird. It's like the geometry is weird, and there's these big products that you have to move to specific spots.
Yeah.
Slot it in as the pipeline is outputting every 4.
Okay. In 11th place, at 730G, is Mr. Puzzle.
Like how low the drops actually go.
Like, yeah. Like, the solution title, like butter spread over too much bread. Lord of the Rings, for those of you watching at home. Mr. Puzzle writes in the solution notes, I have a history of successfully hitting min rate, but then going over budget, so I worry about how spread out this solve is. Everything is so far apart. How much gold is wasted on routing and repositioning? I am proud of ARM 8 and 9 though. ARM 9, the big one in the middle, is multitasking well, and Arm 8 has a fun wanding movement. Where's Arm 8? Arm 8's this little... Oh, it's not little, but it's nestled under the big hex arm. Grabs. Actually, that's a pretty cool wanding movement. Yeah, I agree with that.
Everything looks little under max size hex arms.
So yeah, this one fairly spread out owing to the length 3 hex arms, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
And it definitely feels like everything's being used pretty efficiently here. Like there's no arms that are just purely... Like there's a couple arms that are used for outputting the odd one out, but they're not even on track.
I'm liking this... Alright, so, this purification at the bottom, I don't think this is the last time we'll be seeing that being used.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, not a lot. It's just 2 arms, a few glyphs, and you get your purification on one of your stations. And the other one, quite similar, actually. In fact, it's almost identical. It just debonds in a different spot and doesn't bother bonding. So yeah, that is purification handled. Done. Don't need to worry about that glyph anymore. Just need to do a project at some point, and from there on out, it's just pipelining, bonding, debonding, making sure shit doesn't crash into each other, and timing. This one is just this is a pretty traditional 2+1. This is the orthodox method. Nothing fancy here. Just very clean. I think the purification stations here really cut down on the cost. And other than those purification stations, there's almost no track. And yeah, all the big hex arms are putting in work, getting everything transported without like increasing the arm count by too much.
So how can I like
saying how good raid sauce make you go, wow, this wasn't that hard.
Yeah. You know, if we went back to the 6,000 G solve, that, yeah, and compare it to this just makes it look so much easier. But yeah, this one, no fancy tricks really in the pipelining. It's just very clean, just very good, cheap machinery.
Clean purification, I think that's the biggest part.
Purification here, I think, is pretty big. As I said, not the last time you'll be seeing that, because, yeah, bit of a game changer on the cost.
Previously, we saw the 3 arms on a 4-track loop. Here, it's the hex arms plus an extra arm.
So these techs are all emerging. Yeah. Alright, before we check out top 10 though, we have our host solve. This one's submitted by Haxton. Or one of the host solves.
10th place Haxton.
Oh, it would have been 11th place Haxton, actually.
No, would be 11th, yeah. I programmed this, I should know.
So, as I called it, it's already happening. The purification method's back.
It's just so clean.
So again, I think this is rather similar to this is much like Mr. Puzzles, but without the hex arms. Well, there are tri-arms, but only a few of them.
Doing basically the same job.
Things don't need to move as much. It's 4 pipelines, but so the odd one out pipeline is just kind of handled nicely. Because this purification station just gets your debonded water atoms very nicely. Because you can either bond them or leave them debonded and have them go to different places. Or bond them together. So that gives you so much, it just makes the geometry easier. Because suddenly you have options as to how you want this water atom, or do you want it to be a water molecule? Do you want it to go straight to a pipeline, or do you need them to go to different pipelines or different areas? So yeah.
It's worth looking at arm 20, I think it is. It like moves the atom in this, or the bonded pair in this like weird path to avoid getting grabbed, and like it's like every 20 cycles it does it. But
look, there's a little one.
Oh yeah, there it goes. Yeah, there it goes. It like bonds it there. It goes, yeah, it's like moving it at the same time the other arm's grabbing, so it doesn't get grabbed, and it like wiggles it around.
Pure to avoid a collision. Because it doesn't need to worry about that collision here, because arm 15, I think, is just pivots it instead, because it needs to pivot anyway. So that naturally avoids the collision. But without that arm 15 there at the ready, arm 20 just needs to kind of do a little wiggle. Where's the wiggle? There's the wiggle. There's the wiggle. And then it wiggles back so that arm 15 can actually get that reactive water in place. Pretty neat that all that's done by one arm. And all that. A lot of collision avoiding. Now we enter top 10.
Now we're in top 10.
In 10th place at
Sub 700?
At 720 G. We're still at 700.
Oh. So here are the pilots. Who's remaining?
Well, to start with, we have Spect 98.
Yeah, I think there's Spec 98. John hasn't appeared. Calioresis. Who else is still here? Has 6 appeared yet?
6.
Yeah.
Only optimized for TI. Didn't optimize for 8.
Oh, right, yeah, it's below this. It's out of the screen already.
It's off the screen, that's why you didn't see him.
Oh yeah, we got it going off the screen.
Did Winter submit for rate? They feel like a cost person.
Winter did submit for rate.
Wow, okay.
So I think this could be period 10, but for the track loop.
Yeah, and Fiesta for sure. Fiesta is almost guaranteed to be in top 10 in rated at these days.
Yeah, surprisingly few number of
Rocky
multi-arms in this submission.
A couple of big ones is a Triarm. The purification on one of the stations is handled with that slick method.
Yeah, the bottom Tex arm, I feel like it's mostly there to avoid the stupid collision where you have a Link 3 arm against the arm base that's in the middle.
Right, that's...
I feel like if that weren't there, I think it could have just been a normal arm.
It totally could have, I reckon. But arm 17 is... that, like, output's pretty important movement, I think.
Right.
You can't get rid of arm 17, I think.
Yeah. And it moves too often for it to be, like, on a track or something that dodges out of the way.
You can't really... Because, so, yeah, having this just... Because, yeah, the hex arm is just plus 10G, and there's no way to do arm 17 without adding at least 10G. Other than that, I don't... 3 pipelines or 4? Who's to say? It's kind of...
4?
It's 4-ish. It's 4, but it kind of looks like 3, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Everyone.
Yeah, I'd say it's 4, but...
Madmaster is still in. Wow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing all the predictions. We don't have, like, the easy guess for top 3 penta pick anymore. Yeah, Chump Change Boy is Madmaster.
Yeah, usually when it comes to, like, who's in top 3, everyone's just like, oh, Pentapig's one of them. Who are the other 2?
Pentapig, Rolomni, Biggie.
Jinyu, no Jinyu. Nope.
No Jinyu anymore. Oh, Rolomni is still in it.
Is he?
Did Rolomni submit?
I don't know, Best.
Maybe Sergi is Jinyu. Sergi's English is too good.
Damn. Alright. In 9th place, at 710G, 556 instructions, Winter Ray.
Instructions mentioned. Oh, Winter! Instructions mentioned. Pipelining is difficult, I agree.
This is a very slick solve.
Everyone up here's doing a great job, though.
Oh, yeah, all of these solves are slick as hell, but yeah. Like, they only get better. Alright, so pretty in-depth notes. The initial rate solve was 750G, which probably would have put Winter Ray at like 13th or 14th. So yeah, I think you did those. That 40G really mattered. So it found the left part, which processes one of the rust input pretty soon as the puzzle starts. With water from another rust, this produces 5 out of the 6 salt product with very few arms at a 20 cycle loop. Then the hard part comes in. The sub 4 rate means that the period 4 pipeline is not sufficient. After a lot of attempts, the right part ends up with the period 6 pattern, generating all 6 Quicksilver products at a period 3 cadence. And 2 cycle stalling, with 2 pipelines sharing the metal Quicksilver bonder, so the logistics becomes easier. Remaining atoms can be sent back to assemble the remaining salt product required. Update 1, minus 15G, fixed the piston. I think there was a piston. There is no longer a piston. Update 2, minus 25G, cleaned the bottom right mess a little bit. Have to program that track loop that occasionally stalls. So it's actually pretty fun keeping up with Winter Ray, because Winter Ray was DMing me a lot, and I'm really sorry. I never responded to one of them, but like I read all of them. I was actually intently reading them. If you sent me a DM at any point in the week and I didn't respond, I definitely read it and like studied it. But yeah, that's a lot easier for me than responding sometimes when I'm getting a lot of DMs. So yeah.
It can be hard to respond to in a way that's like doesn't give away stuff.
Yeah. Sometimes the ducky just has to not talk.
He just has to whack and not really talk. Yeah.
Very good.
Yo.
I'm surprised that actually went through. Usually sounds like that just get blocked by Discord noise suppression.
So my favorite arm here is arm 5. Because this left side does the purification method thing. This left side does not. And it's because arm 5 and in fact also arm 7 are being used elsewhere, right? They are multi-faceted hex arms, and so that's the main reason why this purification is handled a little differently. Arm 7 loops all the way back around here. Helps out a hell of a lot with the +1 that gets outputted here. So it puts in so much work, and arm 15 just kind of works with it, with its natural rotation to kind of rotate shit back down, or like just move the water atoms and everything. So really clean. And arm 5 comes in clutch, bonding that water atom that it debonded for the purification. And that's the main pipeline. So they both work beautifully with the main pipeline, while also helping out with like the purification on the other pipeline.
Yeah, it's really cool to be able to share arms and work between the odd one out and the main pipeline.
So some of the best RJ solves will have these really good arm sharing, arm reuse, kind of multifaceted approach to pipelining.
Yeah, I feel like to get to this level of cost, you kind of have to do some of that.
Yeah, I don't think you get down to 710G without this kind of magic. What is with the arm 8 wiggle? The arm 8 wiggle.
Which one's arm 8?
Track above the purification glyph. So it just rotates and then it... it's to avoid a collision with arm 5 is why it wiggles. And fortunately, it has barely enough time to get to wiggle back and rotate without a collision. So yeah. So when arm 5...
It's grab the arm 7s would grab it if it didn't wiggle. I don't think it's... Yeah, because it's doing a arm 7. The hex arm is doing a grab instruction right there.
Oh, so it's not the collision. No, sorry, my bad. It's not the collision. It's to avoid arm 7 from accidentally grabbing it. You're right.
I see.
Yep, Biggie mentioned that in chats.
All right. It's annoying. We lost track of the stream time because of the dropout. It's only looking like it's only going to be one dropout though.
I mean, we know when we started though. We started at,
Actually, it's a good
7.
point.
It's been 2 hours. It's been 2 hours and 40.
It's been almost 3 hours. It's gonna be like, oh man, I promise cost won't take this long. Alright. Alright, in 8th place.
It's fine.
In 8th place.
It's fine. The stream time is fine.
At 710G. Again, at 147 instructions. It was not close on tertiary. Sergi D.
Track loops. Sergi D was the one talking about how tertiaries won't matter.
Was he? Oh, how the turntables.
Well, I mean, they're on the good side of the tertiaries.
They were fine, because their solves period 10. So yeah, no problem here.
I guess that makes sense why he would say, oh, there is no tertiaries to optimize because they're already at period 10.
Right, Sergi D when a cat, he's at period 10. There's nothing to optimize for him. Alright, so again, that purification method coming in clutch, both of which feature in the middle of the machine, which I find interesting, because most of these have been like, they've been at either end of the machine, and it kind of converges in a bit. But here, they're both in the middle of the machine, so it's kind of cool that the geometry works out as well as it does.
Yeah, the geometry for this is, like, really good. Like, there's one track, no, three tracks. But it's like... Yeah, it's using one arm to pull both of the rusts. It's got this hex arm that delivers a water to the top odd one out, and then also delivers the output from that odd one out. Yeah, the bottom two hex arms with that Knight's move that are like making the right shape for the output.
That's a really cool non-collision in that bottom area bit.
That's like some Tarkle's tier geometry going on there.
It is.
Tarkle's mentioned.
Neurons activated.
Neurons activated.
Oh yeah, the swing on the left with the two pairs going past each other.
Oh, check out this. So this has actually been highlighted in the solution notes, but that's the fast one. I want the slow one.
You're zoomed in. Oh yeah, there you
go. Oh, that bad. Oh, and it can rotate in the very next cycle. That is sick.
And then it pivots it onto, so the hex arm grabs it right away. It like inserts it into the...
Whoa, how's that for a non-collision of the week? This is a pretty good one to slow down, actually, because of all the sick geometry. So yeah, so traditional 2+1, orthodox, kind of the orthodox approach here to min rate, but the geometry here is just absolutely stellar. Collision of the week.
We won't see it because collisions are turned on.
I have collisions disabled at the moment, actually, so sorry for you collision of the week enjoyers. Why is there a disposal here? So we'll play out the initialization again. Oh, I need a... quite leisurely start, actually. ARM 17. I think that'll be the only one that gets disposed. So there's one disposal at the very beginning, because ARM 17... because you kind of... ARM 17 needs to move that water out of the way, so that the rest of the machine can get started, and it's just kind of out of place, so it just gets disposed. It's funny, that disposal glyph barely fucking fits as well. I think it might actually be part of the reason why ARM 18 is a hex arm on a track, because that disposal glyph placement is absolutely non-negotiable, and it needs to accomplish quite a few different things. There's a few bonds to do. It also needs to hand back to ARM 17 and calcify. So, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if this is true, but it feels to me like the odd one outs were a focus in the design of this one, rather than being like a secondary.
It feels well planned, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hope it is well planned, but because like I don't know, yeah, seems to me like it's well planned. Because yeah.
I mean, it's 710 gold.
Well, at 700 gold, in 7th place, John.
John. That feeling when your RG solve is RW. Yeah, it does look like a whip solve.
Biggie, that wasn't a typo. You were complimenting John. JJ, GG, JJ.
James.
Those keys are very far apart. That looks intentional.
What does?
G and J are quite a bit. Usually use different fingers.
If it was a typo, it probably would have been the HK. So that feeling when your RG solve is actually RW.
Jason in shambles.
Actually, Jason would probably like be popping off right now than RW solve.
Mm-hmm.
Did he even get a min rate though?
No. I don't think Jason got min rate. Alright, so this looks like it does the period 4 cadence thing, at least at the top. That looks like it's all period 4 cadence.
Mm-hmm. At the bottom, there's something interesting where there's outputs coming in from 2 different sides at sort of almost equal rates. Not exactly sure what's going on with that.
I think that's the traditional 2+1 thing happening, but it looks like it's happening a bit more often because the +1 output dances very close to the input, very close to the glyph of the output glyph. Ugh, words.
Yeah, right. The top one is 2 and the bottom one is 1.
So it's the same thing that we saw earlier with Kazian and Goodbye Galaxy, where one of them's a traditional 2+1, but the other outputs at a period 4 cadence and just squeezes like a 5+1.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like 4
John
plus
just talking
2.
about the top right being replaced with the purification setup we saw earlier. This would probably be way cheaper.
I wonder if there was a way to make that work, yeah.
Probably.
Probably, because, yeah, 3 arms on a diamond track. Not cheap.
Yeah.
So I wonder.
John's saying like about 30 gold.
About 30G.
So, we're gonna see what placement 670 would get you.
We will.
Because, yeah, the top right is basically isolated, so it very much could just be replaced with, yeah.
In 6th place, at 695G, at 309 instructions.
Power-laps.
Mad Master 5000. This ain't RA, that's for sure. Nah, we had one of those earlier.
I mean, it looks about the same as all the other ones have.
So my it reads, so my notes when I was planning min rate say something completely different than what I actually made. I guess what this does is a 20 cycle loop that makes 5 of each product using the reactive order and 3/4 of the available rusts. The other quarter of the rusts is used to make 1 copy of each output, which gets slung around in the outputs. There's a little steely switcheroo that takes a reactive water and a rust from the main pipeline to feed the baby pipeline. Arms 18, 19, and 20 feel a little unfortunate. They're the bottom ones, but that's life.
It is really cool how both of the odd one out products are handled by the same mechanisms, though.
So it's kind of like what Kevalan did, but this one outputs, both of the main outputs are outputting at a period 4 cadence, with this like one little bottom thingy handling both of your +1s.
That is very cool.
That is extremely cool. That, we have not seen this approach before, I don't think. Yeah, very unique way of thinking about pipelining. I like it a lot.
It requires some very specific geometry to be able to use the same arms for both outputs. Like the arm, what is the number in the middle? 20?
Yeah.
Like the way the outputs are located has to be very specific for that to actually work.
Madmaster claims arm 20 feels unfortunate, but I disagree with arm 20 at least.
Yeah, arm 20 is too. Arm 19 feels more unfortunate.
Yeah, maybe arm 19's the unfortunate one.
Yeah, the fact that you need 3 arms to do that, I guess it's not like, yeah.
Would have been nice if you could do it in 2.
The outputs is better than the geometry.
It would have been nice if you could do it in 2, but I think they're just a little too far apart. So that's not really, yeah, that's not going to save you much G, I don't think.
About 20. 20 is a lot here, though.
But 20 have mattered. Chicks.
If you had a Link 4 hex arm, you could probably save one of the arms. But...
Well, actually, instructions was mentioned, so any cost save does matter here. Yes.
Yeah.
I forgot, yeah. Build a copper and use it to obtain a quicksilver. Yeah, copper swapping happening.
We're not playing reductive metallurgy, though. Reductive metallurgy.
Alright.
You can't get quicksilver out of copper.
We have top 5. Still at 695G. At 288 instructions. So there were 20...
Nope, same track loop size.
21 instructions between Madmaster and Fiesta 618.
Ooh, that sounds like the same tape loop size.
Yeah, I think they're both going to be period 20. It was close.
Oh. The devil's in the detail, sure is.
Absolutely is.
Oh wow, I love the merging of the pipelines.
Alright, let's read Fiesta's notes. The top half of this machine came together rather quick. Oh, this is a really cool solve, by the way. I have looked at this before, but like, there's just a lot of shit.
I love the water just like being pumped into the other pipeline.
Oh man, that top hex arm with all the like scaffolding where it just bonds 6 atoms together, and it was like, we'll deal with them later, and it deals with them like later, where this one gets projected and this one just gets debonded. It's like, I don't know, it's really cool.
This one reminds me of bicrystal transceiver rate.
Oh yeah. So
Fiesta, it's cool because it bonds to them without debonding. So like that debonder had to happen. That debond had to happen anyway. So it's like might as well happen over there rather than earlier where it's less convenient.
All right. Fiesta writes, the top half of this machine came together rather quickly. The left side uses purification to turn 2 rust into clean copper sulfate -1 water. The right side uses projection to turn 2 rust and 1 reactive water into dirty copper sulfate with 1 water excess. It's a match made in heaven. Arrange a simple interface that moves the spare water from one machine to the other, and we're off to the races. But that machine is only rate 4. Optimum is 10/3. It's pulling one of the rust inputs at only half speed. In order to optimize the rate, not only do we have to pull those missing rusts, we also need to cannibalize one of the dirty copper sulfates without interrupting the steady transfer of water singletons. In the end, we need the odd-out machinery to create 1 clean and 2 dirty copper sulfates via purification. So this is more like the Goodbye Galaxy Kazian method, in other words. All of which must be constructed slightly differently from one another, which is why the bottom bit makes my brain go, ooh, that's complicated. Bring on the duct tape and zip ties. The first working version of this solve lineage weighed at 895G. That's a Panic's playtest solve. That feels like such a long time ago. Most notable savings came from doing all the odd-out construction on a single multi-bonder and the quirky idea of letting one of the odd-out quicksilvers pass through the steady-state machine to be plucked from the output. This made it much simpler to maintain that water transfer. But my favorite 10G savings was finding a way to reuse the steady-state calcifier. Check out the ridiculous...
Somebody mentioned it in the chat.
check out the...
ARM16 go burner.
Fiesta writes, check out the ridiculous movement pattern on ARM16, delivering the odd out, clean copper sulfate, because... Yeah, the fact that none of that shit collides. Wow, that is another very clutch non-collision.
Yeah, that's a pog swing. It
is the pog swing.
Oh, it is a pog swing.
Ready? The pog swing is when it's got molecules. It's like two complete fucking sulfates.
Yeah, it's a swap.
No, so it's not just a single atom swap. It's a fucking whole molecule swap. That's so cool.
Yeah.
This is like when you put two parts and like mesh them together like gears and they work very smoothly.
Yeah, right. It's like ARM 5 and 16 are the main gears here. I think you could say, because this is also
5
pretty...
and 6 and 16.
Yeah, 5, 6,
and
16, 11. Yeah, there's just a... those are some very clutch non-collisions. I need to zoom back in so that I can turn it up faster so that we can move on. So I am...
The shortcut keys for the zoom in and zoom out are so confusing. I'm too used to control minus and plus. Because that's what every art program does.
Add it officially.
No, we need to get Mr. Puzzle to merge Zoom Tool with Fitsuku.
That too. Although that doesn't actually fix anything. Have to...
No, well, Fitsuku has custom keybinds.
Oh, I see.
In fourth place, at 600
Luna, why?
At 685G, Witch Push.
Oh man, nobody remembered them.
Nobody guessed Witch Push at all.
685. Wow, this looks...
I can zoom in a bit.
So much track.
There's a lot of track, but it's small.
That.
It's just small.
Pseudo period 5, is it?
It's not. I think it's only. It's only. What am I saying?
All right, so let's.
I guess the hex arm is not 5.
So all right,
The
so
hex arm does the 9 thing.
So there are only 3 pipelines. So this left side is handling all of the dirty sulfate. So that's just clean as shit. I think this top pipeline here, part of why this places so well, because that's just not a lot of machinery to handle one of your outputs. Just that's done. Only got one output to work. Only got clean sulfate to worry about. And this is, I think, a lot more of a traditional 2+1. Yeah. I think it's period 20 because of LCM issues. So it's actually, if it was for that track, diamond track at the top, I think this probably is period 10.
Yeah, this looks very clean.
Yeah. The purification is even
different.
All 3 pipelines have like an equal amount of parts, it feels.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Very well balanced.
It's an interesting approach. I would call this a non-traditional approach to purification at this kind of level, because
yeah,
it looks expensive at first. It initially looks quite expensive, but it kills the need for movement, which is why this is so small and it feels compact, and why, like, you don't need to move shit as far in this solve. And that's where the machinery is saved, very indirectly. So, playing in the long game here is Witch Push.
Mm-hmm. That's very interesting. Yeah, it doesn't use hex arms to deliver the coppers to the purification glyphs at all.
And what's really sick here, because ARM 7 is just grabbing, it's doing an every 3 cadence, just like this output, just like the dirty sulfate output here. But of course, that's one too many, right? Because it's a 2+1 thing, and so the +1, ARM 7 is basically transporting that extra for free, and ARM 16 happens to slip it into the bonder and then also output. How sick is
I'm
that?
putting Arms 1 or 2 on a 2-track covers Cortelli, say 5G.
Oh, what do you say?
Oh, Biggie Max. I'm just relaying what Biggie Mac is saying.
Oh, okay.
She's saying, wouldn't putting one of Arms 1 or 2 on a 2-track that covers Cortelli, say 5G?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Where it does
it would.
It would.
That totally fucking
Does it
would.
matter?
Let's have a look. No, it doesn't matter. That 5G, the 5G would not have mattered.
We have Caloresis, Rolomni. Who's the remaining person? Mora.
Well, third place is indeed Rolomni at 670G. Ha!
Nice.
Cough 3 because he came third place. Get it?
Us 3. So it's down to Mora and Caloresis.
It is between Mora and Caliorasis.
Wow.
And quick teaser, Quick teaser, it drops.
It drops, of course it does. It always does.
It always does. It always does. At the very tippity top, it just suddenly starts dropping again.
Suddenly we're in the 500s.
Rolomni writes.
Just like last year.
So Rolomni writes, my very first max throughput solve, besides a one area improvement, so this was his first crack at it, basically. Because Rolomni's just kind of busted like that. Because of a lack of a good Critelli spot, I decided to use the Critelli to mark that saved hex. Wait. Alright, so this won't... What pressing...
That's a single area saved, even though area is not even a metric.
Rolomni writes, I'm not 100% pleased with this solve. While the main
You did say it drops.
While the main parts work nicely and are relatively cheap, so everything around the 4 hex arms, especially the middle part, feels overly expensive. But that part has to get the distribution of many atoms right, so I didn't manage to find something cheaper. I'm especially annoyed that I used 2 purification glyphs for 3 copper every 20 cycles. Feels like it should be better with another approach, but overall it is not the worst solve, especially as it is my first and only throughput solve. This puzzle reminded me of Amalgamated Gold Ring, where the iron plus quicksilver input was made into a copper plus 2 quicksilver molecule in many solves. Substitute quicksilver for water, and you have nearly done one of the 2 outputs. That is how I designed the left part. I remembered thinking that Biggie's strat to AGR looked cheaper than my own, so first I improved... Oh yeah. Rolomni improved AGR's RG record this week.
Amazing.
Was that submitted or kept secret so as not to reveal tech?
Kept secret so as not to reveal tech. Here's the kicker. Madmaster also improved the Amalgamated Gold Ring RG record, and I don't know which one's better.
Oh boy.
Because they both kept it secret. I think I got Rolomni's solution file. I don't have Madmaster's, so I don't know which one's better. Anyway, cute little aside. One of the strongest ever RG records just got improved by 2 people independently. So yeah, first Rolomni improved AGR's RG record with that exact start, and then joinked that start for my blue Vitriol solve. I thought about trying that improvement to AGR for years now. This was the motivation I needed to actually do it.
I assume that joinked word is actually pronounced yoinked.
Oh, because he's German. Yeah, he meant yoinked. Joinked.
Alright, Mara and...
Alright.
Races. Who's next? Rebix didn't submit rate, did he?
No, Rebix did not.
Yeah.
In second place, at 640G, Moraconda.
Dirty drop.
Which means, congratulations, Cali Rhesus. You took week 1 right. In second place, though, Moraconda.
Mara in my DMs earlier this week. Cost and RG are my worst metrics.
It gets better. Let me read the notes, because Mara Conda did not have a very high opinion of her own solve. So this is, I believe this is the traditional way of doing it, but with... No, it's not. It's the 5 of every 6. Right, but it's doing it with both outputs. So, like Mad Master did, kinda. So Mara Conda writes 1 every 4 plus 1 every 20 on both outputs. Hopefully decent question mark. My first ever RG solve actually optimized for G, and I'm pretty happy with it. Many hex arm. My wild guess, and yes, I will call this a wild guess of a prediction, is that the winner will be like 500 G, and that this solution will place around 20th. But who knows, TBH? 20th place.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't
it
be.
Still has the 3-arm track loop.
I wouldn't be.
That means this goes slower.
The odd one out handling here is like impossibly simple. It's handling both of them with 1 hex arm, and like a couple of arms on a track, and then like 2 other arms
and a couple bonders, and that's about. And that's both +1 pipelines.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
We go sub 600.
Insanely low cost. Yeah, Mora also writes, I wouldn't be particularly surprised if I placed anywhere from 11th to 30th. I hope you were surprised. I started with the left-hand side, then attempted to build the right-hand side around it. No planning done. Fucking hell. But many redesigns required. That's okay. That checks out a bit more. ARM 15 needing to exist at all is a big geometry sad. ARM 15... Oh, interesting, ARM 15. It's like nestled right in the middle of the right-hand side next to the output. That's not a particularly big geometry sad. I guess it is a bit of a geometry sad, but... We're
ARM 18?
ARM 15. We're split.
Which is ARM 15.
It's next to the
That's an extremely interesting swing over
I see.
the input as it comes off.
That's a minor
okay,
geometry sad. That's not a big. That's a little sad. That's not a big sad. That's like we're splitting
most
hairs.
Geometry sads are like pipelining and merging them.
Yeah, that's like I had to put a single extra arm. That's okay. That's
no, my 20G.
Mark wanted to have ARM 16 2 hexes, so a knight's move away, so it was like down right a bit. But that swing doesn't work. However, there's probably much more potential savings with better layouts. I went with the first algorithm that came to mind. There's almost certainly better out there. Dual pipeline with odd ones out might not be the way to go with how much of a nightmare routing is. I suppose I'll find out what the alternatives are.
Alternative. See, there's one solve about this.
There's only one solve better than this. Big question.
I think ARM 13 is my favorite, just to get that in there for the end. Like, it's doing so many things for the odd one out.
Yeah.
It does, doesn't it?
So it grabs the input,
just deals with... It entirely deals with the 5th input.
Yeah, all by itself. That 5th Rust input is that's all handled by itself. And the other Rust input doesn't need one by itself. So
or I guess 10th, because this is a longer loop.
Right, no, actually that's fair.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the kind of shit that doing like 1 every 20, you can get away with all this stuff that's just very cheap.
Yeah.
That entire track river, spelling out the number 2, by the way, in the middle. It spells out 2 because it's 2nd place, get it?
Wow. This is just like...
Also lovely pronouns, Mara.
Oh yeah, Mora kind of fucked up the pronouns. So we had Rolami in 3rd place, call his solve coughed 3. Mora in 2nd place with the track spelling out the number 2. I want to see if like Kelly Reese has called it New Solution 1 or something. No, he didn't. That would have been funny. Anyway.
Bit of flex.
Anyway, Kelly Reese's winning solve comes in at 590G.
Sub 600, let's go.
We cracked it. We did it. We actually cracked 600.
I did not expect this to be similar to, what's its name, Bicrystal Transceiver.
Yeah, there's the 1 in the title.
Huh? 3 plus 2 plus 1?
2 plus 1.
So yeah,
Kelly Reese's was counting down to a solve.
He was. We've been counting. Yeah, actually, good shout. 3 plus 2 plus 1, which also describes the pipelining, by the way, because Kelly Reese's I think was thinking a fair amount about which pipeline to use. What's the best way of going about it? He settled on 3 pipelines. I fucking love this solve. So first of all, that top bit, handling all 3 of the dirty vitriols by itself, you just got like this 1 hex arm, useful in all 6 directions, or at least 5 of the 6 directions.
So
and
this
then
is a 10 loop.
Yeah, it's a 10 loop.
Yep. It's not using the pseudo period 4 thing at all.
Nope. So the top pseudo period 3. And that's just, yeah, all of this was just trying to get all this working. So, like, Arm 8's period 3, Arm 9's period 3, Arm 5's period 3, Arm 10 and 11 are not, because they have to be like that, but that's okay. And same with Arm 1 and 2, which you kind of can't see, but they're nestled in the middle. But they're doing the same thing. So that's all period 3. So that works perfectly. And Arm 12 does not need... Arm 12 just kind of nestled in, does not need to be... Grabs the extra... grabs some extra dirty, so reactive water. Along with Arm 3. And Arm 3 will just kind of... Very cool pivot here. Up there for pivot of the week, if you ask me. Because it's like TI... It's TI tech. Where that pivot lets you do so many more things at each station. So there's a bond and a calcification here. Here there's a D-bond and a projection. And then here there's a bond and an output. So Arm 3 really doing like 5 different things at once. Which brings us to the bottom pipeline. So the bottom one's interesting because those atoms... It's kind of complicated, the routing for all these different atoms. But there really are not that many arms handling it. Like... Arm 6 is probably very clutch here. How it debonds a water straight onto the final bond that outputs. So that water does not see the light of day for very long. The other one comes in to be the spare purification here. So this is... And the other purification glyph is interesting because it's kind of method. But it does not need to purify very often. So it's not really the method. So because Arm 13 gets away...
But it handles it with only 1 arm. Yeah,
it's similar, but Arm 13 does all the work by itself, with just 1 bonder, 1 debonder. And Arm 16 and 14 kind of surgery that final +1. And Arm 15 does the outputting by itself, and it's close enough that you only need like a few different arms to handle all of that. Arm 17 also does a pretty almighty swing to be that 3rd salt atom. Anyways, let's read the notes. Min rate has 2 projections and 4 purifications every 10 cycles, which requires at least 2 glyphs of purification. Having each purifier perform 2 purifications means you have 3 glyphs, each producing 2 copper, which forces one of the pipelines to be split for 4 pipelines, making 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 products. Having one of the purifiers handle 3 purifications and the other handle 1, allows for a 3 plus 2 plus 1 split, which only requires 3 pipelines. The 3 product pipeline has some extra cost since it needs to run at period 3, but this is mitigated by getting good arm reuse out of the forced track arms and hex arms.
Just wow.
Yeah, the motif of an arm and then also an arm on a track is interesting as like a 5 thing. Like period 10, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it's used in like 3 different places in this solve. And it seems to be very effective.
A couple of other solves used it. I don't think I ever pointed it out, but like, yeah, there were a couple of others that actually used that as well.
And yeah, just the thing on the right I don't even know what to call that, is so magical, because it's like that's what makes all of the problems go away. That those like 4 or 5 arms on the right side that make that like stick of 2, and then also send some iron up to the top, and then also send some water to the stuff going on the left side.
Also to answer Communist Mountain's question, Arm 7 can't do the pivot because if it did the pivot, then Arm 6 would accidentally grab the product. Sorry, yeah, just want to get that in there. So even if it didn't have a full tape loop, still wouldn't work. So yeah, still a bit of an yeah, it was very uncertain. I think at the end of the day, the whole pipelines, how many do you need, which ones do you need them? I think to a certain extent, beauty was in the eye of the beholder, where you kind of you could make most of the pipeline kind of strategies work really well, because each of them offer different drawbacks and like different advantages, and you'd have to try and like make hay with those advantages. So this one really, yeah, it takes very full advantage of the fact that you only need 3 pipelines instead of what many were doing with 4. This top pipeline, it doesn't even look expensive. And it's operating all at period 3, and there is arm reuse happening. Like, yeah, kind of wherever you look almost. So, incredibly strong effort.
Yeah.
That
I think anyone who's tried to solve this puzzle for rate can attest to how magical a lot of these top solves seem. Just like in terms of the problems you have to solve.
All right.
I guess we're going in cost now.
We are going to cost now. So
do I hop off and let Rebex in?
Yeah. So thank you for
do I just stick around in case the internet shits itself again?
All right. If the internet shits itself, hop on the call. But at this time of day, I've never once seen it drop out. So hopefully we're good from here on in. So.
Alrighty.
So unless my internet shits itself, thank you very much for commentating, Bist.
Yeah, thanks, Bist.
Came in clutch at such short notice. I genuinely very appreciate it.
Nah, I'm just always up. I'm always down to hop in on the stream.
Fuck yeah.
Alrighty, well, I'll be seeing y'all then. Hopefully you won't be seeing me on stream again this week. But yeah, see y'all.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
Alright, welcome. Costs. As far as I'm concerned, you are one of the 2 cost gods, Rebix. Unfortunately, our other cost god's not competing this year.
We have Hello Jasper.
Alright, Hello Jasper and Kali Rhesus are also very, very good at cost. I low-key rate myself a bit on the cost metric as well, but, yeah, I know, in my brain it's always like, if I can beat either Rebix or Pentapig on any cost puzzle at all, I've done well.
True.
Alright. Thanks for joining.
I did a cost solve once.
Okay.
That's right.
Let's see where it starts.
Okay. Let me get the pass. This'll take a minute, so we can you guys can chat for a minute or 2 while I set this shit up. Shouldn't take too long.
Experience.
Did you watch much of the rate reveal, Rebix?
I did. I was I had it on while I was eating dinner. Pretty interesting stuff. I'm kind of glad I didn't try it. I don't know if I would have had the time.
I do think
a lot of very cool solves.
I do think of you as yeah, I think you're pretty underrated in the rate metric.
Definitely not. Like, if I had tried this week, I would have been up in the 40s probably. I'm very happy to see a lot of the solves down there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So cost. We're actually going to start with 6's other TI solve, and this is This is the actual TI submission. Oh, so wow, that's pretty far apart.
I love all the accidental improvements made during this week. Resonant crystal from this. Don't see the similarity, but I'm sure there's text somewhere in here that's reused.
Oh. So that's why this doesn't have a rate.
Interesting.
So it like slips in 2 water atoms instead of the usual water, instead of the reactive water region. It'll just kind of slip in a water instead, or a salt water, I should say.
Oh, this is really good.
Yeah, wow.
This is fun. They have the one-use purification on the right too. Just
They do.
2 extra iron. It's a good TI solve.
It's pretty sick. Also a bit of biggie bricking. Like them words. Alright.
Oh yeah, it's exactly enough on that stick to get all of the ones with salt in it. I forget the names.
6 writes, I tried my best at making a G solve. You did well, 6. Alright. Total time 19 hours too. So there was some blood and sweat poured in this TI solve. It looks hard to beat. Alright. Next up, 54th place is River Soul, which is a solve we've already seen before. Oops. Alright. We've already seen it before, but I can use it to zoom in. And we can stay zoomed in, so I can actually change the speed whenever I want now. We've already seen the solve, though, so moving on very quickly. Next up is 5381, whose solve is... It's not scoring, but it says it's coming in 53rd place, because my solution parser has, like, a list of people who, like, if this person submits, their score doesn't solve. And that doesn't work when the name is just a number. So I'm going to have to input that one manually into the spreadsheet when we get there. But, yeah.
Yeah, I have to take a look about why that's happening with auto hotkey.
So 5381 was actually doing a lot of, he was DMing me a lot over the course of the week with a lot of min-cost speculation, because he's a playtester, he could see the solves coming in, and he was trying to figure out how to do it. Min-cost and just trying to, like, get lower than everyone else on area, and the constraints that came with doing min-cost was a lot, and I think it stressed him out a bit. So we have this solve instead. But I do appreciate the playtesting and the workshopping. I did appreciate the DMs. Man, we've already been going for 3.5 hours. Shit. Let me continue. I'm gonna move on real quick. At 52nd place, Mr. Heels. So the claim is...
yeah, this is min area. Or, min area, in quotes.
Min area, but there's a projection glyph and an extra hex of track.
Oh, yeah.
And the extra hex of track is because... And the track is because purification glyph, but I think for min area... You don't need the purification glyph. Which also means you don't need the track, so... Min area for this puzzle is 20 hexes.
I do wonder what maybe like a ACG metric on this would look like.
ACG, I think I playtested ACG for this puzzle. I think, if I remember correctly, it was not that... It wasn't that in-depth. I don't think there was much depth to it. I think it would have been a hell of a lot of ties for first place.
I see.
Alright, moving on though. In 51st place, we're still in 3 digits, so 100G, Redstone Paradox. And again, this one looks like a bit of an area solve.
Yeah, area-ish.
Area-ish.
It's got a couple equilibria, but at least there's no purification.
Yeah, we're starting to see already the use of, I forgot the molecule names. 3 of the quicksilver and 2 of the iron input, and that just gets you a clean 1 output set, which is good for if you're optimizing GA. Obviously, you don't want to have waste atoms laying around.
Right. Yeah, that was the same ratio that was used for the 6R solves, is the 3 quicksilver.
Yeah. So yeah, if you pull quicksilver 3 times instead, and just like have the copper come out, the iron one come out twice instead, then yeah, you can just project the whole thing, and you have just enough water that you can make the complete output set, and yeah, no waste. The math works out kind of nicely here.
Intended?
Yes, intended.
Good puzzle design.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been sitting on this one for like 2 years because I knew I didn't want to like if I ever ran a tournament, I wanted this one in. This was, yeah, I was quite looking forward to releasing this week on everyone because it's been sitting in my custom workshop, custom puzzle tray for a very long time. Redstone Paradox writes, misread the second metric as AGC, but I'm submitting this anyway because I spent quite a while on this. All right.
Yeah, no worries. It seems like other people have made area solves too in this category, so.
All right, we're down to double digits, so you needed double digits for top 50. There you go. At 90th place, at 50th place at 90G is 7T Storm. That looks like eye drops of irritation.
Got some suppression going on here. Very cool.
So piston, no track this time. So 7T Storm asks in the solution notes, min gold, question mark. The answer is no min gold.
In general,
Typically,
piston
pistons,
rarely sees use in gold, just because with the same price you could get 4-track, and that's a lot more. Well, it's not a lot more access points, but it gets you a lot more contiguous access points, which is good for a lot of glyphs.
Yeah, so like for the price of a piston, you can do this instead. That's the same cost, and a piston has access to 18 hexes, and this has access to 24, I believe. And they're all like next to each other in a like, and they're all kind of clumped up. In fact, they're very clumped up if I make it a 2-length arm, and like, yeah, just like all this, like all this is stuff that I can touch with that arm on a track, and so that just like ends up being very powerful and very convenient. And I can.
Yeah, this points out your area is still wrong because of the collision mod.
Oh, okay. I'll turn that back. On. Whoa. Turn that back on. That's not track. Collision mod. Alright, sick. Oh yeah, Rebix, I don't know if you saw the Lustrous Tech teaser in my puzzle tray, but we'll get to that. Alright. In 49th place, still at 90G, but 1 less hex. Luna. Luna writes, goes like bap, bap, bap on the keyboard. No cheating on stream.
Some interesting swings here to avoid atoms that are already on the board, using the piston to like extend things further and then swing past. Like here.
Yeah, I can speed all these up. Yeah, so my hope is that cost won't take as long as rate, because rate had... It kind of required some pretty intense commentary, but I think we can slow it down a little here with cost and just chill out and kind of move on at a stronger cadence. Nevertheless,
Yeah.
I think this is the last time we see a piston. So say goodbye to the piston.
Bye, piston.
Thanks, Patrick. And, all right. Playtest solve, actually, coming up next. At 85G is Yosh. This is totally Min G, yeah. Totally. It is if you use a purification glyph instead of a projection glyph. Yosh writes, this is totally how you do Min G, yeah? Please tell me if I'm doing something wrong. I am very bad at the game.
So one thing about the purification glyph is you need access to all 3 of the hexes on it to use it in a cost solve. So, yeah, not always the best choice.
And because the 3 hexes are in a triangle shape, you need track. Because if it was just like, if it was an elbow joint, you'd be fine. But we don't have any glyphs like that, so... Well, alright, glyph of unification has one. But, yeah, that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
But no, this is not in fact min cost. We do actually have a few more of these 85G solves. The first one submitted by Jamu. Jamu writes in the solution notes, why?
So this does give you access to everything except the calcifier. So you have both inputs, both hexes of the debonder, both hexes of the bonder, both hexes of the projection, and both outputs, but the calcifier is slightly... So you just hit it with a rotation like that.
It's got access to everything except for the calcifier, but that's fine. You just, you don't need access to the calcifier, so that's cool.
Mm-hmm. And in cost, access is like the big thing. Like, what glyphs can you actually access from the amount of like places that the arm can go?
Yeah,
so
right.
Here, it's like this seems like pretty good cost because it's like there's a lot of stuff you need to access, and it's just 3 track, so it lets you access everything except the calcifier. Then the question is there a way to use more of the glyphs without getting access to both sides?
Yes, I guess as people in chat are pointing out, that the main back and forth here is that because here you want to do... We'll get to why, I won't spoil why, but you want a brick. You want to like join shit together. And then GA is a metric that doesn't want you to do that. So that was the trade-off inherent to the design of the puzzle. I thought, yeah, because when... I think cost tier area was a pretty... It was a pretty easy secondary to pick, because, yeah. And the puzzle, solving it min cost just kind of naturally felt like, it just kind of naturally felt like a GA puzzle. Like, I didn't really think about it that much. I was like, oh yeah, GA. Yeah, I don't know, yeah. Just solving min cost at all is just kind of going to lead to GA tactics and ideas, so that was the reasoning behind that. In 47th place, still at 85G, but... the area is drops all the way down to 22. Is Amusette. Amusette. Cool layout, actually.
Yeah, very cool. Looks like a sort of Cylon thing.
Yeah. Amusette writes, love doing single arm low area solutions. Many of us did area by accident. Hope I keep submitting past week 2. Unlike when I forgot in 2021. Hopefully, because there is a break week after week 2, so hopefully you remember to come back. Pretty sick layout though, actually, for 85G. I like this.
Yeah, that's really cool. And it's the same access as the last solve, where everything's full access except the calcifier. The calcifier is right in the middle there for extra cool points. It's like wearing a gas mask or something.
Alright. Moving on to 46th place. Still at 85G. Also at 22 area, but at 538 cycles. No longer breathed in. Nate Silver. Isn't Nate Silver the guy that does that, he does US election analysis? Like,
yeah, the site is called 538.
Yeah, he runs the 538 website.
Yeah, so if you look at the cycle count, you'll see the connection.
Oh, it's just clicked. I see. Actually, yeah, I know. Alright, so for us non-Americans, we do still keep an eye on the US elections because you guys are just so annoyingly important that we kind of do have to keep...
There's too many of us on the internet.
And also, you know, the president is usually like top 3 most powerful people on the planet. So it's like, alright, keep an eye on it.
So they say.
So, and yeah, and whenever I do that, I'll pretty much only ever go to 538.com. So that's my experience with your US elections. It's also just kind of fun because they do a lot of like good number crunching there. Satisfies my desire for numbers. My thirst must be quenched. No Longer Breathed In writes, if anyone beats this on area, I'll eat my hat. Offer void if they don't tie on cost. Wait, so what if they beat you on cost and area? Does that count?
No, it has to be a tie.
Oh, no. I should have asked No Longer Breathed In at some point. What if it's equal, lower than or equal to cost? Does that... I would have liked that to be specified. Anyway, this is version 5...
We'll get back to that, though.
This is version 5 of the bent track submission. V1 was 85, 22, 669. V2 swapped the outputs and was 85, 24, 556 due to a pivot that used 2 extra hexes. V3 fixed that, but went up to 586 cycles. V4 dropped the first product better and went down to 562. This version puts a temporarily useless water atom in a better place and saves 8 more cycles off the period. Okay. So that ends our 85G journey. Thus starts our 80G journey. And there are a lot at 80G. I'll have to be breaking down... Yeah, 80G. We'll be spending a while here, so buckle in. At 45th place. 80G, 73 area. Nightshine. Eagle, 10 under par. Length 3 arm.
And yeah, as mentioned before, this does the long length arm on a track gives you lots of access. And it's enough for this puzzle for sure.
Plenty of access points here. I think it's full access everything.
Yeah. With the room to spare, like there's a hex to spare.
True. So Nightshine writes, so I originally used 2 arms for my cost leaning initial solve. Then I tried a single piston and vaguely optimized that on Sunday. Then when I couldn't sleep, I wondered if 1 arm on some track could do. A 1 length arm on 4 track has 12 spaces around it, which covers the 11 needed to solve this puzzle, as we pointed out, I think. But costs the same. A 1 length on 3 track is not enough, but a 2 lengths on 3 track is. Can we do better? Well, yes, we can. A 2 lengths on 2 track has 12 pistons it can reach, though it might be tight. That morning I realized that yes, that would be quote-unquote that would be very tight and lengthened the arm. I wonder whether Crytelli cared for efficiency and optimization or just results. I feel like I'm walking in the footsteps of people who walk in footsteps. Here's a long trod over already. I reckon at first Crytelli didn't care about optimizing, but then he grew to care more as his alchemy journey continued, and the things that happen in the story that you don't know yet happen. I think he starts caring more about optimization. All right. In 44th place, at 61 hexes, we have Alonso. So, same thing, but with length 2 arm instead of length 3 arm, which pretty much accomplishes the same thing that Night Shines did, where it has full access everything. So it's a comfy place to optimize.
Yeah, and this is obviously less area because the arm is not as long.
Alright, so Alonso's solution notes, it's a couple of quotes here. So it's like a dialogue. So it's like, it's stupid looking. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. It's a good quote. Apparently Elena and Alex Soban said that. There you go. With apologies to Howard Taylor. But yes, if it's stupid, if it looks stupid and it works, it's not stupid. That's me when TI.
It's wise words for many solutions in this game.
Alright. Powering on down to 55 hexes. We have Transcendental Guy, who did actually submit a cost solve. It would be funny if it also had an irrational rate. No, I don't think it will.
Yeah, that would be pretty impressive, I think.
He's requesting a glyph that costs pi in the title, though.
Hmm. Maybe a mod can provide that.
Funny quirk of the Infinifactory mod that I perennially have turned on is that the Infinifactory tracks only cost 2G each. So there you go. There's something...
Very, very strange to see these costs that are not multiples of 5.
Oh, man. That Week 0 showcase was a banger showcase, though. It was like 288G or something weird like that. But...
Yeah. So this one is not actually full access, believe it or not. The calcifiers.
No access calcifier.
Yeah.
But other than that...
It seems like this one is speeding up a bit, but yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think tertiary was considered here. What's the tertiary? 394. That's pretty quick.
Yeah, it avoids dropping the Quicksilver unnecessarily. It moves the Quicksilver onto the glyph in one swing, so.
Alright. Moving on to 42nd place at 52 hexes. We have Not Great. Min plus 10. Not Great writes in the solution notes, I know it's possible, but I just couldn't figure out a geometry that works, so I threw this together instead. Didn't bother optimizing for secondaries. So.
Oh, still pretty good.
Min plus 10 apparently, though. Which would put Min at 70G, which would mean no track at all. How the hell do you do that? We won't answer that question now, because we've got quite a few 80G solves to come. But, interesting thought to leave some of you with. In case you weren't aware of the 70G Min thing being an idea worth considering. Alright. Moving on. Drop down to 43 hexes. At 41st place, Zanuck. It actually feels pretty good after doing rate to just, bang, I can move on right now. It's good.
Yeah, because there's not too much different. It's just what access you have. I guess this one, half-axis bonder, which is kind of interesting.
Oh, yeah. Half-axis bonder. Doesn't actually have access to the calcifier, I guess. So there you go. Only 10 of the 12 access points used here. Still on length 2 arms. I wonder if we'll see length 1 arms. At 80G. Moving on. Just down a couple of hexes, but a 4-digit cycle count is please, 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 lol.
I guess this one also half access, or no access calcifier, but everything else fine. It seems to be leaving a water there for a while. Okay, there it used it.
Yeah, it uses it at the very end. It does a fair amount of shuffling towards the end here. Let me slow it down just real quick. Yeah, like right here. This looks like secondary considerations here. I think that's why it's shuffling like that. There you go. Alright, Jesus, we're nearly at the 4-hour mark already. Let me keep going.
I'm gonna be right back a second.
Oh, good. Alright, down to 40 hexes. So, beating this by a single hex was Zidras. Fair amount quicker, though. So, actually, half the... This is not that much shuffling, but one of the directions is basically not used. Half access... so, this is our first half access projection glyph. So, this is another glyph you can do half access. Because you only need that Quicksilver spot. You do not need to access the bit where the iron goes. Because instead of actually... Let me... Where is it? Come on, grab the stupid rust. Alright, so here. So projection at the ready. And you can just pivot to water instead. And you do not need your arm to touch this hex at all. So you can just do that. So, informative moments. So that's another glyph we can add to the don't need full access list. We've got calcifier on it. You don't need any access to calcifier, and you don't need full access to projection either. So, moving on down to 38. 38's place. Hey, Panic.
Hey.
We drop 8 hexes down to 32. So, a bit of a hex drop here. Disposal glyph.
Interesting.
It is free. It is a free glyph.
Free real estate.
Free but big, as Biggie correctly points out in chat. It is big. 7 hex glyph.
This is
I
cost.
just realized I was muted for the past.
I thought, man, Rebix must be getting real bored. Let me try and...
No, that's my bad. I went to get water and I forgot to unmute. But you managed to say all the important stuff.
Okay.
So yes, at this cost, you definitely, if you don't need access to everything, you are allowed access to the glyph of disposal. And so this solve no access calcifier, which is why it's able to squeeze in this this glyph of disposal, and it kind of makes good use of this extra space that the glyph of disposal gives you. It's as I mentioned earlier, if you were to area optimize this, min's 20, so this is min plus 12 area. Not bad. Alright. Sauntering down on to 37th place, we drop down a couple of hexes to 30 with YX Web. More disposal.
Oh, this looks really tight.
Only 2 equilibrium glyphs. So here, as is convention for GAC, many of our alchemists here will mark the extra hexes with equilibrium instead of making me have to press. See, if I press pay, all the glyphs that have been used will already pop up anyway. So yeah, so I don't have to worry about pressing pay to show you all the used hexes because they're marked out for me, helpfully by the alchemists.
Very nice.
It's a pretty interesting layout, actually.
Looks like the disposal is just there for you to have the most convenient atom at all times. Sometimes it disposes the water, and then here it gets rid of the quicksilver.
Right, so you don't have to store it.
So you don't have to juggle around, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I was kind of low key like, wait, why is the disposal being used? But yeah, Waxweb writes in the solution notes, proud of this one. Although I think there must be a way to get lower area using input suppression. So this was pretty well optimized for area. Well, we actually do not take a secondary drop. We take a tertiary drop from 1,192 cycles. In 36th place, Egg Sucker 888 at 711 cycles. Still at 30 area.
Did we have a rate submission from this person?
Egg Sucker. Yes, we did. They were the one that... they tied for 38th place. Quite amusingly.
Oh, yeah.
Right, with the...
with Rat Massive.
Yeah.
Alright, so no disposal glyph, but much more equilibrium usage here. Solution notes read... Sorry.
I was just going to say with the length 2 arm, you're kind of forced to use a lot of those hexes because the grabber swings around.
True, yeah. There's just a kind of swing space that you have to naturally factor in. And of course, the reason we're seeing all these length 2 arms is because moving down a length 1 arm, like, you don't have to swing as much, and that would seem to imply that you're going to be able to get a much lower area count, but that's a lot more of a pain in the ass. Because you take your access point count down from 12 to, what, 8? Yeah, so only 8 access points. That's a bit more of a headache. And you won't have access to disposal, so you kind of have to... You're locking yourself into having to juggle some shit around. And you have to figure out which hexes, which shit you don't want access to.
Mm-hmm.
Because with 8 access points, half of them are being taken up by inputs and outputs. At least. So, yeah.
Length 2 swings will become quite a big deal.
They actually, they will, won't they? In 35th place, dropping down a couple of hexes, Moraconda, who is, as you could probably surmise, not a cost main.
It says
I think they got this on pretty close to the deadline, too.
Oh, shit, yeah, it says in the solution notes, started at T-minus 6 hours, jumped ship on trackless, or gave up on trackless at T-minus 3 hours, finished at T-minus 30 minutes to go. Damn, that was last minute. Okay. Nearly 22 area, but you can't suppress the copper input for the final bond, and I didn't have time for a redesign. ADG probably goes about that low, but given that I got reasonably close to 70G in just an afternoon, probably quite a few people found it. Well, I think by this point in the rate stream, we were already at min rate, so less people got min cost than they did min rate.
This is a really good solve for cutting it pretty close to the deadline. We see half-axis debonder this time.
Alright, so there's a bit of...
a fun thing to work with.
So, alright, another glyph. We've unlocked a new glyph that we don't need access to. Full access to. And that is the debonder. So right. Calcifier, projector, and now debonder. None of which need full access. Making a half-access debonder, though, is a lot less trivial than the other two. So there's a lot harder to do than your other two glyphs. So, yeah, half-access debonder means that you can't just pull one of the inputs and just debond it, because the atom that you debond is stuck in no man's land, and you are completely screwed. So you have to make sure that whatever you debond on the other end, on the glyph you don't have access to, is a molecule that touches an access point. So for example, I'll wait for the solve to do it next. I think it's just going to try and... Oh yeah, it's just outputs, never mind. So it'll be this one. So here, it debonds, but it has to make sure that whatever it debonds, that atom, it still has access to. So it doesn't just lose the molecule and just completely ruin everything. So that is the idea behind reducing that access point. And also, I think this is our first... Is this our first length one ADG arm? Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, some very interesting shapes here to deal with that half-axis debonder. And also half-axis projection. I guess that shape isn't that interesting, but just a stick.
Stick. It does make a... That's the green vitriol shape, for those of you playing along at home.
Surely we have a couple showcases that just make green vitriol.
Alright,
Yeah, maybe.
moving on to 34th place. Same hex count, 28 hexes, but instead of 1,107 cycles, it's 637 cycles by Guilty Bystander.
Almost halved.
Yeah, it's a hell of a cycles drop. Back to length 2 arm, which I think explains the cycle count. Guilty.
Yeah, the last one seemed more of a one arm, like tried to be one arm and then didn't finish it, but this one is more committed to the 2-armness.
Yeah, Guilty Bystander writes, optimizing tertiary at maybe not min secondary and definitely not min primary. So yeah. This was tertiary brained.
What's really cool about this solve is that we have the necessary length to swing, but this one covers 2 of the hexes on the top there with the output. So it's not actually wasted area.
That is cool.
So
And it lets the arm turn around.
informative moment here. So Guilty Bystander, when he does his length 2 swings, he'll make sure he's doing it on the inside. So, for example, if arm 1 is here on the plus side of the track, he won't swing it out here. That's extra hex. You will not see that swing anywhere in the solve. I don't think you see these swings either in the solve. So, because that's a lot of extra hexes that you're swinging over. So, whoops, my bad. And so yeah, if I press P, show you all the hexes that are being used, you can see he does not use as many hexes as you think he would with that length 2 arm. As a direct result of him being very economical with where exactly he's swinging his length 2 arm. And other than that, the fact that he gets a length 2 arm in the first place explains why. Because you get all the access points again, so no juggling required. So he absolutely dominates on the tertiary bit. And it tertiary did matter. So there you go. He did well optimizing it. So, in 33rd place, we will drop down a single hex to 27 with Cosmic Horror. And we're back to length 1 arm.
I see a triangle.
Tringle. So we've got
Love
that
to see it.
half-axis debonder again, which is why I tringle, because you can see this debonding position right here. The rest of the tringle, you have access to the salt still, so you don't lose the molecule. So that's why that's like that. Full access bonder still. So yeah, you can see like this looks like this layout was designed around. I want a full access bonder, so I'm gonna kind of work around my other glyphs to make sure I get that one full access.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this seems like a reasonable set of things to have access to with a single track.
Yeah, I like what this solve does. Alright, let me... Yeah, I'll go back to speeding it up because the next few solves, I think, have 4-digit cycle counts.
Mm.
No cost too great. No cycle count too great.
Alright. Moving on. at 31st place. Another single hex drop down to 25. Small crepe. The solve. Wait. Oh, it did the thing where it didn't delete the old solve. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's alright. This one does not have a 4-digit cycle count, which is interesting. We have our first no access bonder.
Wow.
So we can add this to the list of glyphs we don't need full access to. In fact, you don't need access to it at all. The bonder, you do not need an arm touching the bonder.
Can we slow it down just a little bit? I want to see what shape it's making there. Because it's a no access bonder that's on the other side of both of the inputs, so it's like it has to suppress to use it.
So really helpfully, it does the bond right at the beginning, so I can just like start it from the beginning and show you why you don't need access to the bonder. So by pivoting the bonders that are not pivoting the atoms that are not going to go on the bonder with the 2 atom molecules that you're given as regents, you just get to bond without needing the bonder. So there you go.
Right, but that doesn't make the output yet. It still has to do some
of
weird
course
stuff.
not.
Yeah.
So another interesting moment here is that, because that's all well and good with the 2 atom molecule, but what do you do with the rest of the molecule? Well, you have to make this like C shape, which is an important shape in cost actually, but you're left with the spare Quicksilver. Pretty cool that the cycle count is this low actually.
Yeah, what happened to 32? Is that not a like in the ranking? Because we went from 33 to 31.
I showed 32, didn't I? It was 26. It was this one. No, wait. Maybe did I not show it? I didn't show it. Oh, dickhead. I did it again. Sorry. At 32nd place is Jason. I thought I did. I thought I fucking showed this solve. God damn it.
The 6-hour stream moment.
Yeah. Alright, yeah. So back to actually had a length 2 arm again. This one at an even lower area than Guilty By. This saves 2 hexes over Guilty Bystanders.
This is a really cozy packing of everything.
Yeah, right. It's packed up very nicely. Couple of lengths to, and I think we're really reaching the limits of how low length to arm on a track can go here, because there are a couple of like sad swings, like those 2 bottom equilibrium glyphs. There's like nothing going on there, but there's no avoiding those 2 because you need the bonder there, and your output glyphs are all kind of trying their best to cover all these hexes, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess one.
Yeah, the idea of using the outputs to cover up the area that would be used otherwise by swings and such is definitely good.
Fun watching the arm wiggle around.
It does a lot of wiggling, yeah. One thing I possibly could be worth... no, actually. Yeah, it could be worth... Maybe you could have saved 1 hex by putting the projection there. Maybe save 1 hex, but that's the only hex I'm seeing that could even in theory be saved. Nah, you can't get water out that way. Okay, alright. So yeah, not even that hex. So yeah. Sorry about that. So back to small crepe, just in case there was anything else we wanted to talk about. See, you made the C atom shape. Use the excess Quicksilver for the next one, and it just outputs pretty quickly. No, okay, I'll just...
Yeah, second one is pretty straightforward after the wild C shape of the first one.
Small crepe writes in the solution notes, naught but a small man. He is a small boy. Alright, next up. 30th place. Coming in at 23 hexes. Mad Master 5000. Cool layout. Quality Crytelli. Right, it's limited brain power can't beat limited access 23, referring to the hex count. He writes in the solution notes, congratulations to everyone that got 70G. We're getting close. We're not too far away from 70G now. So, yeah, as I said, min area is 20. So this is min area plus 3. Getting pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's just the Critelli, the track, and the equilibrium there.
Yeah, right. So I guess at 80G, because you need the track axes, you're not going to get below 21. Right, because yeah. But other than that, no excess. Sorry.
Some nice suppression going on too.
Oh yeah, pretty cool suppression. No excess bonder again. So the same thing small creep had to do. Where you're making some fancy molecules, but I guess it works all right. Actually, the no excess bonder works pretty conveniently with the track X's because you get access to the glyphs on the output glyphs on either side of Critelli, those hexes. Having access to both of those two means you can do like a couple of pivots with a couple of inputs, and you just get the shape automatically. So that's pretty convenient. Alright. Next up, we actually have our final non-min cost solve at 29th place. We have an 80G 21 hex solve by who? So this is at 80G, this is min, and it's a length 2 arm this whole time. Never needed the link.
Interesting.
You love to see it. Wow, this is great.
Also, this solve so in my opinion, this fulfills the no longer breathed in bet of lower hex count, but it's 5G cheaper as well, so yeah. I don't know if it actually fulfills the bet, but in my heart, it does. So there you go. To absolutely no wasted hexes, no equilibriums at all. At 80G, you need 21 hexes. So yeah, does not get lower than this at 80G.
Another cool solve from who?
It is, isn't it? Yeah. But because there are no equilibriums whatsoever, you only have access to a few different directions of movement here. It's a half-access debonder, half-access projection, no-access calcifier. You actually do get full access to the bonder still, but a very clever layout here means that you don't need any other hex whatsoever. And because you see that length 2 arm is only swinging in 3 directions ever. So yeah, all that length 2 swing space that Rebix alluded to being important, kind of coming in clutch here. I'll speed it up a bit, but we'll watch the whole thing through. Alright. That does it. For all... Oh, wait. No, actually, before I continue, there were actually notes. I don't want to skip over those. The cramped space makes swapping the location of working materials impossible without bond juggling. The leftover water from the first product must be stored on the right, so it must be swapped with the metal input. It must swap together with the mercury, which is why the mercury is not consumed to make copper until after the water has been swapped and rebonded to the iron. An earlier version had the debonder fully accessible and the bonder fully inaccessible, which was easier to work with, but it was impossible for the products to reach the output without striking the debonder. Huh, interesting. This was my first time trying to optimize for area, and it was a very fun challenge. Next week's looks rather more intimidating. Wait, oh no, I think Who thought it was AGC as well. Oops. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is such a cool solve. Alright. It's time we crack open the 70G Pandora's box here, because that's what our next solve comes at. So yeah, 28 people submitted at min cost. I'll be reading the area count from now on. So our first one clocks in at 55 hexes. Screams in pain. Random name writes, this took me so long to get with min cost that I'm not even trying to area optimize it. Still pretty happy with it since I've only been playing for 3 weeks. That's actually... Only playing for 3 weeks, getting min cost on this puzzle is an achievement. This
is very good for 3 weeks.
Bro, for less than a month, I sure as shit wouldn't have gotten min cost on this puzzle with 3 weeks experience. So, in order to get 70G, you need to combine all that no-access shit we were talking about earlier. So you can see here, no-access calcifier, half-access projection, half-access debonder, and a no-access bonder. Actually making the shape rather difficult, because with a no-access bonder, you don't have access to those convenient-ass hexes from earlier. So it's like, you can't do that. You can't just put, pivot this hex and then pivot this hex. No, you actually have to... You can't just make the output shape directly. You got to make some other weird shape and then, kind of surgery the blue vitriol shape together. Which is exactly what this does. Yeah, this is pretty nice.
Very good for the lowest ranking min cost.
Yeah, right. This is the largest one. 28 submissions. This is the largest one. It's not even that big. I remember
press P, I guess. See what the actual footprint looks like.
Yeah, right. So that looks like that looks like the kind of footprint that we would have had in last year's GAC.
Yeah.
But yeah, last year's GAC, to get them in cost, there were people submitting 1,000 area hex solutions, but not this year. Absolutely not this year.
Yeah, well, that one gave you the sort of tempting approach of being wasteful as part of the puzzle, whereas this one, it's... Wasteless isn't too bad.
Yeah, Wasteless is pretty good.
There's not really a clear wasteful thing that's easier, so might as well.
Yeah, you may as well just do it the quote-unquote proper way. Alright. Moving on down to a single hex to 54 hexes, Monkey. I'll press pay for this one as well. Wow. And I'll speed this one up a bit because we're at 1400 fucking cycles. Monkey writes in the solution notes, finding a method to construct the outputs separately instead of in this big block would reduce area significantly. I'm not sure such a method exists.
Very interesting shapes here.
It kind of has the 2 outputs already in the block.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an interesting block. But yeah, it does it so it makes exactly 2 of the blue vitriols.
Mm-hmm. All sort of at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, is that for an intermediary? So I guess, yeah, intermediary is referring to the giant ball shape, because that's like your halfway point in between your starting, your starting inputs and your outputs. So intermediary is the shape that you need to make to get from your inputs to your outputs, because you can't just turn your inputs straight into outputs. So yeah, that word will be popping up a lot, intermediary, because yeah, this particular solve has quite a few of them. Alright. Oh yeah, Monkey writes in the solution notes, finding a method to construct the outputs separately instead of in this big block would reduce area significantly. I'm not sure such a method exists. We'll have to wait and see. At 26th place, we drop down another single hex to 53 hexes with Ebonov. Now the unknown is if a better method is out there. He writes, it feels good to shave some areas off this intermediary. It did get him a few spots, I guess. The key shave is that the arm stays on one side of the length 4 bar of water once it's formed, and this way the largest swing is avoided. Projection from this side causes a debonding too early, but that can be worked around.
I think the brick is pretty similar to Matter Monkey's.
It looks very similar. Except with this stuff here as well happening, which looks pretty funky, actually. But then it kind of like fills in the hole and then becomes Matter Monkey's shape.
Yeah, it's so funny how it fills in the hole like that. It's like that C shape is used for the projection and then also the bonding.
Mmm.
GA is such a cool metric because it's just all these weird shapes appear.
I'm a big fan of geometric. I like this geometric as well. I think it was like, I know my opinion heading into it, comparing it to hydroponic, was that it would have like a harder primary but more approachable secondary. Because last year had a ball buster of a secondary, so I said it as a good thing. I liked the secondary last year, but yeah, this one kind of compares rather interestingly because it's like min cost feels like every bit as much of a challenge. You can't really just find some killer tech that makes min cost easy. You do have to deal with intermediaries at some point, which is pretty high. Which I consider that one of like the deeper cuts of cost tech, and you kind of have to deal with that to find a min cost here. But once you do, the area secondary is kind of like you're already thinking about it anyway, because you're already thinking about intermediates, because that's what you do for GAC. So that's why I liked area so much as a secondary for this puzzle.
Yeah, and I think the fact that so many people are scoring so highly and have found minimum cost is just a testament to the, I guess, strength of the community in exploring cost as a metric. I feel like a few years ago, this would have been like a tricky, like it would have been cool to see a min cost for something like this, whereas nowadays it's just like
min cost probably would have gotten you. It probably would have gotten your top 10 a few years ago.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
The bar is getting higher.
Every fucking year it gets higher. At 25th place, we take a bit of a dive. Start getting worried. Now's your cue, everyone. At 41 hexes, Cuckoo 52. Sorry, 41 hexes, 1,742 cycles, Cuckoo 52. Oh, and I'm not quite running at 60 frames per second anymore.
Is this fully instructioned out?
It must be. That has to be what's lagging, because I don't think turning collision off will matter here. Oh,
the 6p.
Oh, check out this is some pretty intense bricking.
What the heck?
Alright, well, and yeah, that's a cool... Alright, so it does that both times, that pretty sick movement onto the debonder.
Oh, it could be 1p, but there's a few cycles saved by not it's putting the iron back to where it was.
It's been 6p'd to save like single-digit cycles.
Let's see if it matters.
Looks like it would be, I think, 18 cycles. Because the iron, the rust input ends one pivot off from where it starts. So if you just added an extra grab pivot drop, it would 1p it.
So this is the cool movement right here. Arm 1 does it does a pivot into itself. Just kind of narrowly not colliding, and then rotate, and then bang, you got your dirty vitriol, and and the rust. So you can just kind of put the rust back and output, and you could 1p that if you wanted to, but I made cycles the tertiary, so so no. I did mention the cycle count. And in fact, next up at 41 hexes, 1,612 cycles. Tweedledee.
Costco arm.
So not everything's covered by the EQ, but that's okay. It's just, yeah, it kind of forms the border plus Critelli.
Interesting, yeah.
So, our biggest shape... Ooh. Does a bit of ghost grabs. Interesting. Yeah, so this one is 1P'd out. So this could have been 6P to save cycles, but he didn't. So the swing space here is kind of being used rather generously. It's just that you don't see anything more than 6 atoms. You don't see more than 6 atoms bonded together at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, some careful selective debonding means you have a reactive order and an output. So that works rather nicely. And it'll do something similar, I think, for the clean vitriol. Yeah. Actually, the clean vitriol is a little more easily handled than the dirty one. Alright. Moving on. We have a host solve. This one by Gecko, coming in at 40 hexes. Gecko writing in the notes, this was the best version of my playtest for GAC. Whoa.
I guess with this one we see that configuration of bonder and debonder next to each other, which is like, is that lustrous syrup?
Ooh, do I get to mention that?
I don't think in this solve it is.
Oh yeah.
It's never stranded.
No, okay. Alright, we will, yeah. I'm looking forward to mentioning that. Because I got the example ready, just in case. Because I'm like, people are going to ask what's lustrous syrup tech, so... I got that shit on standby.
Yeah, I guess just the positioning of the bonder and debonder reminded me of it. I wasn't sure.
Alright. To actually get a pretty big molecule here at some point. Where is the big molecule? So at this point in the solve, we get nine atoms bonded together at the same time for that one rotate. So there you go. But then pretty quickly outputs and then like kind of handles the rest of it pretty easily. So yeah, fun little moment. All right. Appreciate the playtest, by the way, Gecko. This is he had a lot of fun with the puzzle, which made me go, all right, cool. We got a good GAC puzzle. So that was actually very helpful. So appreciate that. In 23rd place at 37 hexes at 1,092 cycles is Kevalan. Alright, Kevalan writes in the solution note... No.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Oops. You didn't see that. You probably did say that. Wait, did I just... Oh. No, I didn't. Sorry, I thought I just spoiled the next 5 placements. Whoops. I didn't. Ha. Ha. Close call. Anyway, Kevalan writes in the solution notes... I expect a lot of cost solves to have similar layouts, so I'm not sure what might be interesting about this one. I'll just press P real quick. and speed it up. Most people familiar with the no access bonder tech should find something similar. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of people are going to be doing this exact thing with the intermediaries, with the no access bonder thing, because you have to do that for min cost. There is no other way to do it. Original version of my 70G solve was 52 area. The first product made comes out of the layout quite nicely. Two tricky problems bringing area down to 37. First, finding a good spot for the calcifier. There are a lot of hexes that have a water land on them only once in the procedure and would ruin the second output. Second, finding a bond layout for constructing the second output. A lot of procedures will accidentally bond or debond while you're trying to maneuver the molecule. The N shape, the like zigzag shape, made out of reactive water was the key. But I still had to try 3 different layouts in order to find this one, which has the huge advantage that it doesn't have to flip the whole molecule over. That was a big breakthrough.
We do have syrup.
Oh, this one, so this is our first syrup.
It's used a couple of times, actually. There's a 2 water molecule, and then there's maybe another N, I think, later.
So it's used pretty shortly after the solve starts, I think. Yeah, alright. Let me not speed.
There's another one later too, yeah.
Alright, so right here. So, you know I said about the, when you debond a molecule, you need access to it? Well, you don't actually, because what you can do instead, actually, I'll just play this solve out and then show what the traditional example was. What you can do instead of having access to that molecule that you just debonded is to leave it on a bonder. And you don't even need access to the bonder either. You just need an atom that can touch that bonder. And you can still kind of have access to this. And you'll see this eventually bonded back on. Again, it's really neat because you can get that quicksilver all the way past. So that's actually really, really cool. And yeah, you bond and suddenly you have access to the whole molecule again. So that's a kind of a different version of lustrous syrup. The traditional lustrous syrup tech would be something like this. So, well, actually, it's the same thing, really. But yeah, so this was discovered in the weeklies a year and a half ago on a puzzle called, you probably guessed by now, lustrous syrup. It was discovered independently by both Rebix and, was it Calliuresis? I think it was Calliuresis. No, it wasn't. It was Spec 98. I lied. Yeah, so yeah, Rebix and Spec 98 both kind of independently discovered this whole idea of when you debond something with a half-access debonder, you don't actually need access to whatever you debonded as long as it's on a bonder. And it's also a really good way to change the shape of a molecule at the same time. And this is why it's actually so powerful for this particular blue vitriol puzzle. Because not only are you rebonding something, but you can see you're rebonding it at a different shape. So this gives you a lot of control over the shape of a molecule when you're messing around with it at min cost. So that's the other key point of why this is such important tech. And why it was like a bit of a, whoa, that's a breakthrough kind of moment when we played it at Lustrous Syrup. Because, yeah, the 2 people that discovered it, those were the 2 people who placed top 2. Which is absolutely no coincidence. Alright.
It seems Spiritual Shampoo and Mr. Puzzle also did it, I think.
Mr. Puzzle didn't do it.
Well,
maybe Spiritual Shampoo did it as well. I don't think Mr. Puzzle did it. I think his was the best non-lustrous syrup submission. Okay, Spiritual Shampoo also did it. Okay, you get credit as well. Alright, coming in, also at 37 hexes, at 916 cycles, is Faindir, who writes easier than expected. Because I think that was one of the things a lot of the veterans experienced with this puzzle. It was kind of the opposite of right, in a sense, because you see this, like, you need a half-access bonder, no-access debonder, half-access this and that, and you think, ah, shit, I got an intermediary, and I got to do all this, like, surgery. And, like, that's pretty advanced tech, right? And you see that and you get a little scared. But then it ends up kind of, when you actually start making shapes, it's not that hard to land on the right shape. That 4-atom curve that you need for blue vitriol. You kind of end up with that naturally in a lot of cases. So, yeah. Because I think overall cost got more attention than rate did. And rate being as interesting as it was, I thought it was interesting because, yeah, cost ends up being this weirdly like, oh, wait, it's easy. Wait, it's hard again. Wait, it's, oh. And if you have the tools to find all this shit, you suddenly have this, oh, wait, that actually wasn't that terrible. Because cost is funny. Because once you see this shit, you can start, like, it's easy to learn some of these tricks. Whereas something with rate, it's not quite so easy to learn pipelining, right? Because there's no, yeah, cost lends itself to tricks and tech and discovery very well. Whereas something like rate is a lot more geometry and a lot more kind of finessing of your different pipelines and a lot more timing. And stuff like that.
Staring at gifts.
Yeah, and staring at gifts. Faindir writes in the solution notes, less than 1 hour from idea to finished solve. Did not expect this to be so much easier than rate to get primary min. Alright. I'm gonna at least attempt to keep the rate up, because we are approaching the 5-hour mark. Good lord. I don't think we'll hit the 6-hour mark. I think it'll be like 5 and a bit hours, I think we're looking at. Oh,
With
wait.
showcases?
Oh, that's right. Oh. We'll get there. Alright. In 21st place. At 36 hexes. So barely missing out on top 20. At 36 hexes, at 1,757 cycles, is Fiesta 618. Which is a name I think people were expecting a little later, but nevertheless, it was. Shit gets really tight from here on out. Fiesta writes, as I was designing this solve, I kept being reminded of all the concepts I've learned from past puzzles. I feel enormously grateful to all the puzzle designers who have created challenges to make me think, and all the solvers who have demonstrated and taught to me the solution principles I lean on today. You all are a wonderful community, and I appreciate you deeply. Aww. I appreciate you too, Fiesta. As for the solve itself, I actually felt that the solution space for layouts was not very large. With 2 inputs, 2 outputs, a projector, and debonder, all requiring access, simple process of elimination meant that 0 access bonder and calcifier were necessary. Add in the principles of handedness, that is, projector and debonder must slant away from one another to ensure that the relevant fragments are adjacent, and suppression, and I only found 4 glyph configurations that met all criteria. 2 of them worked, and this one was smaller. There is almost certainly Pentapig magic involving pocket dimensions that makes everything fit in 25 area. Still sad to not have Pentapig, but that's okay. But that, because this is the best GA solve I've ever made. Hats off to everyone who bests it. And there were 20 people who bested it. Because, yeah, you're all just kind of really fucking good at the game these days.
Handedness is an interesting concept I haven't really seen before.
In
general, I think you can swap the positions, right?
I never actually thought about handedness. That could, yeah. I'll be interested to see if there are solves that beat this one that, like, don't follow handedness, because I did not think about that at all when I was studying these solves.
Yeah, with suppression and Cs, you can get around it.
Yeah.
Though it might be hard and.
So maybe it makes things easier, but I don't think it's compulsory. But Fiesta raises a good point nevertheless, which is that the solution space is actually a bit more constrained than you think at 70G, because as it is true that you are locked into a no access bonder and a no access calcifier and half access this that. Like, that's all compulsory. That's pretty limiting to one's solution layout, to one's layout. So I think it explains why so many people did so fucking well on this puzzle, on this GAC puzzle, because yeah, the lack of things that you needed to worry about in your layout kind of guided everyone along the similar kind of correctish path to optimizing. So it's an interesting point. It's not something you see very often in puzzles like this. In 20th place, cracking top 20. Congratulations. At 36 hexes, at 1,187 cycles, Mr. Puzzle. Is that a near perfect hexagon? That's awesome.
Yeah, probably just missing the Critelli.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just missing the Critelli. That's funny.
Oh, radial debonder.
Radial debond. Yeah. So no handed. Actually, yeah. Well, there is no concept of any handedness because nothing's slanted. Everything. That debonder and projector are both pointing directly away from the arm.
Yeah. I guess the bonder is, but
yeah. Well, the bonder placement is actually very tightly constrained. It kind of yeah. It needs to be like. Because yeah. So the thing about the bonder. So I'll just demonstrate it real quick. It needs to be like in. It needs to be. Let me just draw it out with equilibrium hexes, so it makes sense.
yeah,
So
it's like that length 2 hexagon thing.
So your bonder needs to be on these EQ hexes. It needs to be here. There is no getting away from it. It can't be next to your. You can't have access to it because you need access to everything else, and it can't be length 3 away. Because, oh shit, let me just undo all this.
Then you can't bond the two inputs together using it.
And if it's length 3 away, it's too far away for you to actually, you actually don't have access to it. If it's any further away. So, the bonder placement is very locked in. Which further constrains...
Up to rotation and reflection, the bonder is actually the same in every single 7AG solve.
Technically, yeah. It's technically the same, in the same spot. Really. Minus chirality, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is necessarily handed because of that, yeah. Mr. Puzzle writes in the solution notes, work it cheaper, make it better, do it faster, solve it smaller. Placement somewhere, showcase after, Opus, Magnum's never over.
Good Daft Punk reference.
Alright. Moving on. In 19th place, we are still at 36 X's. At 982 cycles. OMG, it's a best. Trust the method. So yeah, so this would be a solve where the debonder and projector both have the same handedness. So OMG, it's a best. So it's a best, writes in the solution notes. As soon as I opened the puzzle, I started to look for layouts to see if this puzzle was possible within 70G. I started by looking for intermediaries where I could split the molecule into even parts of products while having access to both. Being limited by this, the solution space became a lot smaller. After finding a viable one, I started working backwards on how to get the intermediary, which led to this solution. The intermediary appears on cycle 139. So that would be the one that Bist studied, I believe. That one, the big fucking 8 atom, right, okay, the 8 atom shape. So interesting. Bist here, I believe, does what Cuckoo 52 and Tweedledee did. And like a couple of others, like Witch Push, where they make both at the same time. No, no, they didn't do that. It was Monkey and a couple of others who did that. So they make both at the same time, but Bist here has been able to pack it in to a lot smaller kind of hex space. And it was this particular swing, which was the key swing that she had to figure out first. And, oh, cool, look at that. You got both your clean and dirty Vitriol. Then it's got to output them without using up too many more hexes. And that's, like, where most of the hexes are used, in that, like, one key area, one key part of the solve right there.
Mm-hmm.
BNR.
Yeah, having to...
Sorry, you go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, having to swing the output is a lot of where area comes from, I think. So,
That's where, like, almost all
planning
of the...
out.
Yeah, that's where almost all
like
of the area comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, as soon as we get that big 8-atom chunk, we can, like, figure out where almost all the hexes are in, like, the next few cycles. So yeah, a lot of the work it does up to that point is to try and get that shape. And we finally have that shape. So you can see a big swing across. And now we just have to output these. And yeah, there's a lot of your swing space there. This one uses... And yeah, there's like almost all of the swing space, like right there in your big 8-atom molecule and your outputting.
I see that this says that the output swing hexes were already used, but I think in GA it's actually more helpful to think that the output swing hexes come before. You want to work backwards, and then if you need to swing it for the output, you can use it earlier in the
Yeah. I'd agree with that, actually. I think GA is a very good metric to be working backwards on, because it's one of the metrics where the hardest part's usually at the end.
The top four, yeah, I think that is the elbow.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, where it gets projected. Yeah, okay. Alright. Moving on. We drop down 1 hex to 35 at 1,534 cycles. Karzian. Me when production area. This would fit into a production cabinet. In fact, it's just like Mr. Puzzles.
I assume there are notes for this one.
Oh, that's a good shot. Karzian writes, Alchemist Learner's Kits. What nostalgia. I remember my first. I pinched my finger in a gripper piston and drank the stabilized water. Neither action is recommended, even as a curious child. I'm quite a fan of blue vitriol. It is so simple to render into clean copper with a byproduct of only potable water. And it let my child self-retry the process over and over with simple materials until I could finally make a quote-unquote good machine. Watching this single baby arm challenge the same process alone, struggle mightily with it, and yet succeed, is a reminder of the steps we ascend at our beginnings. Alchemist Karzian. Whose Reddit username is still not a brick, which I find rather poetic for GA. Alright, so some pretty big chunks. They're all very clumped up here, and they're all pointing in the one direction, so very conscious of previous GA puzzles and all that. So we did mention that lustrous syrup tech, but it's been kind of abandoned a bit, I think, in the last few solves that we've seen. We will be seeing it again, don't you worry.
What this one does nicely is it keeps intermediate small, and when it does have a big one, it tries not to rotate it relative to, or like spin it relative to the arm that much, because sometimes that can take up a lot of space. In general, you just don't want them to be too long. That's where you get a lot of your area from.
Kazian wrote in Twitch chat, this is basically the first successful solve I made for this puzzle on day 2 and then failed to find improvements on for the whole week despite exploring as best I could. It always hurts when you waste a lot of time and you don't really get very far on a metric. And I couldn't find a smaller brick than 7 atoms, except one design that tumbled the atoms so much that it hit 35 area again anyway. Ouch. Well, Kazian, good news for you is that it probably wouldn't have mattered because we are about to take a 5 hex drop down to 30. So I think this is yeah, this is our last big drop here. So down 5 hexes to 30 and 17th place Sergi D. Oh, and this one's programmed out to 6p. Ooh. I can just immediately tell by the fact that my computer's not running at 60 frames per second.
Interesting turning around of the product shape there. Sort of stick walking around it and then back again. I guess because of where the projection glyph is. Every time I say projection, I have to think in my head, is it purification? Is it projection?
Oh, absolutely. I still do it. I've probably played this game for like 5,000 hours or something. I still fucking do it. The metal glyph. Yep, that's just the metal one. I'll slow this one down a bit, just so we can have a look at some of the shuffling and how exactly it figures out a way to make the curve that you need to make for blue vitriol. Yeah, it does a lot of like shuffling the curve around here, which uses up almost all the space, but it doesn't really use anything other than this. But yeah, much smaller than anything we've come across yet to this point. We can start counting the equilibrium hexes.
Indeed.
So this one was starting. So this one was starting off with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 EQ glyphs, 9 plus Crytelli. Oh, actually, it's just whatever min area is plus EQ. So yeah. In 16th place, drop down a little further to 28 hexes. Brother Mojo. We are down to 8 equilibrium hexes.
Scary.
Interesting layout with the bonder in the middle of the two outputs like that.
It's really cool here how Brother Mojo here, he commits to a tringle pretty early. So here is the, he'll make a diamond and then debond one of the, oh, actually he makes 2 triangles. Oh, that's pretty sick. And one of them's like the clean, I'm guessing one's like the clean vitriol triangle and one's the dirty vitriol triangle. Because the idea is, once it plays out, yeah, to bond rust onto that vitriol. Bond rust onto the triangle. And we have, this isn't the first time we're seeing this, but yeah, debonds the quicksilver in a way such that it's nestled perfectly in. And then project, and then bang. And now you do the same thing with the other triangle. So yeah. Pretty easily broken down, this solve, actually. There you go. Biggie writes, so many 5-atom intermediaries because where the output has a quicksilver handle. I never used those because they are too big. Interesting. We're even seeing the 5-atom molecules being questioned now. In 15th place, we drop another 2 hexes down to 26 hexes. We have Pray for Mercy. Whoa. This one's pretty quick, actually. Coming in under 600 cycles. Oh, now that's lustrous syrup tech. Okay, now we're cooking. Alright, so I don't think this is the last time you'll be seeing this, but if I can get the key moment. I went right past the key moment. Cool.
They saw it on green vitriol, apparently, the record for that puzzle.
So that's not really the blue vitriol. Oh, it is kind of, actually, but it's a little well disguised here.
Alright, here it is.
Alright, so here you have the lightning shape, kind of, and debond. You've completely isolated the dirty water, the reactive water, but you just pivot back on. Bang.
Slick.
Yeah, it's very cool.
And at no point do you have a 5-atom molecule here. So it is all just 4-atom molecules, and the output has 4 atoms. So that works.
Yeah, it seems like, as Biggie brings up, the positioning of the top output is somewhat unfortunate and could be improved.
It is a shame here. But you do see the idea, and this is why I'm very confident you will be seeing more of that action. Speaking of Biggie, in 14th place, we drop another couple of hexes down to 700. Biggie, 14th place, 24 hexes. Pancake juice. I'm guessing when we were at 18th place, Biggie was kind of thinking, top 10's a chance here. We've still got 9 hexes to go before... No, 11 hexes to go. No, we dropped 11 hexes in about 4 or 5 placements. More lustrous syrup tech.
Yeah, it's the same thing again. I guess, yeah, this is similar, but with a different output placement, which was maybe why she brought that up.
Yeah, Genius 42, you beat the area main. It's cost. It's not area. Sorry. Anyway, I kid. Let's read the notes. Biggie writes, Adventures in access points. The half-access debonder leaves things stranded, requiring the bonder next to it to rescue the piece left behind. This bonder has no access, but that's no problem, as we always have something already bonded to bond with on its more convenient side. To bring the area secondary from the original 29 down to 24, I mostly experimented with the mechanisms of input suppression. To get it lower, perhaps as low as 21 or 22, I would need to have both outputs hugging the bonder-debonder pair. When I tried this, I had an unavoidable problem making sure that the clockwise order of necessary parts around the arm stayed correct. So 21 would be nice, but 24 is self-care. And I think that's a very valid point. So with that in consideration, 24 probably would have been, yeah, nice stopping point, I think.
And yeah, nice salt placement that's like a very strange offset, but happens to be in a good place that it gets the swing at the right moment.
It's funny, with this lustrous syrup tech, there's just so much less, like, GAC moleculing movement that you need to do that suddenly placing that calcifier is not so much of a problem anymore. Because there's so little movement that you can be like, alright, yeah, the water hex, yeah, water goes over here basically none of the time, and I need to put a calcifier somewhere, so that works.
Just put it in the path.
Yeah, just throw it here or wherever. Okay. Moving on. We do not take another hex drop immediately. We're going to stay at 24. Down from 730 cycles to 689 cycles. So only like 41 cycles in it. Down to which push? Which push? Oh, and isn't that a clean shape? Oh, that's a production chamber shape. Isn't it? I think it is. Yeah, isn't that the one that... Yeah, it's the one that artificial ore uses. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Sick.
Got your two triangles.
So it's a lot like our brother Mojo did it, except it doesn't bond 5 atoms together. No, wait, it does, but like briefly to make the 2 triangles. But that's like one swing, so it's fine. Yeah, these solves, yeah, as Madmaster points out, these solves aren't even slow. That's the insane thing about getting the area count this low. It's not even slow to do it.
I assume they get faster as well at this this area, or do they?
They do. They do, actually. I might move on pretty quickly because the next solve has, apparently, an identical layout, and it is by Goodbye Galaxy, coming in at 551. Look at that!
Wow, that is exactly the same layout.
It really is the same layout. Goodbye Galaxy.
The same things?
Goodbye Galaxy writing in the solution notes. This seemed too easy, so I assume the area goes down 1 or 2 more hexes. I wonder if anyone else will get this exact solution. Wow. Nearly fucking happened, dude. That's really cool. Very much.
I guess
sorry.
This one leaves it in a slightly different shape that's not a triangle. It's like 2 pairs, so I guess that's why it's faster.
So it's actually a completely different way of bond. It doesn't use triangles at all.
Right.
It's funny how it leaves the dirty vitriol on its output glyph, and it's like, oh, let me just get the quicksilver real quick, and there it is, pivot, unpivot.
Oh, no input suppression, yeah, true.
There you go, 551 cycles is pretty speedy. As I said, these are getting quick. Bist's internet is dying. So, yeah, good thing I don't think I'm gonna have any dropouts anymore. It's like this. I've noticed my dropouts only ever happen at like noon. I don't know why, but it's like a period of time where the internet will shit itself. But then it's fine. It'll be fine for the rest of the stream now. Speaking of, we just crossed the 5-hour mark. We're gonna be done. I swear to God, we should not need another hour. I think,
yeah, these solves are probably somewhat similar, so I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
I have to spend as much time on it.
In 11th place, we do drop 2 more hexes right now. We are dropping the 2 hexes now, down to 22 hexes. We are at min area +2. At 723 cycles, Genius 42.
Well done.
It's very fast, too.
So this is the thing that I think was mentioned in Biggie's notes, where you have to nestle, you have to like cradle both of your outputs around the bonder debonder, and you will be seeing that a lot more. In fact, I think that's how you get this low area count in the first place. I don't think, yeah. Genius 42 writes simply, Min G, but at what secondary and maybe tertiary cost? Turquoise Vitriol GAC. Right, because actually, the water atoms are actually more like turquoise than simple blue.
But yeah, this idea of like putting the bonder and debonder between the two products gives you a lot of space to work with without adding any extra area.
And so we're actually back to this, so it's really cool here, because here, briefly, we do see the return of this, like, output bonder to Quicksilver, but because of the kind of conveniently placed bonder-debonder right next to each other, a single pivot, which takes fucking 0 area, gets you your Quicksilver debonded immediately. And so all you have to do is, and you then, yeah, and you just leave that for your next rust, which will be pivoted right here. So, yeah. Super clean. Super cool idea. Alright. Gonna be moving on, because we have a top 10 to fill out. Starting at 10th place, at 22 hexes, at 665 cycles, Winter Ray. So yeah, the layouts get very similar from here on out, just to warn you all. So if these layouts are starting to look familiar to you and your solve hasn't come up yet, yeah, that's probably not a coincidence. So this is the 2 triangle method, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't make that C shape at all until the very end.
Yeah, you really don't see the C shape actually appear right until it fucking outputs. But until then, it's all triangles. And yeah, so yeah, triangles, so yeah, all these different bonding, debonding kind of routes are still all viable at a hex count this low, which I think is cool. Because, I think this GAC puzzle was very naturally lending itself to having the 2 outputs cradle the bonder and debonder like this because of all the cool lustrous syrup tech you can use, and those outputs kind of give you that swing space to work with without needing to place EQs. Well, except for maybe one, but we'll get to that one. Anyway. Oh wait, there are a lot of notes here. Let's actually break this down a bit. Initial cost solution. Typical glyph config, the puzzle is how to bond the product. Using V-shape intermediate, can get 2 atoms on the desired inaccessible bonding position and 1 grabbed atom, which must be the Quicksilver for projection. Thus, we must prevent leaving any single atom while crafting the V-shape. Some paperwork leads to a simple method, the snake-shaped intermediate, which can be easily broken into 2 V-shapes. Implementing the process takes almost no effort for its simplicity. Swing footprint might have some room for optimization. There were a few updates. First update, he saved 3 hexes. Second update, 2 hexes. Third update, a single cycle. Fourth update, 2 more hexes. So this kind of started out as a 2030? Yeah, this is a, sorry, 29. This used to be 29 hexes. Got it all the way down to 22. In fact, the last update was a last minute save. So there you go. Those last 2 hexes. Well, what got you into top 10? Just barely, too. It was, God, there's only like 50, 60 cycles in it between 11th and 10th. And in fact, there are 48 cycles between 10th and 9th, which brings us to John at also 22. And the weird way I did it meant that we're going to have to deal with that.
Still the same layout.
And if... So it's kind of not really triangles, but you do see triangles. So... Right, and that's just... Yeah, okay. This is pretty simple.
Yeah, surprisingly so.
Yeah, right. It was a little scary just how many people found this idea. Because when we first saw the first couple of, like, low 20s solves come in, we're thinking, oh, wow, awesome. That's such slick tech. And then more and more people kept submitting. And I'm like, oh, God, is there going to be... Oh, please tell me there aren't going to be any massive ties. There aren't any massive ties, thankfully. There was just barely enough depth in this puzzle to hold you alchemists at bay. Just barely, though. But yeah, this is...
No tertiary ties?
Sorry?
No tertiary ties?
I can't remember.
The silence.
Anyway, we don't need to worry about that just yet because our next drop is a secondary drop. We are going down to 21 hexes. Starting off at 2,831 cycles is Hallow Jasper.
And a reminder that the minimum possible area for this puzzle is 20. So to get 21 at min cost, pretty wild.
There is but one equilibrium glyph. Yeah. So the GA frontier for this puzzle is going to look pretty boring. Alright, so this is much more complicated. Holy shit. There is an absolute buttload of shuffling that needs to be done every time so that you can, finally get the... Oh, wait. No, we're still not at Lost Spirit. It has to it has to do so much shuffling every time it wants to... Every time it wants to mess with that diamond shape. It's got to... Because you only have, like... Because you need that... Because that Quicksilver comes off early. And that really slows everything way down. And there you go. That's why... That's why this comes out at 2,800.
And yeah, 6 is correct. I was going to mention this. 85G 21 area is possible by putting a calcifier on the equilibrium hex and putting a track under the arm. So...
Yeah, that would fulfill the bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you just, here, I could, here, bang, 85G, and at less area. So there you go. That would fulfill the bet. I could have done that earlier, actually, with the 80G. I could just put a fucking track hex.
Yeah, and luckily, you won't get any accidental calcification unless you really try. You'll find that it's really hard to reach that hex.
Yeah, that's an annoying spot for the calcifier. But it just barely works, so you kind of have to deal with it. Unless there's a way to put it in between the two outputs, because that is the other hex that is being used right here.
Yeah, the calcifier in between the two outputs.
But if you got
that hex is like, it's hard to actually put an atom on there without exceeding the bounds.
Yeah, if you can put a calcifier there, you could get 20 area. That's the price of admission. You get a calcifier there, you got the 20. Anyway, moving down. So we'll be staying at 21 for a while. We cut the cycle count in half. 1,191 cycles. We have Spiritual Shampoo. I don't think 7th is a 7's not a Fibonacci number. Sorry. It is top 10 though, so...
This one's slightly different. Oh wait, no, it's just mirrored.
No, it's a different layout to the last one.
The salt is behind the inputs.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Calcifier,
I mean, the main bones of the layout's always going to be the same, because it's going to be like bonder, debonder outputs. But other than that, I think there's some flexibility in how you place everything else. Spiritual Shampoo writes in the solution notes, 22 area was straightforward. Would be a shame if someone made everything incomprehensible just to shave one hex.
Man-made horrors.
Biggie writes this was actually her attempted 21 layout. Yeah, it's starting to get 21. We're at the point now where it's just so cramped, where either your movements are really, really, really slick and you find something awesome, or you just have to eat a couple more EQ hacks, or you do something insane, like what Halo Jasper and Spiritual Shampoo kind of do here. Because I think they do something somewhat similar, but Spiritual Shampoos has much less shuffling. So yeah, the trick to these low 20s area count is to just figure out that you don't really need anything more than a 4-atom molecule here. And you can see kind of that tech being on display here once Spiritual Shampoo's done shuffling everything. Here, so you have the diamond bonded together, and you bond the diamond in that very particular way. And then you debond it, so you have this, like, lightning bolt. It's the lightning bolt that's kind of the key bit here, because that lightning bolt is what gets you onto the debonder, such that you have access to both.
Except that orientation doesn't.
Oh wait, no, wrong one. That lightning bolt, the other lightning bolt. So it's still a lightning bolt, but the other fucking way around, and then that'll fucking get you the. That'll get you the blue vitriol. I'm like, hold up, am I having a stroke or is that the wrong shape? Oh man. Alright. Moving on. Down to 1071 cycles. We have Nova. Definitely making up for that the rate solve, because rate's also really hard. But yeah, 21 area as well. Nova writes, 99% sure this is min primary. 90% sure this is min secondary. 0.09% sure this is min tertiary. But I'll have to remind myself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Smiley face.
Seems pretty accurate to me.
So this one goes back to that 5-atom. So it's output plus. It makes the output shape. Actually, just a couple different ones. So here it does a triangle, but you do get the 5-atom molecule featuring briefly. And then here you get the Quicksilver plus output idea. It's a couple of different ideas. It handles the two vitriols in two different ways, which is pretty cool. Yeah, the first one's the rather complicated one. The second one here is simpler because it does the lightning bolt method. All right. In 5th place, we are still at 21 hexes at 856 cycles. We have New Char.
What, 200 cycles drop?
Wait. Yeah. Well, bit of a cycles drop.
Yeah, this just makes it look very straightforward.
Oh yeah. So we lower the cycle count here on 21. It's making even 21 hexes look easy. Same actual. Actually, this looks almost identical to Nova's. But with 200 less cycles.
I mean, I think it's making the first product more directly.
Yeah, it's doing a less complicated shuffling on the first one. I think is where the cycles are safe, because there I think the second product is made identically.
Yeah, the lightning bolt shape is just too strong.
Lightning bolt strong. Alright. Gonna do this quickly, because these layers are very similar, so I can rapid fire this a bit. In 4th place, at 778 cycles, Rolamni.
Good showing from Rolomni.
Great showing, yeah. Dude's absolutely within. He's opened his account pretty strongly this year. If without Pentapig and unless Biggie enters sicko mode, maybe it's Rolamni's year. Because there's a couple of other years where it looked like it'd be Rolamni's year, but maybe this is the one.
It's very similar to the last one.
Incredibly similar again. Just routing difficult. Just slightly better routing. This one only saves like 10 or 12 cycles per output set. So across both products that it outputs, it's like we're talking single rotates and pivots here that it's saving. It's insanely close.
Yeah, it's probably just grabbing fewer times or something.
Yeah, actually,
without having that extra time to spin things around.
We're at the point where grabs matter, aren't we?
Yeah, I think that the 21 area space is pretty constrained.
It is, yeah, because you really are forced into putting like these are all forced. So that's most of your layout right there.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Critelli covered.
Very good.
Alright, so let me read the notes here. Rolamni writes, I can't rule out a 20 area solve, as the hex the calcifier is on is easily avoidable. Though I had no success putting the calcifier in the spot the equilibrium is in currently. There are some pivots that would hit that hex without creating more area, but I couldn't make such a molecule work. Also, not sure how good my cycle's tiebreaker is. I guess we'll see during the reveal. I expect a tertiary war at 70-21, and maybe a few contestants managing 70-20. So, the problem with that equilibrium hex, and I will cover this now, is that you can't do this. You can't just build a 3-stick, because arm 1 has to rotate or pivot, and that clips hexes. So that's out. What you have to do, well, there's a couple of different ways of doing it. The first one that would come to mind is like that, which you can like you can then pivot it away from that equilibrium clips, and you don't collide or clip any few hexes. But first of all, how the fuck do you make that? Second, because that's not a shape that lends itself naturally to this bonder debonder layout. There's a couple of others. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head the one that was sent to me.
You can do Invis ink. That also works.
Which one?
Invisible ink. Basically anything where you have the pivot atom and then the calc atom, and then they're connected in between.
Yeah, so you can do invisible ink as well. You got a number of shapes, but for some weird reason, none of them lend themselves easily to this bonder debonder. It is insanely difficult. We got a few more solves to go, so let's see. In 3rd place, at 683 cycles, we have Spect 98. Spec 98 simply writes, submitting so I don't forget, but for now it's time to focus on rate. Pretty sure I'm not going to get 70-20.
Yeah, how is this faster?
So triangle method.
Yeah, I guess the other ones weren't triangles.
The other ones were not triangles, so we're back to triangles here.
Is it like suppressing less often or something? Only once instead of twice? I'm not sure.
I reckon grabs are saved here by the way, once you get the triangles, because it looks kind of slow at first when you make the triangles, because you need to have bonds and debond. You need to have bonds in specific spots. But that Quicksilver itself, you can do a lot of like pivoting, rotating, and you're not re-grabbing at all. And you output both very quickly once you get that projection happening, because, yeah, this kind of handles that part very efficiently with the Lustrous Syrup tech.
So who's left? Who's in top 2?
We have, well, our dear Rebix on commentary is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The other is Caluresis.
Intriguing. Who do you think will get first place?
I'm pretty close to this one. It might be me next.
Alright, well, it is, but not in the way you expect. You see, for I'm pretty sure the first time in a tournament, we have a tie for first place.
I knew it. I predicted it.
Fucking first place tie, Caluresis and Rebix. Congratulations, the both of you. Very well deserved. This does unfortunately mean we do not have a 20.
Yeah, 20 comes almost excruciatingly close. I sent a lot of intermediates to Zorflex and DMs this past week, and it just doesn't quite work out. You basically need to have everything built first.
It's so fucking close. It's so close. Panic, you actually ran a thing on 20 area.
I wrote a program, and it's not possible according to my program. It might be bugs, but it seemed pretty reliable. And so the program only works if I feed it a layout. So it's also possible there's some like magical layout that works, but all the like top solve layouts, there was no 20.
Because the solution space is so constrained, you actually can brute force this.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, yeah, no brute forcing. Yeah. Turned that off for what it turns out to be a very fucking good reason, because this can be brute forced.
Yeah, it's like the state space is like on the order of like 10 to 100 million states. And that's including distinguishing states that have dropped one or the other product. So it might be actually smaller than that if you don't do that, but it's definitely possible to search.
So, what's interesting, actually, I'll read Caluresis' notes here. At least one hex at radius 3 is necessary for the final swing pivot of each product. And it's the one the Critelia hex is on, as we've mentioned in the past. The only glyph that can go in that hex is a calcifier. And the only motion that can put an atom over such a calcifier without additional area is a pivot from a kind of knight's move away. It's like the long knight's move. The bonder position is forced, and the debonder is extremely awkward if it's moved anywhere else. Solving the puzzle with those constraints did not seem possible, so I'm reasonably confident 21 area is men. Panic's... Yeah, I don't know. I'm still not entirely convinced 20 is impossible, because it's so fucking close. But, yeah, Panic's... He poured a lot of cold water on the 20 area idea with his,
yeah, I mean, if you have a layout that it's different, meaningfully different than these, it might be possible. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I regret to inform you all that for the second year in a row, we've been blue-balled on week 1.
Yeah, that's true. Last year was similar, where people spent a bunch of time looking for something that.
The one that got away. Yeah. Oh yeah, it couldn't be me. The one that got away. Yeah. Rebix writes 20 is like kind of possible, I think. I spent all week on my hopium going Pentapig, if anyone will find it. Pentapig. He submits last minute. It's going to be Pentapig. If anyone finds this. Oh, Pentapig's not competing this year. Yeah, so.
Sad to hear it.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was like hoping. I was like, if anyone's going to find it, because like you threw in the towel on 21, like on 20 with like a day and a half to go. So I'm like, all right, last chance. I was convinced. I thought it was so close. It looks so close to happening, but it never happened. I thought maybe if anyone's going to find it, it's Pentapig. But no. We are left with the problem, I don't know, I think it's still kind of unsolved. I don't think it'll ever be proven because it's so fucking close to looking like it'll happen. But because
I think to really prove it, you'd have to either prove that there's some like that shape is necessary, that the like two outputs with the bonders around it, or like just like enumerate all of the layouts somehow.
Oh yeah, you have to like first prove that you need it at like this layout, which alright, it's not trivial to prove that, but it's probably provable. But then you need to rule out like all the molecule shapes that can swing over that Critelli hex and then pivot away.
You can definitely build a molecule shape that swings over it. And I think I put a video of it in the playtest.
Yeah, the problem is you can build it.
You can't take it apart. No, you can build it. Just you can't take it apart after and like do anything with it.
Well, like I think Rebix had a shape that you could take
I have
apart.
one you can build and take apart, but you can't get there. It's like it's an elbow and a V. But it's the composition of atoms is like not reachable, I think.
Yeah, it's like
I have here. I can link. Let's see.
What is it? It's like, is it that shape?
Yeah, it's like.
How do I position it? It's like alright. So this is the shape, right? So this is the shape
like
that Rebix sent me.
Around.
That you sent me the shape, and I'm like, oh, sick! 20 is happening because this looks like it's the one. And yeah, you can build it and debond it. I can't remember the movement you did, but you could get it straight over the debonder in like one movement that got you the vitriol shape. But projection became a problem, and you're like, oh, fuck off. Projection? Really? Something like that.
Let me see. Oh, it's a file.
Yeah, I don't know. If you can see that.
I'll post the shape in the Opus Magnum chat.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Shadow Cluster never. He's.
Here, I'll upload it to Imager.
Shadow Cluster. I'll just say Shadow Cluster spent a lot more time on week 2 than he did on. I don't think he spent any time on week 1 at all. Because the puzzle was kind of like ready to go immediately. So I don't think he worried about that very much. But yeah, I don't think we were expecting. We weren't expecting min cost to get so close to min area. So that's probably the reason Shadow Cluster didn't bother looking. Otherwise, the problem might probably have actually interested him. And I don't know. Maybe he's watching this and it will interest him. But yeah. So, we have a tie for first place. We didn't have a tie anywhere else. It was starting to get very samey though, so yeah, there's a good chance this is as low as the cycle count goes. I can't prove that because Calyresis and Rebix's solves are actually not completely identical. Some of them just what was it? It was like handled the routing differently, or like
one calcifies in the 6 brick and mine calcifies in the triangle.
Yeah, okay, so it was different methods that got to different ordering that got to 671 cycles. So I'm not sure if 671 is min, but nevertheless, I don't think there was much more to squeeze out of this puzzle. So I'm just thankful there weren't any more ties, to be honest. I'll take a first place tie if there aren't any other ties at the top, and there weren't. So I'm like, all right, cool. Let's do it. First place tie. And yeah, that was the scoring blue vitriol. Ugh. We are
very cool area secondary. The amount that it went down.
Yeah, right.
Impressive.
Yeah, shit. It just kept going down and down, and we were thinking maybe min, but not quite min apparently. All right.
Just request spreadsheet.
So I was actually already on that shit. I've sent her. So yeah, Bist is gonna be for another year. She's gonna be she's offered to make the spreadsheet again. So I've just sent her the ranking data, so she'll be on that. In the meantime, we've been streaming. It says 3 and a bit hours, but it's actually more like 5.5 hours for those of you not aware. I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna take a couple minutes, and we're gonna bust out the showcases. Honestly, I'll be trying to do it pretty quickly, and then call it a stream. But I'm gonna take a couple minutes. So we'll see you shortly. You can feel free to talk shit with the chat, by the way, Panic Rebix or.
Oh yeah.
Actually, everyone can join in. If Best wants to join in, you can join back in if you want.
Yeah. Wait, I'll send you the shape that I have, and then maybe you can run it through your solver.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing that it works on is layouts. So
Oh, layouts.
you have a
Okay.
proposed layout.
There's a really scuffed layout I thought might be
Layout.
possible. It swaps debonder and projection, but I only saw like maybe 50 cycles after the output, so I'm not really sure.
Oh, like puts the projection in the middle there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying some layouts like that, but I don't think any of them worked.
Okay.
But
I'm
maybe
willing
I
to
don't
say
know.
it's not possible. It sounds super.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet that it's not possible, but I'm not willing to say that it's proven yet, just because I'm pretty confident that the program is able to find all of the states for like a given layout, but I'm not confident enough that I like know all of the layouts that might work just because I'm not that good at cost.
Yeah. Let's call it dead. Don't want to
I
think
guess
about this anymore.
Yeah, probably the best.
I guess I'll ask Zorflax for the host list when he's back.
Yeah,
So far, I have Zorflax, Panic, Haxton, 5381, Shadow Cluster, RPO. Is RPO in the list?
yeah,
There's
RPO
also
and Yosh.
Yosh.
And did you say Gecko?
No.
Okay, yeah,
Gecko.
Gecko as well. I think that's
That's a
fine.
lot of playtesters.
Yeah.
Zorflax hired a lot of people.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to be on the other side.
Yeah. Well, you're basically stuck on the other side now, Panic.
I mean, it's for the best. It's I don't know. When I was participating, it was very
Alright. Let me actually fix the spreadsheet because 5381 fucks everything up.
It's just the name, the fact that it's a number just fucks it up.
It shouldn't. But AHK
yeah, it shouldn't.
is.
Yeah, I don't know why it does
Something in
actually.
the HK is messed up. I don't know. I don't want to start
I'll
up my
have to
Windows
check.
computer to debug it. So yeah, if this
Yeah,
could
I'm gonna check later. 52.
He will count as
the. How does it work again? I think it uses a dictionary. It might be something to do with that. But, anyways. So this would be 53. Is 53. Is 54. Is 55. Is 56. Is 57. Is 58. Is 59. Would be 60. Would be 60 again.
Oh, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Calioresis never actually
Actual
lost
60.
either metric.
61.
So I don't know
that
who's
should
second
be
or third,
correct.
but I do sure as shit know who's first at the moment.
Oh, wait, no, I need to change. Wait. Zorflax, this one doesn't have the scores.
Wait, doesn't it?
I'll add it in myself.
Oh, shit. Sorry. I had it for one of the fucking AHKs, but not the other. I didn't. No.
Alright, I'll just calculate it myself using Excel.
No, I
Equals-
could add it in pretty easily.
Nah, it's faster. Divided by, 82 plus 29. Just gonna be some errors because some of them have an asterisk in them. Make sure I copy the correct ones for the host solves.
Alright, I got
Okay,
it.
there we go. That
Oh.
should be good. I've already got it.
We got it at the same time. That's funny.
Okay, where's the spreadsheet? There it is. I'm gonna put it in over here.
I will say, people tend to overvalue week 1 a bit, so there's still 6 more puzzles. Yeah, I think if I had to... I'm pretty sure Ralamni will be second behind Calioresis, who clean swept week 1. I'm just saying, that's a little fucking scary. Clean sweeping week 1. Guilty Bystanders said he's happy to help with the spreadsheet best. I'd be happy to have him help if you want the help.
It's fine, I've got it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Alright.
Because it's not as easy as it seems because there's a lot of edge cases that's just easier to have a Python script run and do it. Also, Zorflex, I need the host solve list.
The what?
The host list. The list of hosts.
Oh. Oh, no, I'll just send you the HK, Mindwax. And you can just use that.
No, don't send the HK. I don't need the HK, I just need the host list because I have a combined script that combines it into the total scores.
Oh, okay, so actually
that needs the host list.
It'll be hard. It'll be easy for you with the host list.
Yeah. I'm not actually using the HK.
Oops, that's the team list. Do you want the team list?
No need to because it's already combined. The HK already combines Jamu into, Jamu.
Alright, let me get the showcases. No, wait, that's the CSV. I did the wrong one, like, again. Sorry. Fuck. Hosts. That one. Alright, let me run the showcases. And we can get cracking. You've been an absolute trooper, Panic, by the way.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Panic, Haxton, 5381, Zorflex, Gecko, Shadow plus RPO, Yash, I got them all correctly capitalized. Okay.
Biggie's asking if she can join commentary.
Yes, you make Biggie. Yeah, no, yeah, the commentary, yeah, go for it.
Hello.
Where did my script mess up?
Biggie.
Hello.
How you feeling about week 1?
I'm impressed by the community. I knew that my solutions weren't going to be to try harder to the extent that they usually were, but at the same time, like, I didn't think outside of top 10 in either of them, and I was outside of top 10 in both.
Yeah. It was...
Everyone... And I'm happy about this. I'm not feeling like, oh no, I need to be hyper competitive. Like, I am enjoying the game, I am enjoying the community, and this stream is amazing content.
Fuck
great.
yeah, because there's a lot of it.
Good point. The content quantity.
Yeah. I honestly don't even think it was that inefficient. I think there were a lot of times when it was just like maybe things could have gone faster, like noticing that there were notes earlier, but I think it was just so many solves.
I don't think I did that bad. I think like there were a couple of points where I'm like, okay, I'm waffling a bit, but I don't think we were waffling too much. There were just like it was like 55 solves each category. Anyway, we have another 19. No, wait, 20. For some reason there. Another 20 more solves. I don't think I'll be kind of breezing through the ones that I'm like, okay, we've seen that before, but we have not seen this one before. This first one will be Biggie.
Yeah, I figured, oh, these are usually sorted expensive to cheap, and I made an expensive showcase.
You made
Racist has a perfect score. Oh boy.
There is some overlap. There are some duplicated disposals and inputs, but this is the refined bronze solution just on lustrous syrup. And in the bottom left, there is not lustrous syrup, on a blue vitriol. And in the bottom left, there's the auto solver once I start dropping so that it comes out to 33 cycles.
Oh, that's what that's for. I was looking at it in like the preview thing. I was like, what is going on at the bottom left there?
Yeah, it's actually solving the puzzle so that there is a cycle count, but I made sure that the cycle count is 33.
That's amazing.
Let me send the spreadsheet in case anybody wants to see it now. In case it hasn't been sent yet.
So this was the big breakthrough because Biggie.
For the record, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a reason Biggie's outside the top 10 this week because a lot of her energy went into breaking a main game cycles record, which I think is a very worthy pursuit. Good lord. Yeah. So we now have a new cycles record on refined bronze, and yeah, Absolute
And unlike the
hats
more
off.
relevant records like RG for green vitriol or for amalgamated gold ring, this one had no reason to stay a secret. So I got to share it the minute it was actually complete.
And then you optimized
And
it further.
Yeah, I was spending probably every time I had Opus Magnum open in the last 3 days, it's been thinking about refined bronze. I was working on charcoals a little bit before that.
So
3 days is too many days.
So,
I've
Biggie.
touched charcoals.
Biggie.
Yeah.
32. 32
It's
cycles.
possible. I believe 32 is. I fully believe 32 is possible. I think 31 is where I'm starting to not believe it anymore, and 30 I think is still flat out not practically possible. But I'm better at the game. We are better at the game as a community than 5 years ago when I made the 36 and declared 32 would be impossible. At the same time, I also considered 60G impossible, and 60G was done later that year. So I think the cow eating bet was overconfidence in how much of a barrier this puzzle will actually pose. It is a very tackleable barrier, and 33 is not the end.
Well, the main thing is that I think at the when I first saw the cow bet, it seemed reasonable. Like, oh yeah, no, not 32. Fuck off. But
yeah, like
we're just so much better at the game as a community. I think that's the part that the cow bet missed, is that like just how much more cracked this community would become collectively at the game.
I mean, I think that with my pioneering mindset towards the game, I had a sense of where the limits were that was different from the rest of the community at the time. Like I was pushing the limits as they existed in 2019, 2020. Yeah. But I haven't been able to still find new limits lately, and other people have. So I'm learning from other people instead of being the one to set the pace, and that is harder for me.
Yeah. Yeah, you're, yeah, all your stuff is more like... stuff like... I know when you get a hold of a puzzle that, like, tickles your brain, you're pretty much unstoppable. Like, even still to this day, I'd say that if it happens this tournament, you're just gonna, like, get, like, cracked on a TI puzzle or something. But, yeah, other than that, everyone's starting to catch up a bit. And, yeah, in order to get one of those, like, real big first place solves, you gotta really push a lot harder than you probably would have needed to in, like, 2020.
I'm glad I hosted in 2020, because... I feel like coming back in 2021 and winning a second tournament was the end of the peak era of Biggie. Specifically the fact that I ended it on a computation puzzle where I was once again pioneering, and now everyone knows the tech that was used there and I can't be a pioneer anymore.
You clutched hard in 2021.
I was like 5 points behind, and then the fact that the computation puzzle was still weighted double and I had a huge blowout victory meant that I passed people.
Yeah, that stream was wild.
I still remember Mr. Puzzle in the back going, "Holy fuck!" And that was like, I felt a gratification that has been unmatched from that.
All right. So I'm gonna pause this real quick. Just has the spreadsheet done. Nah, I don't have the brain to show it on stream. Nah.
Oh, you don't have to show it.
Nah, it's okay.
I already sent the link. Everybody can follow it in the chat.
Links in chat. I'll read it out for those of you watching on YouTube. I'll just read like the, I don't know, top 5, 10. Cali Races is currently undefeated in week 1. Just let that one sink in. Hardest week to do well in, and it's been clean swept by Cali Races. Rolamni, pretty clear second place. Spect 98, pretty clear third place. And then it is Witch Push in 4th. John 5th. Winter Race 6th. Spiritual Shampoo 7th. Fiesta 618 8th. Nova 9th. Sergi D rounds out our top 10. And I could keep going because like the next 10 big names are all like people who are really, really good at the game too. But yeah, you guys are insane. There's your top 10.
I'm gonna be hoping for top 20 this year.
I feel like this week 1 puzzle was a lot more of a like field separator than previous year's week 1, so I think that top 10 might actually mean a lot.
Oh man, week 1, yeah.
Well, if those people continue to submit.
True, there's always the
possibility we've got some people that drop off
yeah.
on this top 10 list.
I actually don't know if
who in the past have already shown that they can hit top 1, top 2, and then won't continue into the end of the tournament just because 3 months is a lot of time.
Yeah, I actually don't know if Rolamni's going to continue to submit. Really hope he does. But yeah, because like it could be, he's there at the top right now. So, but yeah, nevertheless, it's like it's going to be a tight. I think it's going to be, unless I don't know, Caligarasis is looking pretty scary at the moment. But other than that, it's going to be a very tight, very competitive dogfight for top 10. I think it's going to really mean something if you're in top 10 this year. All right, next.
Last year, just do decently and submit for every week.
But this year, it's like
in a 10.
This year you got to really
This year is top. It's about the same as top 5 last year. It feels if it continues going the way it is.
Okay. All right. Next on our showcase journey is Morikonda's new solution 1. All right.
Oh, she speed solved. She won the speed solve, right?
From memory. Let me just check Wild's place.
Oh, hey, the pronouns are fixed.
She did. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, the pronouns got broken like halfway through the week. They were fine at
turned
first.
From she into se.
Se/he.
I think people were typing se/re.
Yeah, it was se. Right.
There's some weird sounds to make in English.
For those who were in the gender thread in the server, there's recently been a discussion about how pronouns are 8 characters, include a digit and a special character, do not include any existing pronouns. There's a separate field for secret key. Why not combine them and let my pronouns be my secret key?
My pronouns are a hexadecimal key that you will never know.
My pronouns are RSA.
Hexadecimal numbers don't include special characters, though.
True. I have to rethink this. Alright. Next up, actually missed one. Missed a puzzle. This is a pretty cool showcase, actually. See if you can figure out what's wrong with it.
There's an extra input of... There's an extra input of Quicksilver.
There are 2 extra inputs, I think.
That's funny. Right, it's doing the 2R version of the 4R formula by just adding more inputs. Which
is really funny, because I think this version of the puzzle this would have been easier than the RG we got. Well, quite comfortably.
There's no purification.
Yeah, right. You don't need purification to get in right here.
Mm-hmm. Although it's moving very quickly.
It does.
It would be an interesting variation.
It would be, yeah, it is an interesting version of the puzzle, actually. There's actually some pretty cool wanding happening here on the right-hand side, as it bonds everything together with the Quicksilver. D-bonds, bang. Alright. I am yawning. That is a bad sign. Alright, Transcendental Guy is up next.
Isn't it like coming up on 2 p.m. for you?
It is coming up on 4 p.m.
Oh boy.
I started at 10 a.m.
Wow.
Wait,
I've also been here for a while. I woke up at 7.
Oh, whoops. I'm loading the wrong solvent. That's what's happening.
We are approaching 6 hours.
Oh, okay. This is a... Alright, we've seen the solve. Moving on. Yeah, we are gonna... I said we weren't gonna cross the 6-hour mark. We are.
I think we already have, because we started... Did we start on the deadline? I don't know.
I think I started the stream pretty much bang on the deadline.
Then we're almost there. We're definitely gonna reach that.
Oh, yeah. It's happened, I think, already. No, yeah, it's about to happen. Jason with a mid and width solve. This is big for the W community. W community.
Massive.
Big W right there.
W's in chat. Nice.
Nice input suppression on the stuff in the middle there.
All right, next up, that one. Yep, it's 390. It's a Rolomni 3-eye solve actually.
By the Rolomni himself.
By the Rolomni himself.
The OG 3-eye optimizer.
He's probably still the best. I don't know. Maybe I'm annoying Spiritual Shampoo by saying this, but I don't know. I think Rolomni's still got the best 3-eye technique.
Let's see. I think Spiritual Shampoo submitted a showcase for this as well.
Oh, did he?
Oh,
is it?
yeah,
3-eye?
he lost. He's in shambles.
Oh, Spiritual Shambles. Yeah. Well, actually, no. I take that back because Spiritual.
Which secondaries are we optimizing them?
Yeah,
or is it just all of them?
Nah, no. Actually, Spiritual Shampoos is cheaper. It's just slower and bigger, but it is cheaper. So there you go.
Well,
so,
I
all right.
guess
So
you can
Spiritual.
say you can optimize on.
It's not out Pareto.
It's not out Pareto.
Yeah.
Spiritual Shampoos is the IG, but this is the other two. So I think overall Rolomni still takes it, but Spiritual not Shambles. Hang on.
No, because we're going expensive to cheap, then Rolomni's cheaper one will be after Spiritual Shampoo.
Oh, did Rolomni submit a? I don't think.
I'm joking. I have no idea.
That would have been fun. And I'm like, oh man, if he did, then yes, Spiritual Shambles. All right. Next up, I believe is this solved by Egg Sucker 888. Purification doesn't exist. Projection only solve.
Purification is a myth.
So I think this is the 6R. This is the
6R. Yeah.
Yeah, cute little 6R actually.
Nice.
Oh, neat.
I think this would have beat Luna by 10 gold. So we're actually pretty tight at the up at 6R. 6R would have been a pretty interesting one to solve for. There would have been so much armory use.
It probably would have been a lot easier.
Yeah,
On leaderboards, you can do the 6R Pareto.
Yeah,
I
get
can
that.
save 10G on this easily.
This is going to have an interesting RG Pareto frontier, I reckon.
I assume the 10G is ARM 3.
It's a track under ARM 10.
I think
You
you
just
can
put
do
the
it for ARM
calcifier
3
in a
as
different
well.
place.
Oh, you totally
Vice versa,
could.
ARM 3
yeah.
can, ARM 3 can also just be longer.
You just make it a pivot. Yeah.
Yeah, you totally could save 10G right here on ARM 10.
ARM
And
3
there's
as
spend
well.
more on ARM 3, yeah.
Yeah.
And ARM 5. Yeah, there's a lot to go down. We should work on that as a community outside
that.
of the context of a 6-hour stream.
Alright, next up is Spiritual Shambles. This one is cheaper and it actually has disposal.
Oh, we can confirm that the emoji did not come through the pronouns thing in the auto hotkey. It's a good test. We already got it working for the solution titles, but the pronouns not so much.
Oh, Madmaster's got a 330.
Pronouns.
Madmaster's got a 334R. Okay, so 6R's probably going to go under that. It was not submitted though, or at least it wasn't scoring, so I don't have it here.
There is no way to use disposal. Disposal's just cheeky.
It's just it's a fancy equilibrium glyph.
All the hexes on it are used.
Spiritual shampoo may only be referred to as spiritual shampoo.
Shadow the Hedgehog moment.
Yeah, I recently saw that video.
Okay, next up is we have a shitpost from Yosh.
Let's go, shitposts.
Projection, I don't know her. So this is pure. So we had a bunch of projection only. This is purification only, but deliberately so.
It doesn't. Would that create waste?
It doesn't, because you have access to.
What is it? It's you need 2 of the rust and 1 of the stabilized, reactive water.
Oh, right,
4 to
because
1,
you know
yeah.
they're the same worth, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, and that's fine. But yeah, no, I'm not particularly optimized for anything because I don't think Yoshi's the biggest fan of optimizing in free space. Nevertheless, he's been pretty valuable in playtesting, so continue to appreciate his efforts. Next up, at 260G is Series, who did not bother scoring.
Oh, yeah, we didn't see a scoring solve on
We
her.
didn't see a scoring solve. I think she I think she was a bit. Yeah, let's not worry too much about blue vitriol as a metric because the metrics, yeah, they get pretty intense. The metric optimization when you're a new player, because it's all well and good, like trying to egg the new players onto submitting, but like at the end of the day, we have to reckon with the fact that they're probably going to submit something that's getting beaten by a couple dozen people at least, and unless they really try hard, because they, you know, this community's really good at the game, and having that like. You're going to try hard on something that you know is going to get beaten by a lot of people anyway. Can be a bit disheartening. So, I do empathize.
This is a very production-like solution.
Actually, let me read the notes, because I think that relates to that. So, the story goes that one Maximus Critelli began his work in alchemy with this reaction. In the interest of alchemic curiosity, I have constructed the same solution within the confines of a production cabinet. While the original story features a full-size engine, such engines are impractical for showcasing reactions such as these. On the back side of the cabinet, I have also created a disassembler, so rather than the annoyingly caustic blue vitriol product, it instead outputs cuprous thread, some reclaimed reactive water, and distilled water from the rest. If said machine is desired to be viewed, notify me and I'll gladly share it. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, I don't read solution notes very often before the deadline, so I wasn't aware. I will if it's like, if it's a non-scoring solve, yeah.
Yeah, the solution notes don't show up on our end, on the host end of the website. Well, they can. You have to click on
Yeah,
it,
you can
though,
see them.
because we
Yeah,
got
you
a
can click
giant
on
list of... We just see a giant list of submissions and nobody really checks the notes beforehand.
Alright, next up, unless I'm missing anything, it's a sum solve by Kazian. So the bar has been set at 253. That's pretty low, actually, 253.
Yeah, this is a very clean solve. No extra finicky arms. It's all basic arms and just min glyphs.
No track either. No, this is a pretty sick. Yeah. Min glyphs. It's a pretty sick sum solve. This looks kind of hard to beat, actually. Maybe because that length 3 arm makes me do an area sad, but other than that, I don't really see
There's probably a way to save that.
Yeah, I don't think it goes down much lower than this. Very nice.
Kazian cracked.
Hmm?
Kazian cracked.
Kazian cracked. Agreed. A HG solve by Hello Jasper. Could say Hello Gasper because HG. Funny's all flex.
I was going to be a shitter about like and explain why you pronounced it that way, but of course there's the reason. I just wanted to. I don't want to make fun of you for the joke ending on silence. 6 hours is a long time.
Actually, there's a fair point. I think I get a little bit of pity here with my ability to come up with jokes. All right. Next up, we move from HG to WG.
Oh, that's a lot smaller.
It's cheaper, yeah. You don't have to use 4-track. You get only 3.
Yeah, nice. And you have to do a bit of shuffling with the outputs, but that's okay. Bottom half's pretty straightforward. It's just the clean algorithm with the 3 quicksilver, 2 rust. Yeah. Not looking half bad. Alright, we have a couple at 100. I think this one is no longer breathed in with splotch. I think this was an area... This was an area solve, but... This one is at AGC. I'm not sure if it's possible to get below 21 area at all, or if so, to do it with less than 100G. 22 area 85G is definitely possible, though, because that was her solve. 22 area 85G.
We know 21 area goes down to 70G.
We don't know if it goes down to... We don't know if 20 area goes down to
So
60.
far, that is the AG solve, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
Since there is no... Nobody made a 20.
Yeah,
There
no,
will be in the showcase, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe someone submitted a 20 in showcase, but... no, next one is also 21. This one's Pray for Mercy. Another AG. Oh, Pray for Mercy writing accidentally did the metric backwards, but realized halfway through the week. I'm surprised people did it backwards, but... I don't know, I guess area and cost are both the slow metrics, so...
Everybody misread.
Yeah.
Gaps were active.
It would be cool to have an area solve where, like, the AC record going into posterity had lustrous syrup tech in it.
Cool, lustrous syrup leaking into area. I'm a fan. I like this. We did actually get a 20 area. So yes, 20 area is possible. It was Mr. Puzzle who got it. You just take out the piston. I mean the track. No, you need the piston.
You take out the piston and just overlap.
Yeah, but this is a full access everything.
You actually, yeah, you still get... Oh, yeah, full access everything. Half access.
Half of half access projection, but that doesn't really matter that much.
But that's it, yeah. So this is your real AG solve at the moment. Unless, so it's unproven. Maybe it goes down to 70. We don't know.
Yeah.
And that's after a week 1 metric, so... It's kind of a bit wild that we still don't... I still couldn't definitively tell you whether whether 70-20 is possible or not.
I don't think we'll find out for until a few years.
Yeah, maybe a few years later we'll finally find out. But it could just be a Surrender Flow 16 situation.
Yeah.
Where it's barely not possible for very complicated reasons.
Have we proved Surrender Flare 16 is impossible?
No, no one's proved
we
it.
We haven't proven Unwinding 16, which I think is far simpler.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Surrender Flow... I don't think it'll ever get proved, Surrender Flow 16, but... Like, it's just gonna... We're just gonna collectively agree.
It's more likely it's disproved than proved.
Yeah.
Every now and then, Axiom will show up in the Opus Magnum channel and ask, any progress on Surrender Flare 16?
I'm sorry to report, there is no progress on Surrender Flare 16. But look at this cool 33 recycled, refined bronze.
Maybe it'll be a 32 by the time he comes back. I don't know pronouns, maybe they.
Alonzo here writes, I feel inordinately proud of this one. Probably a good thing I submitted it as a non-scoring then. My parents never had much money or frankly any at all. Oh, this is a quote, by the way. My parents never had much money or frankly any at all. Therefore, as a child, I had to make do with less. Almost nothing, in fact. But I did learn to make do regardless. Alex Soban. There you go.
That's the complete name from both the solution names.
It is, yeah. But, yeah, if you...
I thought it was going to be the Puss in Boots' Last Wish quote. Growing up, I didn't have much, just a loving family and an entire enterprise to inherit.
Oh, wait, my bad. We actually had another 20, and this one's actually quicker. That character comes up in the solution title. That's funny.
Thorn.
The ink blot.
No longer breathed in right. An AG C solve. I'm fairly perfect. I'm fairly certain it's perfect AG. Again, don't know, but it's probably beatable on C. It did beat Mr. Puzzles, though. So there you go. I think this one is also half-access projector. No-access calcifier as well, but that's not really a problem.
It also beat Rolamni's, which he said in chat that he didn't submit.
Oh, okay, there you go. So Rolami had one, but that will not be the AGC solve, because it's this one.
Did English ever use Ed?
What?
Or just Thor?
What's this?
If anyone
Yeah,
can
no,
answer that, I don't think they're in this
Ed.
chat.
Are you talking about like the?
Yeah,
Yeah,
with
I
a
don't
cross in it. Yeah, that's
don't-
Ed,
don't think so.
which is the voiced version of the. Both have been used. Yeah, this should be using Ed instead. Probably, I don't know. I don't know my own English.
I'm supposed to know English. Previous considered par cost solve. So this is what Nightshine considered par. And so the solution title for Nightshine's actual cost solve was 10 under par. Certainly more powerful than an arm on a track. Actually, you'd be surprised. Which is why it's also more expensive than an arm and some track.
Yeah, it's interesting to see people who have standards where par is 90G for this puzzle. Like, that's probably a healthier mindset than people who are like, min or I'm just a failure. Because there are a lot of those here.
Guilty as charged.
And then min turns out to be not possible and everybody cries.
Panic submitted this one with the title, I forced my computer to write
this is a really old submission.
Oh, this is
I guess
to...
you didn't delete it.
Oh, this was to fulfill the no longer breathed in bet. So it was filled. There you go.
Wait, I
Has to
thought I
eat a hat.
deleted this though.
Got to eat a hat.
Time to eat a hat.
Time to eat a hat.
Did I? There's another. I worked on this a lot, and I made another one.
Oh.
Is that one in there too?
Is it the cheaper one? Yeah. It's probably the cheaper one. This is the more
okay.
Oh, so there's a better version of this. Okay.
Well, it's just a different one. I swear I deleted it though.
Oh,
Yeah,
it could be possible you deleted it. Oh no, I think no. Yeah, maybe you didn't delete it, but it could.
No Longer
when
Breathed In also claimed that they deleted Splotch and not sure why it showed. So there might just be an issue where Zorflex can access.
Oh,
things
you need to
before
delete all
they-
your solves and then download all of them.
Oh,
make
I
sure
did-
the
I did
deleted
that
stuff
for
are actually
submission.
deleted.
I did that for
Oh,
some.
are you-
If you just press replace, it keeps.
Are you
the
copying
deleted
the
file.
folders over?
Sorry, I do the deletion thing for submissions, but I didn't do it for showcase.
Okay, that's fine. I was just surprised that it was showing up. This is a perfectly fine solution, but
Oh.
it's not one that I expected to see.
All right. I think we can actually go straight to your other one. Yeah, it's the last one.
Okay, cool.
We did it. We're at the last solve,
Woo!
and it's panic again.
Stream is over.
All right. The notes read: brute force solver showcase. I built the solver to look for a 20, but it couldn't find one. So instead, I spent a while feeding it different layouts to see what it would do. The way the solver models state transitions does not include drops, grabs, and swings that reposition the arm between drops and grabs. So these movements could probably be improved with more accurate modeling. It also won't end a cycle with an atom on a hex that doesn't have a glyph on it. Hence the equilibriums. For this layout, I also manually limited the max atom count to 9 on the board at once and allowed atoms to swing over hexes outside the glyph footprint. The solver spent 20 seconds looking at around 41.5 million total board states to find the state where both outputs are dropped.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun making this brute force solver, and I was trying to find something that would be a good showcase for it. I'm not sure how good this is. There's a pretty cool movement that it does where it makes like a triangle with like a thing coming off of it. You can see it coming up.
So yeah, none of this was figured out by a human, which is
Yeah, I didn't write these instructions. Yeah, here, see, look at this.
That was a cool
Cool
movement.
swing. Yeah.
Let me see if I can slow it down, and then we can call that a stream.
Yeah.
All right, I think it's coming up.
But yeah, and the solver was very tuned to this puzzle. In fact, I can't 21 is the most hexes that it can cover because there's 3 bits for each atom, and 21 times 3 is 63, which is one fewer than 64 bits. So any more it goes over a 64-bit integer.
Oh, interesting.
And, yeah, so I'm not sure. I think the techniques could be applied to other puzzles, but it would be some work to get it working.
So one final cool swing pivot idea. This one not found by a computer. Bang bang, and you got a tringle and an output, and then you can just use then the brute forcer finds the output nestled in with a Quicksilver thing.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
And it goes around the bottom too, which I thought was funny. Like I would not have made the arm reset going around the bottom.
All right.
The elephant in the room.
We did it.
The elephant in the room. We did it. It says it's 4 hours,
Time
but
for me to go take a nap.
Oh man. This is a hell of a stream. Panic, you're an absolute trooper. You've been here the entire time.
Yeah.
Thank you. I literally promised you it wouldn't go this long. So I feel
I figured that was not going to be going to work.
I appreciate that truly. This will probably be the only stream that goes this long. In fact, I have little doubt.
The next one's only going to be 5 hours.
I have little doubt. I reckon I'm hoping I'm keeping
the area goes by fast, yeah.
Yeah, I'm hopeful there'll be a lot less submitters because even though I don't think it's that scary of a puzzle, it looks scary. So that's gonna.
And there's the normal week 1 to week 2 drop off. Yeah.
Oh look,
area is always scary, especially if you have that thing.
I just updated the submission list for week 2. Someone submitted for week 2 who didn't submit for week 1. There you go.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it's interesting. Already happened. Thank you very much for joining me. I don't know how much. Oh man, Rolami's been here the whole time. Oh, I'm so sorry to you Europeans. Oh man. Hell of a stream though. There's one dropout.
6 hours.
There was one dropout. I freaked out, but it only happened once. That's acceptable. That's fine.
Yeah, we made it.
It probably means I'll stream next week. I'll probably be somewhere else though.
Yeah, at your friend's place.
I will be at my friend's place.
Nice.
Probably. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you very much for joining me with the stream. I'm going to call it there. I'll see you all next week on local anesthetic. I don't have the solution.
Oh boy. How many anesthetics do we have? We have general anesthetics, local anesthetics, visceral anesthetics.
We need a quantum bond puzzle called non-local anesthetic.
All right, maybe this. All right, let me. One last thing.
Oh yeah, we're gonna show the puzzle.
Exactly.
Quantum bonds can make difficult to access glyphs like animismus useful and interesting on cost. So I do think non-local anesthetic is now like a headcanon I want to make real.
Ephemeral anesthetic.
Should design a puzzle and submit it to the weeklies.
That's basically what I'm coming after.
Oh, yeah,
man.
Fuck yeah.
Force me to finally implement quantum bonds.
I hate how this shape looks.
So yeah, localized. As I said, it's a scary looking output, but just play around with the puzzle a bit, and I reckon
It's not symmetric.
It's something. It's something else that isn't symmetric.
The shape is symmetric. It's not rotationally symmetric, and I hate it for a second.
It's not rotationally symmetric, but I think it's a little bit underrated as a shape, being easy to work with. All right.
The shape is fine. I don't mind the shape. I just don't like the...
Yeah, as Kazian said, if you like...
Its animus is negative symmetric, but not rotationally.
Yeah. It's something.
It's something. I don't like it, but it's something.
It's workable. I appreciate that this puzzle doesn't have a rate metric, I'll say that much.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
The count is not quite perfect, but you've provided animismus.
I have.
You provided animismus and a single Earth atom.
That would have been sadistic.
This would go on the leaderboard, and that does make rate something people would do, but...
Yeah, I figured some of the choices here were to make it so that it will be interesting when it inevitably hits the leaderboard for other metrics.
Making this puzzle the right...
though, no.
Making this puzzle the right puzzle would have been me letting the intrusive thoughts win.
That would have
I
been
can't wait to see the abomination that is
the
RI on the
Cycles
leaderboard.
puzzle.
Oh, yeah, no, there are a couple of puzzles coming up where the intrusive thoughts won.
Oh.
Don't you worry, it'll
I'm
come.
st-
But
I'm
that's
still I still want to know what would have happened if I made the potent painkillers the Cycles puzzle.
whoa, that would have been a hell of a stream. All right,
Because, you know, the fact that there's seven salt, I thought of it.
all right. I'm probably going to go eat some food because I haven't eaten all day and take a nap.
Yeah, go eat.
So, thank you for all for joining me. I will probably have this video uploaded. God, it's gonna take a while to upload too. But yeah, I'll call that I'm calling that a stream. Thank you very much. I think it's been a bit of a triumph. So, yeah, I'm just overall very relieved. Thank
Thanks
you
for
very
listening.
much. I will see you all next week.
Take care.
See ya.
See ya.